Prophecy is a skill acquired when a player's divinity reaches level 6. It's a simple skill. The player will set a task for themselves and their faction, predicting what will happen in the future. If the prophecy comes true, they will receive back the faith points they used to convey the prophecy to their faction, as well as rewards depending on the difficulty of fulfilling the prophecy. However, players in the Forgotten World don't use this skill often because there's a penalty if the prophecy doesn't come true. If a lot of faith points are used to make a big prophecy, the penalty for the prophecy not coming true will be much harsher. The faith points used will certainly be wasted, experience points may decrease, causing the player's level to drop, and if the player is unlucky, their related characters might be cursed as a punishment, or they might encounter a sudden negative event. If deities can't even control their own destiny, it means they're not qualified to be a god. Therefore, no matter how simple the prophecy, players will commit to fulfilling them. Prophecies that are too simple aren't used very often either, as the amount of faith points returned will be less than the amount initially used, but it's still used when necessary. If players are confident, conflicting prophecies occur when two players make conflicting prophecies with each other. Conflicting prophecies occur when two players make conflicting prophecies about each other. For example, player A and player B will make prophecies about individual C. Player A will predict that C will die within 3 days, and player B will predict that C will still be alive after 3 days. Player A will try their best to kill C within the next 3 days, and player B will use all means to protect C from death. This way, only one of the two players, A or B, will fulfill their prophecy, and the other will fail. The successful one will receive a reward, while the other will have to receive punishment. This kind of bet can also be done without making a prophecy, but conflicting prophecies are directly supported by the game system, so there's no loophole, and the loser will definitely have to face punishment. Then, Hegemonia laughed heartily and asked Sung-Woon, "So how should we decide the prophecy?" Sung-Woon responded, "You must know that the Automation Lord is deciding on his successor, right?" Hegemonia laughed gleefully. "Of course, Automation often chooses a successor, and that person will become the Lord of Automation. It seems that the time the Lord can maintain power each time is different. Only the Lord of Automation in the current term knows how long his term will be." Sung-Woon nodded in agreement with Hegemonia's speculation. "That's right. I think that's why we SEO, the current Lord of Automation, has been hiding his identity while working, because if everyone finds out when the next successor needs to be chosen, many people will hunt for his position. Anyway, the important thing is that the time to decide on the next successor is approaching, and the current Lord wants to give his position to one of his children. Let's predict which son or daughter will be the next successor." After finishing his words, Sung-Woon's gaze once again looked down at Automation with a thoughtful expression. Hegemonia excitedly agreed immediately. "All right, I like that. There are currently 5 potential successors." After seeing Hegemonia willing to accept the challenge and excitedly opening the system window, Sung-Woon realized that he had prepared beforehand. However, Sung-Woon believed that Hegemonia wouldn't be as well prepared as him and continued talking about the bet. "Since there can only be one successor, the prophecies will definitely conflict with each other, and if we both foolishly guess wrong, then we'll just have to accept it." Hegemonia replied with great confidence and arrogance, "We SEO has 5 potential successors. If you don't know about them, do you want me to introduce them to you?" Sung-Woon knew very well about the Lord's children, but he was curious about Hegemonia's perspective, so he pretended to be naive. "Really, I'd be very grateful if you did." Hegemonia cleared his throat and began to reveal information about Wee Seo's children. The eldest son, Wee Dan, is a man over 30 years old. Wee Dan has a strong physique and is trusted by Wee Seo. Hegemonia thinks he is also quite smart. 2 of the 4 noble families also support him, and he is the one most likely to become a lord. The second child, Wee Jun, is a man in his late 20s. He is Wee Dan's younger half-brother. He's seen as weak and doesn't really show himself to others. There are rumors that he's not interested in becoming the successor, although he has one family supporting him, the family of his mother. The third child, Wee Jean, is a woman over 20 years old. She's Wee Dan's half-sister. Wee Jean tends to go out a lot. She's been hiding her identity, but she's on good terms with hunters and even thugs. She's supported by the remaining family in the 4 noble families to become the successor. The fourth child, Wee Kyung, is a woman in her early 20s. She's a half-sister to Wee Dan and Wee Jun. Wee Kyung's mother passed away, and she's also cursed. There's something unusual about her, so she's been ostracized by the Lord and others in the family. For that reason, everyone in the family has abandoned Wee Kyung, and no noble supports her in the battle for succession. Finally, the 5th child, Wee Min, is a girl in her 20s. It's said that she's incredibly intelligent and has many talents. The Lord gave birth to this youngest child when he was older, so it seems like he loves her the most out of his siblings. After revealing what he knew, Hegemonia asked Sungwoon, "So what do you think? Should we choose now, or do you need more time to absorb the information?" If Sungwoon dragged things out, it would also give Hegemonia more time, and that was unnecessary, so he firmly replied, "No need, let's decide now. Why don't we write and check our predictions in the conflicting prophecy window? If we predict the same thing, the conflicting prophecy won't be accepted, and we just need to click no, but if we choose a different successor, we can click yes. What do you think?" Hegemonia nodded immediately, "Okay." Sungwoon activated the system window, conflicting prophecy. Do you want to place a conflicting prophecy with player Hegemonia? Warning, if you fail to fulfill your prophecy, you will suffer major losses. Please confirm once again if you want to continue. Then, Sungwoon and Hegemonia simultaneously wrote the name of the successor they chose in the system window. Afterward, they both pressed the send button to the system. The system quickly confirmed and announced that the conflicting prophecy was eligible to be set up. The system displayed player Hegemonia's prophecy. Wee Seo's second child, Wee Jun, will become the next successor of automation. At the same time, on Sungwoon's side, player Nebula's prophecy was also announced. Wee Seo's fourth child, Wee Kyung, will become the next successor of automation. Sungwoon checked Hegemonia's facial expression. As expected, he couldn't tell what he was thinking. However, Sungwoon could still detect that Hegemonia was surprised, because his fingers stiffened for a moment. Sungwoon smiled mischievously and said to Hegemonia, "It's different, good, I just clicked yes." Hegemonia replied a bit hesitantly, Yeah, good, let's start." Hegemonia took a deep breath to regain confidence and waved her arms high. Then he slammed his hand down on the system window to click the OK command as ostentatiously as before. A bright light flashed across the space between the two players, the display system, the Hegemonia player and the Nebula player. The conflicting prophecy was passed. Since then, the two prophecies began to spread, transmission and automation from an unknown source. Back to the present, the private meeting between Rakrak and Wee Seo had not yet come to an end. Wee Seo felt the warmth in the tent fading away, but he only endured the cold air because he was engrossed in the ponder in your heart. At first, Wee Seo tried to ignore the prophecies, guessing that the noble families must have done something again. These were rumors that would subside with time. However, the prophecies try has not disappeared after a longer period of time than usual. Moreover, in the past, people often talked about Wee Dan or Wee Jin becoming the successor, so the rumors that have been spreading recently involve the relationship between Wee Jun and Wee Kyung is somewhat suspicious. Wee Seo was sure that someone had spread these rumors. He hired someone to investigate the origin of the prophecies, but despite extensive time, the source remained elusive. The entire family was confused, aware that the time to choose a successor was approaching. Later, Wee Seo successfully suppressed the rumors within automation, but then he heard news that the earless tribe and the black-scaled lizard people were approaching automation. Wee Seo knew the worst-case scenario would be the two tribes forming an alliance and attacking automation. However, it seemed that wasn't the case. He also gathered information about both tribes and discovered that they believed in different deities. Both were powerful tribes that he couldn't ignore. Wee Seo guessed that the two tribes had deemed the wilderness too small and were vying for expansion, so there must be a connection between their actions, automation's successor, and the rumors. Finally, Wee Seo decided to risk his life and meet the leaders of the two tribes, SUCCESSOR and Rakrak. Wee Seo was confident that as long as he didn't die after meeting both tribal leaders, there would be a way out. But that confidence gradually turned into despair after he met the two leaders in person. He realized that he was nothing but a pawn in their game. Rakrak looked at the fading flames. He broke a few dry branches nearby and crushed them in his palm before throwing them into the fire. His voice echoed after a long silence, ignoring diplomacy and reputation. "Everything in this matter is simple, isn't it? You only need to choose between one of the two, SUCCESSOR or me, Noel or the lizard people, the angry-toothed god. I think the earless tribe calls their god that way, or our green beetle god. What do you think?" At this moment, the fire reignited, spreading and burning the thicker branches. Wee Seo's silence implied disagreement. Then he cautiously replied, "No, it's not that simple. It's not just a simple choice between two things. Others might think you're asking me to choose between two precious gifts, but I think it's a question of which way will be less painful when a saber-toothed tiger and a korka appear, and I have to stick my head into the mouth of one of them." Rakrak laughed at Wee Seo's analogy. "Haha, it's a pity you think so. But wouldn't it be better to stick your head in that Korka's mouth? Wee SEO slowly shook his head. Sock8 also said that the saber-toothed tiger would be better, of course. Wee SEO wouldn't believe any sweet talk from Sock8 and Rakrak. Rakrak asked again, so what are you going to do? Wee SEO looked silently at the stones on the ground and said, the saber-toothed tiger and the Korka won't fight to eat me. Eventually, there will be a winner, but the winner might be exhausted or injured. I just wish they die at least half. That will give me more options. I am sure that as long as they are exhausted, there will be more ways. Rakrak glanced at Wee SEO with sharp eyes. So now you will step back and not make a choice, right? Rakrak easily understood Wee SEO's metaphor. He meant he would make his decision after the successor was chosen, because the distance between the two tribes and the successor would still be greater than the distance between the successor and automation. Therefore, he thought he could use this situation to wait for the opportunity. Then, Rakrak continued to criticize Wee SEO. It sounds like you can't do much, and you just accept your fate as a pawn on the board. You think it's too late, but there are still other ways you can solve this problem. Wouldn't it be better to learn more about both tribes and see which one is better? Well, you're right. Depending on the situation, doing nothing is also a good option. You are very insightful. The wind blew into the tent, the fire danced, and the shadows of the two men facing each other swayed wildly with the flames. This was the end of the conversation. Wee SEO stood up and put on his hood. Thank you for the compliment. I think we should end this here. I have something I want to ask before I leave. Ultimately, I am not the only pawn, you are too. It's just that the board you are standing on is bigger than mine. Don't you feel scared? Don't you feel pain or helplessness? It was clear that Wee SEO wanted to say that Rakrak was also just a toy of the gods. The corner of Rakrak's mouth curled up slightly. Wee SEO knew that Rakrak didn't think the way he did, but he couldn't guess what Rakrak's answer would be, and Rakrak only said mysteriously, I will answer that question when everything is over. Then, Wee SEO stepped out of the tent. Alright, you don't have to see me off. I came here as a messenger of Wee, so I will also leave as Wee. Nobody in the lizard tribe stopped or looked at Wee SEO strangely. He passed through the tents and went out into the wilderness. After walking for 2 hours, a small, low hill appeared. Wee SEO knew he had reached the right place after smelling the smell of horse manure. His grandson, Wee Woo, was waiting for him with 4 subordinates and 6 horses. Wee SEO took off his leather hood and began to change his old clothes for a luxurious silk outfit. Then he skillfully shaved his wet beard without leaving any cuts on his skin. Then, Wee SEO mounted his horse and instructed his grandson, I need time to think for myself, so I will go ahead, follow me at a safe distance. So they set off, Wee SEO in the lead, Woo riding behind him, and the subordinates also riding behind Woo. Woo suddenly felt a drop of water hit his face, but when he looked up, the sky was clear, not even a single cloud. Woo looked straight ahead again, and Wee SEO was the only one riding ahead of him. Then, another drop of water hit Woo's face. He realized that the Lord of Automation was crying, perhaps because of the pain or helplessness he felt in the current situation. Unlike Rakrak, Owen and the other lizards, Wee SEO couldn't cry in front of his subordinates, and Woo understood that. He signaled for the subordinates to slow down. The distance between Wee SEO and everyone grew further, until Woo was no longer hit by the drops of water. The group continued to move silently toward automation, with mixed thoughts and worries in their hearts about the future. Going back 3 weeks, when the 2 prophecies of the gods began to spread throughout automation. A woman was climbing a cliff with bare hands, gasping with every step. Her palms were caught by the sharp edge of the rock, and blood was dripping down her arm. However, she didn't cry out in pain. She calmly leaned her forehead against the rock and muttered while frowning, Damn it, damn brats, damn it, you bastards. The girl continued to hang on the cliff and looked down for a moment. A few meters below were the remains of a broken one-wheeled cart. It was a miracle that she only sprained her ankle and had bruises all over after falling with the cart. It wouldn't be strange if she had lost her life, but her thoughts were focused on something else. Unbelievable, this happened. At least, thank God, the silk pieces are still intact. Looking at her climbing skills, it seemed she was gifted, but at this moment, she was in trouble in many aspects besides her injured hands. Her left ankle was very swollen. When she put weight on her swollen ankle, pain shot up her spine. However, she didn't cry out in pain. She calmly leaned her forehead against the rock and used all her brainpower to think, how can I climb up from this vertical cliff? That woman was Wee Kyung, Wee Seo's 4th child. At first, she thought everything was going well despite her cursed reputation. Wee Kyung was used to being shunned by everyone, as she grew up hearing things like the child was cursed and she ate her biological mother. Growing up without the support of the 4 major clans as well as her biological father, and she could not live proudly as a lord's child. But all that was not a big deal to her. She knew that there were many people out there living in conditions were much worse. Although inside automation could not be called heaven, being able to freely enter and exit the city walls as a resident was already great, so Wee Kyung never complained about her fate, even though nobody cared about her when she fell on the stairs in the market at the age of 13. When Wee Kyung was 14, she was accused of stealing salt and imprisoned for 4 days. When she was 15, Wee Kyung fell into a latrine. That wasn't a joke at all. She even felt that it could be life-threatening. Even recently, Wee Kyung almost got hit by a bucket of water on her head, and she was chased by a pack of wild dogs all night. Recalling those events, she told herself, "It's okay, endurance is what I'm best at. So it's nothing." Wee Kyung continued to climb with her injured body and put her hand on the last ledge of the cliff. She suddenly felt tired when she thought that this ledge would be the last one she had to climb. Even if her body was in better condition, climbing would still be a life-threatening endeavor. It would be better if there was a foothold, but there wasn't. Wee Kyung felt despair for a moment and shouted, "Unbelievable, the cart broke, you damn brat, how dare you lend me this thing? I won't pay you salt." Borrowing a cart from a brat was a mistake, but choosing silk for business was the right choice. Wee Kyung comforted herself and thought about how to recover the silk while hanging on the cliff. In addition, Wee Kyung was trying to find a foothold to push off with her feet, so she didn't realize that there was a tailed person standing on the cliff not far from her. Wee Kyung took a deep breath to prepare herself for the pain. "If I climb up with both legs at the same time, I think I can do it." Then, as she was about to put her weight on her swollen left ankle, she heard a voice from above, "Grab my hand." Wee Kyung looked up. There was a hand reaching down from the path on the cliff. It was a black-skinned lizard man. This lizard man was wearing several layers of silk clothes, indicating that he came from a rather wealthy tribe. Seeing Wee Kyung hesitate to grab his hand, the lizard man joked, "You're not going to grab my hand is getting lonely." Wee Kyung couldn't simply reach out and grab that hand. She believed that her alertness was what had helped her survive until now, so she asked the lizard man, "Who are you, lizard man?" The lizard man patiently extended his hand closer to Wee Kyung. "With your current condition, I don't think we can talk for long." Wee Kyung didn't think the lizard man would be a wandering robber, but she still cautiously said, "Even if you help me climb up, I have nothing to give you, I'm out of money." As if finding Wee Kyung's worry laughable, the lizard man teased her. Was this really something she should be thinking about while hanging on a cliff? While Wee Kyung was still hesitant, the lizard man grabbed her wrist and pulled her up with a reassuring word, "Don't worry, I won't ask for anything." While Wee Kyung was still stunned from the surprise to find herself standing on the path beside the cliff. The lizard man looked back and forth between Wee Kyung and the path near the cliff, then asked, "This path is only wide enough for one person to pass. On one side is where rocks could fall at any moment, and on the other is a valley with a slope of several meters. You were going to push a cart full of goods down this path." He chuckled. "Lucky your injuries weren't serious," Wee Kyung muttered. "It would have been fine if the wheel hadn't broken." Then, Wee Kyung quickly changed the topic. "So, who are you?" The lizard man replied, "Sorry, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Siran Mule, from the Black Scale Lizard tribe. You can call me Siran." Wee Kyung nodded. "Okay, I think at least I should say thank you for your help." "Thank you, Siran." With that said, she tried to limp past Siran and continue on. However, Siran raised his hand to stop Wee Kyung. "Sorry, but I haven't finished yet." Wee Kyung's eyes widened in surprise. "Damn it, I knew this would happen. I told you I have nothing," Siran replied. "That's not what I meant, Wee Kyung." When the name Wee Kyung escaped Saren's lips, she immediately reached for the black stone knife hidden in her chest. "What? How do you know my name?" Wee Kyung knew her identity wasn't supposed to be revealed. Not only for her, but for all of Wee Seo's children, their identities had to be kept secret. If they didn't make an effort to conceal their identities, they wouldn't be qualified to become heirs, wouldn't receive their father's attention, and might face unexpected death. Siran quickly raised both his palms to indicate he had no intention of causing trouble. "I don't know much about you. Rak just told me your name, and he sent me to find you." Wee Kyung knew that the black scale lizards were strong, but her black stone knife was sharp and long enough to pierce someone's heart. Instinctively, she almost drew the knife, but she managed to restrain herself because she wanted to understand why the black scale lizard was interested in her. Wee Kyung recalled the familiar name. It didn't take long for her to remember who it was. Rak, you mean the leader of the black scale lizard tribe? Wee Kyung even listed a series of Rak's nicknames: the show-off hunter, the thunder lizard, the first chosen one. "Right," Siran clicked his tongue, "we just call him the chief." Wei Qiang had heard rumors that the Earless tribe and the Black Scale Lizard tribe were preparing for a war in the wild, and automation was at the heart of the war. If Siran wasn't lying, then how Rakrak knew Wei Qiang's name didn't matter anymore. Wei Qiang then asked a more important question: why would someone like that want to find me? Siran pondered for a moment before replying, to be honest, I'm not sure, but I think I can explain part of the reason. Do you know about the 2 recent rumors circulating around automation? Wei Qiang clicked her tongue and shook her head. What rumors? I had to buy silk and go as far as I could to get it at a cheap price, so I don't know about the rumors in the city. What rumors are you talking about? Siran replied. There are 2 rumors, exactly like this. The first rumor is that the Lord's second son will become the next Lord of Automation, and the second rumor is that the 4th son will become the next Lord of Automation. Siran relayed the rumors seriously. But Wei Qiang frowned for a moment and then burst into laughter. Those are just baseless rumors. Siran squinted at Wei Qiang, confused by her indifference to the position of heir. I know you're Wei Seo's 4th son. Wei Qiang shook her head. I guess you don't understand because you're not human and you don't live in automation, but fighting doesn't necessarily mean fighting with knives. Those rumors are part of the war between my siblings who are trying to become the next Lord of Automation. I'm not sure why, but it seems like my second brother and I have been dragged into a rumor, and I'm sure someone will benefit from this. In fact, Wei Qiang knew well about the succession war, but she felt she had no chance in it. She tried to convince Siran, anyway, those rumors have nothing to do with me, or you. Why don't you say that the Black Scale Lizard tribe sent you to gather information about automation? It seems you discovered that I'm one of the Lord's children, but I'm a rejected one. You can't get anything from me. It's better to find out about another sibling. Wei Qiang finished her speech and observed Saren's attitude. Because she had gotten what she needed to know from him, she decided he had to die. Wei Qiang silently gripped the hilt of the knife in her chest. Even though Siran was just standing there, it seemed like there wasn't any spot where Wei Qiang could stab accurately, and because of the height difference, she thought she wouldn't be able to take him down. Strong lizards also meant they were agile. Wei Qiang knew there was a higher chance of failure than success, and if she couldn't kill him, she'd have to face the wrath of the Black Scale Lizard tribe. However, Wei Qiang couldn't just send Siran away. If the rumor spread that she let an outsider go even though she had a chance to stop him, and especially if her father found out, she would die. She had a sibling who died because of that. So, Wei Qiang told herself, instead of living in her father's disappointment, it's better to experience a lizard's anger. Just before Wei Qiang acted, Siran continued, I think you've misunderstood something. Finding you is Rakrak's first command. I also need to carry out the second command. I'm ordered to protect you. Wei Qiang felt an unpleasant sensation somewhere in her heart. It was a feeling she had ignored for a long time because others had ignored her. The sudden warmth made her briefly panic. What? What do you mean? Nobody had ever offered to protect Wei Qiang before. The hand gripping the hilt of the knife automatically loosened. Siran didn't know much about human emotions, so he calmly told Wei Qiang what he knew. You said those were false rumors, but your siblings wouldn't think so, and neither would the other clans. Rakrak said automation's succession ceremony is approaching. Everyone is paying attention to the big changes about to happen. Therefore, everyone will be sensitive to even the smallest rumors, and they'll want to reduce unnecessary variables. In this situation, the weakest ones are the first to be eliminated. Wei Qiang sighed in confusion. Even if I agree with everything you just said, I can still protect myself. So go back to where you came from. I have no reason to accept help from the Black Scale Lizards. Siran firmly shook his head. I can't do that. I received orders from the chief to protect none of the other siblings, except the 4th son. Wei Qiang sighed again, instinctively swearing, damn it. She didn't think using logic could make Siran disappear from her sight, so she decided to use emotions to persuade him. Wei Qiang dropped the knife and walked towards Siran. He seemed surprised but didn't dodge. Wei Qiang used her hand to brush her hair up. On her forehead was a pair of cylindrical bumps. The cross-section was so rough that anyone with keen eyes could see they were cut by hand. She spoke honestly. As you can see, these are horns. Yes, precisely the parts where horns used to be. People call them horn stubs. I cut them whenever they grow out. Everyone I know says I'm cursed because of these horns. Some people also say that because they find it disgusting to have someone with horns. Siran crossed his arms and looked Wei Qiang up and down without showing any disgust. She looked a little messy, but not like she was cursed. Did they really hate her just because of those cute horns? Wei Qiang pointed to her horn stubs and spoke seriously. I'm not kidding. Since birth, I tore open my mother's stomach with these horns, and because of that, she died. One of my siblings eventually died because of my horns. Besides, unfortunate things always happen to people around me. That's why I'm a loner. Siran looked down at Wee Kyung, expressionless for a moment, then said, I'm sorry to hear that, Wee Kyung. I offer my condolences. But my task doesn't change whether you're cursed or not. It was given to me by my chief, and I'm here to carry out the will of the Black Scale Lizard tribe. Siran reaffirmed his will with an extremely resolute look that made Wee Kyung unable to comprehend his stubbornness. Wee Kyung wearily asked Siran, what if I refuse? Siran answered without hesitation, even if you refuse, I have to do it. I have the will and the ability to do so. After failing to scare Siran, Wee Kyung ran out of ways to make him disappear, so, she started to think, is the only way to make him suffer her curse. If so, she has no choice but to go with him. Wee Kyung quickly calculated in her mind, if she lets Siran stay by her side, she won't feel the pressure to kill him and can prevent the risk of her identity being revealed to others. It's not bad to have him by her side at all. In fact, it's quite good because he said he would protect her. It means he will act and help her if she encounters a dangerous situation, even right now. While Wee Kyung was lost in thought, looking down at the valley without saying anything, Siran couldn't stand the silence and asked again, Wee Kyung, what are you thinking about? Wee Kyung clicked her tongue and replied, I'm thinking about the silk. Now that I think about it, I don't think I can leave all the silk there. I should go back. Siran sighed as Wee Kyung stumbled to the edge of the cliff and stood there. Wee Kyung's plan was easily exposed. Siran glanced at her cunningly. People will praise you for being able to climb a cliff with those feet, but they'll say you're crazy if you go down there. I know that, and you know that. I'll stop you from going down, and you'll argue that you really need that pile of silk. However, there's a better way to make people do things for you, Wee Kyung. You just need to ask for help. Wee Kyung's face flushed as Siran read her thoughts. Siran continued, if you can't get along with people around you, the first reason will be the curse. But if people who meet you for the first time don't even approach you, then it's your fault. I just want to tell you that there's a better way to do things. Wee Kyung lowered her head, stepping back to her previous position and sitting on the trail. She shyly opened her mouth. Please help me get those silks back. Siran happily replied, okay. It took less than a minute for Siran to retrieve the pile of silk and return to Wee Kyung. The two of them set off while Siran wrapped the large bundles of silk around himself as if it were no big deal. On the way to automation, Wee Kyung curiously asked Siran, how did you know I was here? Siran explained, I just went to automation and asked around. I used your fake name to ask. Mang-ji, right, that name suits you better. Wee Kyung giggled, I think so too. But I didn't think information about me would be so easily given out. My relationships with people are quite bad, but I'm sure my business partners wouldn't sell me out so easily. Siran chuckled, teasing her, then how did I find you? His following words made Wee Kyung embarrassed because of her misplaced trust. Everyone I asked told me everything after I gave them a bag of salt. They told me you've been planning the silk business for a long time, that they don't know where you'll find the silk because the rainy season is coming, and that they wonder how you can carry enough silk to make a profit by yourself. They also told me that you borrowed a cart from them to start the silk business, but you didn't return, so they thought they were cheated, and complained that you disappeared through the back gate of the castle, etc. Did she not think she had lost more than just the trust of her business partners, but also of other human connections? Hearing that, Wee Kyung couldn't lift her head, her face flushed red to her ears. Just then, Siran saw the ramparts of automation, immediately dissolving the awkward atmosphere. The automation fortress is ahead. Wee Kyung cheered and forgot her embarrassment. Ah, right. When I go back, I'll talk to my family about the silk business. After that, there was a whistling sound, but it was drowned out by Wee Kyung's voice. A sharp dagger flew towards Wee Kyung's neck, but she was exhausted and didn't even notice. It was only when Siran suddenly pulled her aside that she turned her head to look back. She heard a dull thud, the sound coming from Siran's palm, which was shielding Wee Kyung's back. As Siran opened his hand, blood dripped down, making Wee Kyung panic. Wait, you're bleeding. I knew it, that curse. Siran crushed the thin dagger and comforted Wee Kyung. It's not because of the curse, you're being targeted, just like Rakrak said. The war for succession has begun. Then, the attackers revealed themselves, a group of goblins. Siran easily dealt with them using the fighting techniques he learned from Ur. Siran managed to defeat the attackers without much difficulty, proving that Rakrak's decision to entrust him with this task was the right choice. When the goblins were bound, Wee Kyung couldn't help but exclaim in awe, amazing. You're a warrior. Ah, no, I guess not. Now that I think about it, I heard that black scale lizard man warriors wear water buffalo skulls. Siran explained, no, I'm also a warrior. We don't usually wear buffalo skulls unless there's a ceremony. I passed the warrior test and learned how to use spears and shoot arrows from Ur. He is the best warrior in our tribe. while chatting with Wei Qiang, Siran conveniently treated the wounds of the tied goblins. That surprised Wei Qiang even more, not only because of Siran's kindness but also because of his first aid techniques. Wei Qiang curiously asked, "Did you also learn medicine from your?" Siran shook his head. "No. I learned it from Zale, she's the leader's wife." Siran casually revealed information about himself, not feeling the need to be cautious in front of Wei Qiang. Wei Qiang, after hearing this, realized that Siran was not just any lizard man warrior that Rakrak chose to send. Wei Qiang had heard of this name before. It was said that the chieftain of the black-scale lizard man tribe, Rakrak, was responsible for warriors and protecting the tribe from external issues and enemies, while his wife oversaw servants and handled internal matters. Furthermore, Siran had learned fighting skills from Ur, making Wei Qiang even more convinced that he must be a crucial member of the black-scale lizard man tribe. Wei Qiang was very curious about why someone like Siran was sent to protect her. It was a great benefit, but it also made her incredibly curious to learn more. After questioning the goblins, Siran learned that a masked man had ordered them to kill Wei Qiang. He had even given them some silk to appease them. However, because it was Wei Qiang's silk, she immediately cried out, "Hey! What are you doing? That's my silk." Siran soothed Wei Qiang. "We need to give them a little bit of leeway, they will be useful to us." Eventually, Wei Qiang reluctantly agreed. Afterward, Wei Qiang's group quickly traveled towards the Automation City gates, but from a distance, they saw that the main gate was closed. Wei Qiang was surprised because the main gate of Automation City usually remained open until late at night, but now it was early afternoon, and the gate was already closed. Furthermore, guards were blocking people from entering the city. The security measures were much stricter than usual. Wei Qiang went to ask a fox who was being stopped at the city gate, "Excuse me, may I ask why the Automation City gate is closed?" The fox and the mouse accompanying him could only shake their heads. "You're a silk merchant, you can't go in either." They said Automation City is temporarily closed. Even if you manage to get in, you won't be able to get out. Wei Qiang and Siran both sensed that something serious had happened within the city. However, Wei Qiang couldn't figure out what could have happened in such a fortified city like Automation, unless it was attacked from outside. Automation City has a main gate at the front, where most people enter and exit. There's also a smaller gate at the back. Wei Qiang used her relationship with the guards to bring Siran into the city through that gate. Then, they went straight to the Gyo family instead of going to the market to sell silk. Wei Qiang and Siran met the man who had lent her the handcart. First, they informed him of the unfortunate news that the rickety vehicle had fallen into a ravine. His face fell like a soggy rice cake. The Gyo family members were salt merchants. Among the 4 families supporting the Automation Lord, the Gyo family was the one granted permission to trade salt by the Lord. This particular member was the head of the Gyo family, one of the youngest among the other salt merchants. Although the head of the Gyo family was frowning and rubbing his forehead, Wei Qiang stood her ground. "What's with that expression? I'm the one who should be angry here. The handcart you lent me broke, and I almost died." Seeing Wei Qiang not only complaining but also leisurely sipping tea, the head of the Gyo family sighed. "You must not know what happened." Seeing Wei Qiang staring blankly, the head of the Gyo family asked, "Well, I guess you really don't know. Did anything unusual happen on your way here?" Wei Qiang replied straightforwardly, "Oh, I was almost assassinated. But I think it's a good thing because we were able to subdue the attackers and eventually extract some information from them, all thanks to this black-scale lizard man." With that, Wei Qiang turned to Siran and smiled brightly. Although Siran had met the head of the Gyo family before to ask about Wei Qiang's whereabouts, he only formally introduced himself now. "My name is Siran Mule, I'm from the black-scale lizard man tribe." The head of the Gyo family replied politely, "The black-scale lizard man tribe, it's a pleasure to meet you, Siran. I'm the head of the Gyo family, one of the 4 great families of Automation City." Siran continued, "At first, we thought the goblins were hired by the Gyo family to attack Wei Qiang, but the goblins said it wasn't true, so we came here with peace of mind." The head of the Gyo family calmly poured tea and affirmed, "Of course, we don't do things like other families." Wei Qiang curiously asked the head of the Gyo family, "By the way, what's going on in Automation City? It can't be just because the 4th daughter was attacked because of the Lord's curse, right? And I haven't even told anyone about that yet. We came to see you right after returning to Automation." The head of the Gyo family contemplated and replied, "Something happened here, a day after you left the city to buy silk." Wei Qiang opened her eyes wide in surprise. Something really serious happened. The head of the Gyo family sighed. "Your elder brother, Wei Dan, the one who had the most potential to become the heir, disappeared from Automation." The Gyo family and the Sang family, who supported Wei Dan, suspected each other about his disappearance. but they all kept quiet about it, so Wee Kyung and Sai Ran decided to secretly go to Wee Dan's room to investigate. Looking at Wee Dan's room, which was very clean and had almost no strange signs, Wee Kyung could only place her faith in Sai Ran's ability to find any remaining clues, because lizard men have a better sense of smell than humans. Looking around the room, Wee Kyung mumbled to Sai Ran, "How long has it been since I last came here? Although I used to be close to my elder brother, I started avoiding him when I got a little older. Actually, Wee Dan always felt sorry for me. He was scared of my curse, so he never really got close to me, but whenever I got into trouble, he would secretly ask others to help me." However, Sai Ran was too focused on his investigation to pay much attention to Wee Kyung's story. He suddenly sat down in the corner of the room and sniffed a few times. "I smell blood here." Wee Kyung, the blood that was wiped off came from this spot. Wee Kyung, upon hearing this, turned her head to look at where Sai Ran was sitting. The source of the blood smell and the very faint traces of dried blood were on the floor beneath Wee Dan's table. When Wee Kyung and Sai Ran observed closely, Sai Ran's good eyesight allowed him to see even the dried bloodstains in the cracks of the floor, which no one had noticed before. The floor also showed signs of dampness, indicating that it had been soaked for a while before being cleaned. Sai Ran frowned and judged, looking at the size of the blood pool. The amount of blood lost seems large enough to be fatal. That means Wee Dan might be dead. At this point, the head of the Gyo family finally revealed more information. "We also guessed that he must be dead. The problem is that we can't find his body. The houses in automation are built by digging into soft bedrock. As a result, they're all built close together. With the hotter days as the rainy season approaches, there won't be many places to hide a dead body in automation." The head of the Gyo family spoke while looking out at the city with a worried expression. It was precisely because of Wee Dan's mysterious disappearance that the gates were immediately sealed after the incident was discovered to prevent the culprit from abducting him or taking his body out of Automation City. Everyone assumed that the body would decompose and emit a foul odor soon, so catching the perpetrator was just a matter of time. After letting out a heavy sigh, Lord Gyo tried to reassure Wee Kyung, afraid that she might become agitated or scared. After all, the situation was still under control, so she didn't need to investigate further. Of course, even though Lord Gyo said that, Wee Kyung was still secretly thinking about her brother's mysterious death, even though they had been estranged for a long time. While Wee Kyung was pondering, suddenly a cackling laughter echoed in her head, a strange and eerie sound that made her shudder. Wee Kyung felt dizzy, then a mysterious voice rang in her ear that no one else could hear. "Do you want to hear my story? Or are you just going to sit there and do nothing?" At this moment, a faint figure appeared next to Wee Kyung, but only she could see it. Wee Kyung angrily muttered, "Shut up, I told you to be quiet." Sai Ran started to worry as Wee Kyung seemed to be having a headache and muttering to herself, "Hey, Wee Kyung, are you alright?" Wee Kyung didn't respond but only gasped and lowered her head strangely. Her eyes also glowed an unusual purple color. Then a stream of thoughts flooded her mind. Hiding a corpse is easy, but the foul odor and the fact that it attracts insects makes it easy to detect. This is because the corpse is decomposing, and to overcome this, measures must be taken to prevent the corpse from decomposing. After regaining her composure, Wee Kyung told Sai Ran and Lord Gyo, to prevent the body from decomposing, just preserve it in salt. Lord Gyo only then thought that in the Automation City, it wouldn't be difficult to find salt, but the question was where to hide the body. Wee Kyung nodded and continued, "To preserve something as large as a human body, you need a large jar, a very large one. Even if the body has been cut apart, a place that's not too difficult or attention-grabbing to put such a large jar would be." Sai Ran, with his experience in storing dried meat and salted meat due to the nomadic nature of his tribe, quickly caught up with Wee Kyung's line of thinking. It could only be the slaughterhouse, or the hunter's tent. Sai Ran looked at Wee Kyung in astonishment with wide eyes. "I didn't expect you to be the first to discover this problem." Wee Kyung didn't respond to Sai Ran's praise but only continued to focus on her deduction. "If we link those clues together, a hunter, or someone who likes to hunt, someone who can keep large jars of salted meat in their home without being suspected, that person could only be..." Wee Kyung's voice choked for a moment as she said this. Lord Gyo's face turned pale with shock as he guessed the perpetrator Wee Kyung was referring to. Yes, it could only be that person. That person could also naturally come and go here without anyone suspecting. At this moment, in the perpetrator's home, a sealed earthenware jar was being kept, and even though it emitted a slight foul odor, no one suspected anything. The perpetrator didn't even feel anxious to find a way to dispose of the body quickly. Instead, they seemed to enjoy their brutal act. And the perpetrator was none other than Wee Jin, Wei Qiang's elder sister, a skilled hunter, cutting and salting meat was almost an instinct for her. According to Wei Qiang's group's deduction, Wei Jin likely wanted to eliminate the person who could pose the greatest threat to her position, regardless of the fact that she and Wei Dan were siblings born to the same mother. Wei Qiang's explanation was very convincing, so when Wei Dan's death was announced, everyone thought that Wei Jin was the #1 suspect, but no one had any concrete evidence and there was nothing they could do to her because the nature of vying for the throne in this era was a merciless battle. And this was just the beginning of a series of tragedies. Days later, horrific and bloody events also happened. The plot to seize power among the Lord's siblings affected the lives of people in Automation City. The only ones unaffected were the mud soldiers who walked throughout the fortress, repairing collapsed or damaged areas. Because the story of Wei Dan's death was spreading widely, causing all suspicion to fall on Wei Jin, she could only quickly take her brother's body to the mountain to dispose of it. If there was no evidence, even if Wei Seo suspected her daughter, she wouldn't push the matter further. On the way to dispose of the body, Wei Jin still grumbled at her subordinates. Damn it, I thought this was the perfect plan. But Wei Qiang, to think she would be the one to expose my plan. Wei Jin was upset because of her. Wei Jin was one of the few people who didn't seem to take Wei Qiang's curse seriously. When they were children, Wei Jin would take Wei Qiang into the forest to hunt together, and even teach her sister hunting techniques, but the gap grew as Wei Jin grew up and became deadly in every action. When Wei Jin was struggling to carry the body bag up the mountain and cursing Wei Qiang in his heart, a familiar voice suddenly came down from the cliff. Sister, you forgot someone else. That voice belonged to Wei Min, the youngest daughter of the Lord. Wei Jin was both surprised and puzzled by her sister's sudden appearance. Why are you here? Wei Min didn't answer Wei Jin's question. Instead, she stared at her sister with a cold gaze. At the same time, 2 archers suddenly appeared from behind Wei Min. Wei Jin's intuition told her that Wei Min was trying to kill her, but it was too late to escape. Wei Jin's subordinates were shot down in an instant. Wei Jin's eyes burned with anger, looking at Wei Min as if she wanted to devour her alive, but Wei Jin couldn't utter any reasonable criticism because this bloody battle was started by her. Wei Qiang put on an innocent smile and said sarcastically, Sister, why are you angry? Didn't you kill brother Wei Dan first? So, even if I do something, you don't have the right to be angry. And the most intelligent among the siblings will become the master of the fortress. Isn't it all for the throne? Who is more to blame than anyone else? Wei Min said, pointing to the cliff. Of course, not to pull Wei Jin out of the trap. She just wanted to show off the image of a victor in front of her sister and coldly declared, now we should end this cursed sisterly bond here, right? Wei Jin roared like a fully enraged beast. But her scream was soon cut short and silenced as 2 arrows pierced her head and chest. Wei Jin collapsed in a pool of blood, unable to do anything to resist. Wei Min's face looked at her sister's fallen body with complete coldness, no emotion. Her 2 subordinates quickly ran to clean up the corpse at the foot of the mountain. After being alone on the path along the mountainside, Wei Min lowered her head, pretending to be solemn, to bid farewell to Wei Jin. But her sorrow didn't last even 3 seconds before she was startled by a pain in her chest. Wei Jin opened her eyes in shock. When she looked down at her chest, she saw a shining dagger piercing through her ribcage. The sudden attack caught her off guard, leaving her no time to react. As Wei Jin coughed up blood, a familiar voice rang out behind her. You're right, Wei Min. It's time to end this cursed sibling bond. Standing behind Wei Jin was a tall and silent man, also the candidate chosen by Hegemonia, Wei Jun. Below the mountainside, Wei Min's subordinates didn't even notice their master had been killed and were still busy cleaning up the corpse. Wei Jun quickly disappeared into the shadows of the nearby trees and narrowed his eyes with malice as he looked at the bodies of his 2 sisters and his elder brother. Now, all of us siblings, there's only one left, right? Thus, the battle between the 5 siblings reached its final stage in just a few days, with the bodies of 3 out of the 5 found close to each other. Wei Jun's heart was filled with excitement as he looked down at the mountainside. Without showing his emotions clearly, he just muttered words that no one heard but him. I won't make you wait long, Wei Qiang. The next morning, news of the death of Wei Qiang's 3 siblings was reported to her by Lord Gyo. Of course, her first reaction was astonishment because the bloody battle unfolded faster than she could imagine. While Sai Ran was completely calm because everything was as Rakrak had predicted, the corner of Wei Qiang's mouth twitched as if she couldn't believe her ears. Sister Wei Jin and Wei Min died next to brother Wei Dan's body. Lord Gyo offered his speculation. Yes, Wei Min is a schemer, she wouldn't miss an opportunity if she saw it, and the final perpetrator is obviously clear. You can guess who it is. Wei Qiang nodded in agreement. Yes, even a fool knows who it is. But how did Wee Min end up defeated by Wee Jun at the same time? Sai Ran responded, it's called a hunter's trap, Wee Kyung. When one of our warriors was about to spear a wild boar, a saber-toothed tiger jumped out of the bushes and bit the warrior's neck. Perhaps Wee Jun did the same as the saber-toothed tiger. Wee Kyung pondered for a moment, then asked Sai Ran, so, you mean the most dangerous moment is when you aim at the prey, right? Sai Ran nodded, yes. To put it simply, don't be arrogant, and don't hunt alone. In Wee Kyung's memory, Wee Jun was a complex person. Some people thought he was simply aloof, but Wee Kyung didn't think so. He was always hiding something, despite some claiming he was introverted and weak. After these events, it became clear that Wee Jun was truly a monster. He had laid his groundwork, memorizing who would act in what way. Like in a game of Go, Wee Jun never made a move just out of momentary desire. He had defeated his 3 other siblings, and he was likely the one who hired the goblins to kill Wee Kyung. Master Gyo sighed after contemplating the battle. The real threat had begun. Wee Kyung also lowered her head wearily, knowing the coming time would be much harder. After a moment of silence, Master Gyo decided to reveal, actually, the Gyo clan just had a meeting of the elders. Wee Kyung understood what that meant. They had met to see who they would support among the 2 remaining candidates for the position of heir to the lordship. Sai Ran also realized this, but Wee Kyung calmly drank her tea instead of showing fear. In fact, the other clans had switched sides after the murder last night. The Sang clan had ultimately sided with Wee Jun, so he was now supported by the Sang clan, and the Da clan, the Su clan, who had once supported Wee Jin, had yet to say anything. It wouldn't be surprising if the Gyo clan also sided with Wee Jun. After finishing her tea, Wee Kyung slowly looked into Master Gyo's eyes. So, what has the Gyo clan decided? Master Gyo replied honestly, I'm not sure yet. Many people have already joined Wee Jun's side, so. Wee Kyung patiently awaited Master Gyo's answer, a glimmer of hope flickering due to his hesitation. Despite the clear advantage leaning towards Wee Jun's side, Master Gyo made a decision like a gambler. We have decided to bet on you. Wee Kyung seemed to have anticipated Master Gyo's support, so she didn't show any joy. She simply stood up and said, thank you for that, Gyo Jung. Master Gyo carefully warned her, there may be a big battle. Each clan can contribute as many soldiers as they want, as long as the Lord approves. The other side has 2 clans, we have only 1, so we are at a disadvantage. Therefore, by all means, try to survive. As Master Gyo finished speaking, the door creaked open. Wee Kyung walked to the door, turned back, and nodded at Master Gyo. I will try my best. The door closed again. Master Gyo calmly drank his tea. He had gathered all his material possessions and people and bet everything on Wee Kyung. He even intended to use some money to persuade the Su family to join their side. He knew this was a risky move, but daring had been one of the things that made him successful so far. Wee Kyung walked out of the Gyo manor with heavy steps, knowing that the coming time would be the most difficult period of her life. The following 3 weeks were a time of luck, or perhaps a cursed time for Wee Kyung. Sai Ran had saved her life several times. Sai Ran wasn't the only one who helped her. People who she thought had ignored and hated her all along had begun to help her without asking for anything in return, and there were others who had sacrificed everything for her. During that time, Wee Kyung often thought about her siblings. Her emotions became a bit complicated. She didn't think they were the most ideal siblings, but she didn't expect them to slaughter each other like this. Wee Kyung's horns had grown over the past 3 weeks and were now as long as her palm. She wanted to cut them off, but Sai Ran stopped her when he saw her bleed profusely while doing so. He said he needed to protect her. Wee Kyung touched her horns. It felt strange having them for so long. At this point, several figures gathered and sat down in a room with Wee Kyung. Besides Sai Ran, there were others who had helped her escape death numerous times in the past. They were arguing about what to do to change the current situation. However, their argument began to resemble a childish squabble, with active participants being Sai Ran, Master Gyo, the goblins, an old miner from the Su family, and a fishmonger from the market. Wee Kyung unconsciously mumbled to herself as she looked at her horns. How did this happen? This is so strange. Sai Ran, sitting beside Wee Kyung, heard these complaints and immediately reminded her, don't think about your horns anymore, forget about them. Wee Kyung bitterly pursed her lips. All right, I said I wouldn't break them anymore. Sai Ran still shuddered remembering the sight of Wee Kyung sawing off her horns with a knife. If I had known you would bleed so much, I would have stopped you before you even touched them. Wee Kyung clicked her tongue in reply. I've always done this, what's the big deal? Wee Kyung let out a sigh of frustration and propped her chin on her hand. Forget it, I don't want to talk about the horns anymore. Then she looked at the people sitting in her room. people she was even more unfamiliar with than her own strange, long horns. Over the past 3 weeks, Wee Kyung felt like she had heard her name called more times than in her entire life combined. The secret she had kept her whole life no longer even mattered. But Wee Kyung didn't feel sad about it. Without these people's help, she wouldn't have been able to overcome countless near-death crises while her father was away. Just as Wee Kyung thought she should stop the childish argument among the others, someone ran into the room and shouted, "There's news from outside the castle. I think our scouting team has found the Lord." Wee Kyung was both surprised and expectant at the news. If Wee Seo returned to the city, the bloody war against her would temporarily subside. The people in the room also looked at each other with a slightly more relaxed gaze. The Lord is coming back. Wee Kyung immediately asked the messenger, "When will he be back?" The messenger slowly walked past the others in the room and approached Wee Kyung naturally. "Our scouting team rides fast, and the Lord isn't traveling too quickly, so he should be here tomorrow morning. And there's some news that the scouting team told me to only relay to young Miss Wee Kyung." Wee Kyung leaned towards the messenger as he signaled he would whisper to her by putting his hand over his mouth. Wee Kyung furrowed her brow in suspicion. "What is it?" The messenger continued to lean closer with a mysterious look. "The thing is." At that moment, a bright red liquid splattered onto Wee Kyung's face, making her jump. Wee Kyung turned around in shock and saw Siran stabbing the messenger in the chest. At the same time, the leader of the goblin group was stabbing from behind the messenger. Their swift actions momentarily stunned Wee Kyung. As the messenger fell, it turned out he had a dagger in his hand. The messenger's dagger fell to the floor. Siran finally spoke. He pulled the dagger out of his pocket. Master Gyo added, "This guy is from the Gyo clan. Many people in the Gyo clan could have been bribed. We can't trust the Gyo clan anymore." Master Gyo swallowed nervously as he looked at the traitor's body lying on the floor. Although he had bet on Wee Kyung, perhaps the other elders in the clan had been seduced by Wee Jun. At the same time, a scream echoed from outside, followed by the sound of metal clashing. The goblins looked towards the door. After realizing the dangerous situation outside, the goblins rushed in with a warning, "They're fighting outside." Master Gyo quickly understood and turned to Wee Kyung. Wee Jun must have made his decision. Once the Lord returns, there's no way to know for sure who will be the successor. Wee Jun has the advantage now, so he'll try to finish everything before the Lord returns. "I'll take care of my family. You all should run away. They won't be able to catch you if you blend into the crowd and run in different directions. Have you thought about the best escape routes?" After a quick discussion, the people in the room rushed out into the battle in the Gyo manner and began to scatter in different directions. Siran chose the sewer as his path. Without the sewer, the automation would be flooded whenever it rained, but fortunately, the ancient sewer had allowed the automation to survive until this day. However, it wasn't an easy escape. Siran had discovered this escape route himself, but he wished he would never have to use it. The sewer was full of sewage up to a person's ankles, and the sewer system itself was very complex, especially on days without rain. The sewage created a fantastic ecosystem for insects, but there was no safer escape route, so Siran tried to encourage Wee Kyung to overcome her fear. While he was still talking, Wee Kyung jumped into the sewer with a calm expression. "I'll go first." Siran was worried that Wee Kyung would hate the foul smell and might be bothered by insects, but surprisingly, she was the first to jump into the sewer without hesitation. Seeing that Siran still hadn't jumped, Wee Kyung reached out and waved him over. "What are you waiting for? Come on." Wee Kyung and Siran were constantly hit by flies and vinegar flies. He looked at her with surprised eyes. "You have a higher tolerance than I thought." Wee Kyung replied calmly, "I'm used to insects." Siran asked curiously, "Are you familiar with insects?" Wee Kyung nodded and told, "At that time I was young. When I went into the bathroom, the floor broke, and I fell down. Must have fallen into a pile of feces. I think I fell down the drain." Siran wondered again, "Did you also stumble at that time?" Wee Kyung recounted in a calm voice, "Yes, I survived without injury. I don't remember very clearly, but the wooden floor seemed quite loose." Siran looked at Wee Kyung with sympathy. He had seen her go through many unfortunate things in the past 3 weeks. Wee Kyung continued her story with a smile and sparkling eyes. "There was no light at all, and I couldn't find my way out. The place was full of sewage. I really thought I was going to die there. But, it was interesting, there were some luminous dots in the distance, so, I followed the light and saw the faint outline of the sewer. Of course, I couldn't leave the sewer like that. I was curious about the light, so I followed them." When Wee Kyung got to this part, she subconsciously looked up as if expecting to see those luminous spots again. Wee Kyung chuckled as she reminisced, "After following them for a long time, I caught one of them. It turned out to be a beetle. The light was coming from its abdomen." Siran blinked a few times in surprise and said, I think, that must be a firefly, and it's not a kind of insect that lives in a place like this. Wee Kyung firmly replied, but it was there, and thanks to it, I was able to find my way out. Siran didn't want to argue or make Wee Kyung upset about this, so he agreed with her. Well, then maybe it's not the kind of insect I know, maybe it's not a firefly. However, as soon as Siran listened to Wee Kyung's description of the beetle, he was sure it was a firefly, so a thought flashed through his mind. It's interesting, the fact that we are in a place where fireflies can't reach, could it be? At this moment, the exit leading to the basement of the Su family's hunter's hut appeared before them. Fortunately, they didn't have to walk too long in the sewer. As they reached the stairs leading to the exit, Siran stopped Wee Kyung and said, "From now on, I will go first. There will be no sound or light coming from the exit. No one will be there." Siran slowly climbed the creaking stairs. Even though he tried to move gently, he couldn't avoid making noise because the wooden stairs had been wet for a long time. Before reaching the door, Siran carefully instructed Wee Kyung, "Just in case, if anything happens, turn around and run immediately. Don't hesitate and don't look back." Do you remember? Although Siran said these words out of habit, it made the atmosphere become tense to the point of suffocation. Wee Kyung nodded because she didn't think it was necessary to argue with Siran. They had done this many times in the past 3 weeks and survived until now. Looking up at the closed door after Siran went up, Wee Kyung tried to encourage herself. Wee Jun has been attacking until now, and that means he's losing patience. If we get out of here, we will have a chance to fight back. Wee Kyung nervously intertwined her legs while waiting for Siran to come back and report that everything above was fine. Although she and Siran had just met, he had helped her a lot. Now just listen and wait here. But she suddenly heard the sound of fighting coming down from above. The sound was faint and intermittent, but she thought it sounded like fighting. Wee Kyung thought it would be fine to go up and check a little, so she gently walked up the stairs. The sound became louder as she got closer to the door. Saren's instructions were still ringing in her ears, but Wee Kyung deliberately ignored it without even realizing it. In a flash, Wee Kyung had climbed the last step and burst out the door with a knife in hand. Damn it, why did I do this? Although she knew that this was a reckless and foolish act, Wee Kyung didn't want to witness anyone else losing their life because of her anymore, so she ran straight towards the big door, following the sound of fierce fighting. In the darkness, it was difficult to see what was happening outside, but the clash of weapons could be heard clearly. Wee Kyung stopped a distance from the big door and carefully looked at the situation outside. Tonight, the moon is hidden behind the clouds and everyone is only swinging their swords based on the faint light reflected from the swords, making it difficult to see anything. However, the lizard man is easier to spot when standing among the small humans. Wee Kyung saw Saren's shadow and immediately shouted, "Siran." Siran was startled and turned his head towards the door and was surprised. "Wee Kyung. Why did you come up here?" Wee Kyung didn't answer but continued to run out the door. As she got closer, she realized that Siran was badly injured. There was even a spear stuck in his back. Behind the fighting men was a skinny man. It was Wee Jun. He laughed arrogantly when he saw Wee Kyung walking into a trap. "It's too late. This lizard man is as good as dead. He won't survive." Siran was disgusted by his mocking smile, so he growled back, "Shut up, Wee Jun." Wee Jun looked at Siran as if he was seeing something strange. "You still have the strength to speak." If Siran was a normal human, this level of injury could have killed him long ago. Siran gritted his teeth and replied, "I can do more than just talk." Wee Jun got angry and immediately ordered his subordinates to charge and attack again. 2 soldiers ran towards Siran, one charged straight ahead, the other ran from behind. A quarter of the moon appeared for a moment through the clouds and quickly disappeared, but at that moment, Saren's eyes suddenly lit up. Siran grabbed the spear held by the soldier charging forward and turned around. The soldier lost his balance and fell. At the same time, Siran used his other hand to grab the sword and cut the neck of the soldier running towards him from behind and used his tail to hit his back. Then, he stepped on the neck of the fallen soldier with the spear, directly breaking his neck and breathing heavily. No scream could be heard, only the sound of bones breaking. About 15 other soldiers were startled and hesitated to attack Siran after witnessing what he could do. Siran snorted at the human soldiers who were scared as if he found them ridiculous. Then, he grabbed the head of the spear and pierced it through his chest and wrapped his tail around the remaining part of the spear shaft sticking out from his back. Siran still had the presence of mind to ask Wee Kyung, "Do you know that the right thing to do is to run?" Siran snapped the spear that was bothering him without making any noise. His question confused Wee Kyung for a moment, but then she had to nod in agreement that it was right. As Wee Kyung went to stand closer to Siran, he glanced at her with worried eyes. "Why did you choose the wrong thing to do?" Their eyes met. Wee Kyung awkwardly explained, I don't know. All I know is that people sometimes make the wrong choices, even if it will lead them to their destruction. Finishing her words, Wee Kyung glared at the enemy and gripped the knife in her hand without showing any fear. Siran understood that what Wee Kyung said was right and could only laugh bitterly in agreement with her. Let's use the word people, not human. Wee Kyung tilted her head in doubt. Why? Siran finally revealed, because the leader told me to protect you, but he didn't tell me to risk my life to protect you. He told me that if things get dangerous, I can give up and go home. Wee Kyung felt strange and wondered, then why are you still here? In the past 3 weeks, there were many situations where not only her life but also Saren's life was in danger, but it's true that he never gave up. Siran just smiled and replied, didn't you say that yourself, Wee Kyung? You don't know why, but sometimes people still make the wrong choices. They choose it even if it will lead to their destruction. Meanwhile, someone whispered to Wee Jun, who was standing in the distance, and the information made him frown. So what? I know. Then, Wee Jun offered a reward to the soldiers who were still hesitating. Whoever kills Wee Kyung and that lizard man, I will reward them with a chest of silk and brocade. Seeing that the soldiers were still standing still, Wee Jun impatiently urged, why are you still standing there without killing them? A soldier said softly, the lizardman's power is truly amazing, and there are also rumors that he is the chosen one. Wee Jun immediately laughed mockingly, don't be so stupid. If he is the chosen one as rumored, why hide his power until he is stabbed in the back? Right, the rumor spread by Wee Kyung about Siran before still had an effect on the soldiers. However, it seemed that Wee Jun knew it was not true. Wee Jun even spread out his fan with a challenging look and said to Siran, Lizard Man, if you can really create and summon lightning, hit me. Seeing that Siran was silent, Wee Jun continued to talk about an old rumor. As far as I know, the number of chosen ones is limited, so the green beetle god doesn't need to pay attention to a low-level warrior like him. In fact, Wee Jun himself didn't know if the rumor was true, but he thought it would be worthwhile to bring it up if it helped the soldiers maintain their fighting spirit. The soldiers' eyes changed. All of them wanted to charge at Siran and Wee Kyung, but Saren's eyes were not directed at the enemy but glanced to the right. To his right was a wall. As far as Siran remembered, it accumulated a lot of salt crystals, so it might lead to a salt mine. Siran whispered to Wee Kyung, we will run to the right. It will be very difficult to break through all of them if I carry you, so you have to follow me closely. Wee Kyung worriedly frowned, but there's still the wall. Siran replied with an unrelated topic, like Wee Jun said, I don't have the ability to create lightning, but I'm definitely not a low-level warrior. Wee Kyung thought it was obvious and nodded. I knew that from the first time we met. Siran asked again, so how high do you think I rank? Wee Kyung thought that Saren's question seemed quite childish considering their current situation, and he continued to say, the leader is the leader. We don't argue about his strength. Yer is the best warrior in our tribe, and I am the second best warrior. People often don't remember the second best. Wee Kyung can feel the hurt that Siran is suffering because of his words. Everyone's praise will always go to the leader. If not for this situation, he wouldn't reveal his weakness like that, but aside from that, Saren's will was very strong. He glanced at the approaching soldiers and told Wee Kyung, remember, we'll go right. Wee Kyung exclaimed, but I told you there's a wall there. Siran resolutely replied, soon, it won't be anymore. Wee Kyung wondered what would happen when Siran dashed forward. She closed her eyes and followed him. Wee Jun and his soldiers would never be able to predict what Siran would do. The retreat path that Siran was on was a stone wall, but it was soft and could be easily broken with a low-quality iron chisel. People would usually find a way to go around it. However, Siran thought differently. The second-best warrior had the authority to handle things in their own way. He placed his right arm on his left shoulder and bent down, smashing into the wall, causing it to break apart and disappear into the darkness. A dust storm rose from the collapsed wall, obscuring everyone's vision. He quickly ran through the dust storm and then disappeared into the hole Siran had made. After a moment of confusion, a soldier shouted to Wee Jun, he broke the wall. Wee Jun roared and ordered his soldiers, I see, what are you standing there for? Don't chase them. The soldiers took a moment to light each other's torches before chasing after them. They claimed the dust had made it too dark around them, but anyone could see they were all trying to buy time. They didn't want to be the first one to chase after Siran and encounter him. The inner structure of the salt mine was very simple, making it easy to track Siran and Wee Kyung's path. They could only keep trying to move forward, hoping to choose the right way out. And as the path became narrower, it was difficult for someone as large as Siran to move comfortably. Blood continued to drip from his wounds. Saren's wounds became worse. As they went deeper into the mine, Siran began to limp. Wee Kyung had to help him walk. Damn it, are you okay? just hold on a little longer, Siran. For a long stretch after that, Wee Kyung tried her best to support Siran while he bandaged his wounds to stop the bleeding. Finally, they saw light reflecting from both sides of the tunnel walls, illuminating the darkness. However, this light wasn't what they were expecting. Wee Kyung looked at the void in front of her with a grim expression. Damn it, I should have chosen a better route. I live here. Siran smiled reassuringly at Wee Kyung. It's too dark to find our way, and Wee Kyung, you're not a miner. Wee Kyung decided not to blame herself after hearing Siran's words, but she couldn't dispel her disappointment as she looked at the dead end at the end of the tunnel. Damn it, what do we do now? Seeing Siran still gasping for breath, Wee Kyung worriedly suggested, Siran, wouldn't it be better to pull that spear out and rest? Siran shook his head wearily. No, without another treatment, the blood will gush out if we do that. Then I'd have to fight not only Wee Jun but also my own burn. I could die. Siran said this while wrapping his hand in his blood-soaked clothes, regulating his breathing. Although he didn't say it, he was really feeling a lot of pain and worry. He could only force himself to stay calm in the face of danger. There are things that are inevitable. Wee Kyung, hearing that, Wee Kyung felt like something she had long been holding back was about to overflow again. It was tears. Hearing Wee Kyung sobbing, Siran raised his head in astonishment. Wee Kyung, are you crying? Wee Kyung sniffled and wiped her tears, warning Siran, don't mock me, it's not the time for that. Siran confusedly comforted her. No, it's because, I'm curious, are you crying because of me? Wee Kyung burst into tears and shouted angrily, yes, you big lizard, how can you say you're curious about something when you're about to die? Siran hurriedly reassured her, don't worry, I've seen many people, both enemies and comrades, die from spear wounds. I don't know much, but I know that if I can still move this much, my chances of survival are very high if treated properly. Wee Kyung couldn't believe Siran's words and cried even harder. Don't talk like you're talking about someone else. How can you be treated properly in a situation like this? Always like this. Everyone around me has bad luck. Siran's mind went blank for a second, and he knew that it was because he lost too much blood, but he was still able to stay conscious until now, so he knew he wouldn't die that easily. Problem stupid. Wee Kyung is blaming herself, making Siran feel sorry for her. Are you thinking about your curse? Do you think all this happened because of the curse? Wee Kyung was just silent, but Siran knew the answer. He told her, we have figured out a lot of things in the past 3 weeks, so let's try to do it again, starting with the answer is that she, Wee Kyung, is not cursed. Wee Kyung wiped her tears with the back of her hand and asked Siran, why? Siran slowly analyzed. Think about the traps and attacks you've encountered over the past 3 weeks. Your siblings are always behind those schemes. It's not a coincidence or because some god is cursing you somewhere out there. The people who clearly harbor hostility are the ones who have attacked you, Wee Kyung. Of course you want to say that all that hostility stems from your curse, but think in the opposite direction. How could you have survived until now? You meeting me, the goblin boss deciding to help you in exchange for Silk, the member of the Gyo clan helping you even though you owed him interest from the cart incident, as well as the truth the Sioux miner told us, and the secret of the fishmonger that saved our lives. All of these, aren't they the result of coincidence? Wee Kyung, do you know what these positive coincidences are called? Wee Kyung's face lit up for a moment. It's good luck, right? Siran nodded and slowly sat down to rest. You're right, it's good luck. Do you remember the first time we met on the cliff and you got injured because the cart rolled down the ravine? I checked the cart when I went down there to get silk for you. The wheel was broken because someone tampered with the axle. At that time, I couldn't tell you because I wasn't sure of my guess, and I suspected it was one of your siblings. Siran paused to allow Wee Kyung to absorb the truth and think more. Wee Kyung exclaimed in shock, what? But I borrowed the cart before the succession battle really started. Siran nodded and continued to voice his concerns. I find it strange too, because up until then, the succession battle wasn't a battle where siblings would openly kill each other like that, and the one who lent you the cart was the Gyo patriarch. Even though the Gyo clan supported Wee Dan wasn't hostile towards you, so it seems like the Gyo clan had no reason to do that. I also find another thing strange. How could a child collapse a toilet floor? Even if the toilet was dilapidated, it wouldn't be to the point where someone as thin as you could collapse it, right? Siran's suspicions were completely reasonable. And he had ignited the flame of suspicion that had long been buried in Wee Kyung's heart. Don't you find it strange that someone would want to kill you, the least important person in this battle for years, intentionally? The evidence of deliberate intervention in the accident shows that someone has been continuously targeting you for a while. Wee Kyung thought time had stopped for a moment. A familiar dark voice rang out. It was the voice of her heart that had been absent for 3 weeks. That's right, you were born blessed, not cursed. However, there is someone afraid of your power. Don't you know the answer to this mystery? Wee Kyung was both confused and had a headache as she tried to shut out that voice. Shut up, I told you to be quiet. Siran started to worry when he saw Wee Kyung having a headache, but Wee Kyung quickly regained her composure. No, there's nothing, now is not the time to worry about me. Wee Kyung wished that good luck existed, however, she still thought it wasn't on her side. At this moment, they could hear many footsteps from the entrance of the salt mine, and the shouts echoing and were getting clearer. They're there, hurry and chase them. Hundreds of steps away from them, along the straight corridor of the mine, Wee Jun swaggered forward. That lizard is losing a lot of blood. And this is a salt mine, he won't be able to break the walls and escape like he did before. Wee Jun chuckled triumphantly as he looked at Siran struggling to stand up. His words seemed to boost the morale of the soldiers. The warriors slowly advanced towards Siran with their spears and swords. Wee Kyung also stood up and stood beside Siran without faltering. Wee Kyung still didn't believe in good luck, especially her own, but she had learned how to fight alongside Siran without getting in his way during the past 3 weeks, so they decided to join forces and face Wee Jun's army to the end. Wee Kyung gritted her teeth, encouraging herself, okay, at least I won't die because of my curse. If I die, it's only my fault. It was as if Siran was still by her side, even though he thought it was very dangerous. However, even in this desperate situation, Siran could still say, I believe in your luck, Wee Kyung. The shouts of warriors echoed through the salt mine. Along the straight corridor of the mine, dozens of people were charging forward with swords and spears raised high, while Wee Jun stood smugly behind them watching the spectacle. The soldiers saw Siran was much weaker, and he didn't seem to have the ability to fight back strongly anymore, so they all charged forward without fear like before. Although the tunnel was quite narrow, it was still wide enough for 3 people to run forward at the same time. When the soldiers and their weapons were closer than 30 steps, a blue light flashed between Siran and the group of soldiers. Wee Kyung's prediction of her death seemed to be wrong. The soldiers' steps immediately slowed down and stopped as the blue light became increasingly dazzling. Siran, Wee Kyung, Wee Jun, and all his soldiers were mesmerized for a moment by the vibrant blue light flashing inside the salt mine. The light formed a flickering sphere, intertwining with the lightning, casting a dark shadow behind those in the cave. Siran and Wee Kyung were both stunned, not understanding what was happening. To Siran, this energy was very familiar, but he wasn't sure if his guess was right. Not long after, those with good eyesight could see a strange square creature hovering in the air where the light appeared, and as the blue light in the mine began to fade, all those who others can also see the creature. As soon as the bright light disappeared, everyone heard a voice coming from inside their hearts, and the shape of the electric ray was completely revealed. I am Buzz. The electric ray blinked the blue light covering its body ostentatiously as it circled in the air. Buzz was the name that Rakrak forced it to accept as a condition for its freedom. Siran froze because of the strange name, while Wee Kyung, who was accustomed to surprises and novelty, also looked stunned upon hearing this name and instinctively asked, Are you Buzz? Buzz didn't react at all. It was the result of much training so that it would no longer feel ashamed of this ridiculous name. Then, Buzz looked at Siran and spoke to him. Siran Mule, you have been chosen. However, Siran didn't seem happy to hear that he was chosen, while Wee Jun's soldiers seemed confused and hesitant, not daring to approach Buzz because they had never seen anything so magical. The soldiers hesitantly glanced at each other. Chosen? No way, he's the chosen one, the lizard. Seeing his subordinates silently retreating, Wee Jun trembled with anger. You cowards, we're about to finish this. What are you hesitating for, idiots? Actually, he was also feeling self-reproach for being stupid because earlier, the earless tribe had sent people to ask for his help, but he was afraid that he would be controlled by the angry tooth god of the earless tribe after he succeeded, so he refused. Now, seeing the people and the god of the black-scaled lizard tribe helping Wee Kyung, he couldn't help but feel regret and vented his anger on the soldiers. Who cares what it is? If you're scared, then draw your bows and arrows and shoot. But nothing changed even as he yelled like that. Buzz looked towards Wee Jun and the soldiers, then back at Siran and Wee Kyung. There are some uncomfortable things here, and that human woman, oh, well, no, it's fine, I'm just here to carry out the will of the god. Siran still hadn't accepted the fact that he had become the chosen one because there were only 5 chosen ones in the black-scaled lizard tribe, Rakrak, Zael, Ur, Owen, and the Starcatcher. No one knew why, but until now, they were the only ones who had received the special grace of the god, so Siran being chosen meant. Siran asked Buzz directly, one of the chosen ones has died, hasn't he? Buzz's light dimmed instead of blinking as he heard Siran's unexpected question. It's the Starcatcher. Siran was briefly stunned because while he was staying in the automation to protect Wee Kyung, the news of the Starcatcher's death hadn't reached him. He closed his eyes for a moment and expressed his grief by mumbling to himself. Then, he asked Buzz, "Why me?" Buzz wiggled his two fins innocently. "The god chose you himself, so I don't actually know the reason, but perhaps you should think you deserve it. Aren't you the second best warrior in your tribe?" Hearing these words, Siran slowly nodded, acknowledging the god's recognition. Buzz continued, "Now you don't need to worry about those people anymore. Now you will act on behalf of the god, and when you do, you can borrow his power." With that, Buzz's body flashed brightly. Siran asked in surprise, "You mean, starting when?" Buzz answered briefly, "Starting right now." Buzz glowed as it disappeared, exactly like when it appeared. Then, the salt mine sank back into darkness, except for a few burning torches. The soldiers were still dazedly looking at Siran, not daring to approach him. Wee Kyung whispered softly, "So, that strange creature is," Siran replied, "it's the overseer of the power of thunder on behalf of the blue-armored beetle god." Seeing his soldiers standing like wooden statues, Wee Jun yelled again, urging them, "What are you waiting for? The monster is gone, attack them." At this time, Siran grabbed the spear with his right hand, as if wanting to pull out the remaining part of the spear that protruded forward, and made a low sound. Wee Kyung couldn't help but worry, standing in front of him. "What are you doing?" Siran replied in a broken voice, "I'm fine. I've become full of energy after gaining power, and this pain, it's nothing." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out the remaining part of the spear protruding forward without a single cry. Wee Kyung knew that the pain wasn't nothing when she looked at the expression on Saren's face, but she decided not to say anything. She wanted to protect the warrior's pride. As soon as the spearhead was pulled out of his body, a lightning bolt flashed, burning his wound before the blood could flow out. It smelled like burning flesh, but Siran didn't seem to feel as much pain as Wee Kyung imagined. Looking at the soldiers who were fiercely charging forward to attack, Siran narrowed his eyes and said to Wee Kyung, "I thought there would have to be a ceremony and a complex process to follow, and people would have to practice to get used to the new power, but I guess not. The power is inside me, and I know exactly how to use it." Wee Kyung chuckled as she saw Siran becoming stronger. "So, it is like that, but I don't think they understand what just happened." Siran held the sword in his right hand and extended his left palm towards the soldiers. Electric light began to flicker between his fingers. Wee Kyung was the first to notice what was about to happen and quickly covered her ears out of habit when there was thunder, but she had a mischievous smile on her lips. Siran whispered with a confident voice, "Well, then I have to make them understand, don't I?" In the blink of an eye, thunder echoed through the cave. Those closest to Siran could only see a blinding light, while the soldiers farther away saw a bolt of lightning shooting out from his left hand and striking the corner of the salt mine, shaking the tunnel. The light flashed and spread in a corner of the tunnel, causing the soldiers who were struck by lightning to no longer have time to see anything, only to hear the screams coming from their stiff, gaping mouths. People standing near people who were struck by lightning also screamed in horror. It was easy to know what happened to those who were struck by lightning through the smell of burning flesh and white steam rising from their bodies. As the thunder reverberated through the tunnel subsided, some soldiers fell to the ground with convulsing bodies, some even charred, smelling of burning. Most of the surviving soldiers threw their spears and ran away. Some fainted on the spot. Even Wee Jun disappeared from Saren's sight in a flash. Cries and screams intertwined. Only a few words could be heard. That's the chosen one, run." However, Siran didn't chase after those who ran away. He simply lowered his head, looked at his hand, and gasped for breath. Wee Kyung approached Siran with a look of disbelief. "You okay?" Siran gradually regained his breath. "I'm fine. I just think I should use this power carefully. It's too much for one person. Now I know why the gods only grant this power to a few." Wee Kyung nodded after looking down at the lightning-struck corpses and wondered, with this power, why wouldn't the black-scaled lizard tribe fight the earless tribe? Siran wiped his sweat and said, "I don't really know much about the earless tribe, but I think it's because that tribe also has something similar, and I realize there's a problem with this power." Wee Kyung tilted her head curiously. "What kind of problem?" Siran explained while slowly sitting down. "This power can't be used indefinitely. I feel a bit mentally exhausted. I think I should rest and need to smoke some herbs to recover, like Owen usually does." Wee Kyung worriedly leaned down beside Siran. "Oh my god, are you sure you're okay? What will happen if all that energy is used up?" Siran smiled to reassure Wee Kyung. "Don't worry, I'm just tired, and I still have enough energy. I feel much better because the bleeding has stopped." Saren's condition didn't seem very good to Wee Kyung, but she still nodded. After he rested for a while, they stood up and this time, they moved back out of the mine. There were a few more clashes in the salt mine after that. Wee Jun didn't give up. He reorganized the soldiers who had escaped and blocked the entrance to the mine. But Siran defeated them all with the power of lightning, with a simple snap of his fingers. Because the amount of power used in these encounters was not significant, Siran didn't lose much more energy. They continued to approach the entrance of the mine quickly. At this time, in the sky hundreds of meters above automation, Hegemonia was watching the situation in the mine anxiously. I can't let this continue. Nebula, I didn't want to go this far, but you forced my hand. With that, Hegemonia tapped frantically on the system with eyes that were literally burning. As Siran and Wee Kyung were about to escape, a growl suddenly echoed from the path ahead of them. Siran immediately stood in front of Wee Kyung and told her to move back. Very soon after, a large, furry foot emerged from the darkness. It was the paw of a creature resembling a tiger, but much more ferocious. It was a saber-toothed tiger wandering in the mine. Of course, it didn't stray in here. Hegemonia brought it to eliminate Wee Kyung. While Wee Kyung screamed in panic, Siran was already ready to fight, his eyes full of doubt looking at the saber-toothed tiger. What's a saber-toothed tiger doing here? Immediately after, neither side had time to roar and exchange words before they charged at each other. Lightning flashed again, illuminating the tunnel, and the fierce roar of the saber-toothed tiger was silenced instantly. No matter how ferocious the saber-toothed tiger was, it couldn't avoid being electrocuted and thrown to the ground. Siran frowned as he looked at it lying flat on the ground. A saber-toothed tiger crossed the walls of automation and entered the salt mine. I can't make sense of it, Wee Kyung said, also feeling dazed. I know, too many strange things are happening. I wonder if this saber-toothed tiger appeared like Buzz. Then, Siran looked towards the end of the path leading out of the mine with a thoughtful look. I fear something else is waiting for us outside. Although they knew there was danger waiting outside, they had no other choice but to continue. Siran, after resting for a while longer, walked ahead to protect Wee Kyung. When Wee Kyung and Siran emerged from the salt mine, only Wee Jun and about 15 soldiers remained, but a part of those soldiers were hiding in the shadows on the roof of the mine. Wee Jun clenched the fan in his hand. As if he was deeply wronged, he stared at Wee Kyung with accusing eyes. Damn it, why do you always have to push me to the limit? Wee Kyung thought he was ridiculous and sighed. Who started this mess first? Wee Jun narrowed his eyes, menacingly blaming Wee Kyung. You're the one who brought that vicious lizard into our stronghold. You're the one who dragged those gnolls and foul-smelling lizards into this succession war, when it should be a fight between siblings. Wee Kyung strongly retorted. Since when did we have those kinds of rules? Wee Jun continued to criticize fiercely, to the point of spitting. Don't be stupid, you can never see the bigger picture. Do you think automation will be fine if you become the Lord with the help of outsiders? Humans will be pushed aside and devoured by another species. Even if you're lucky and that doesn't happen, automation will still be in danger because of the earless tribes or black-scaled lizard tribes' interests. Do you really want to see the walls of automation attacked? With Saren's support, Wee Kyung calmly stepped forward, boldly replying, Wee Jun, you're the one who's foolish. Father shed blood, sweat, and tears to protect automation, but that also means we've become passive because we can't easily change and adapt. This world is vast and immense. There are many other great tribes like the earless tribe and the black-scaled lizard tribe out there, along the northern coastline and across the continent, but Father didn't want to engage or trade with any of them because he was afraid their interests would clash, and this is the result of that. Seeing the argument becoming heated, causing both Siran and Wee Kyung to seem unguarded, Wee Jun shouted, "Shut up and die!" Immediately, the soldiers ambushing behind Siran jumped down with sharp spears. However, Siran sensed the surprise attack and reacted in a blink of an eye. With a few basic sword strikes, he cut the two ambushing soldiers into pieces. The sight made Wee Jun both angry and terrified. He clenched his teeth. What kind of demonic power is that? He should have been exhausted long ago. Wee Kyung couldn't stand his stubbornness and pointed her finger in his face. Wee Jun, are you done causing trouble? Honestly, I don't know if the outcome will be bad or not, but every relationship is a deal. If you gain something, you'll lose something too. The walls of automation can be attacked. What does that mean? As far as I know, automation has the highest fortifications in this area. Tell anyone to attack if they're confident enough. Father couldn't put his most valuable commercial product on the scales because he loved and cherished it too much. Wee Jun tried to interject, but Wee Kyung didn't stop talking. She declared with a burning determination in her eyes, I know what Father fears, but I'm not a coward like him. I will get something greater by abandoning the limitations of automation. Wee Jun suddenly laughed menacingly. Oh, you not only look like a cursed person, but you think like a cursed monster too. Anyway, I never considered you a sibling, never. With that, Wee Jun dramatically spread his fan and waved it in front of himself. Wee Kyung noticed Wee Jun's eyes were directed towards something behind her as he spread the fan. Her intuition told her something was wrong. Was he looking at Siran? No, it wasn't that, it was something further away. Wee Kyung tried to turn around, but she could sense it was too late. Wee Jun was signaling something with the action of spreading his fan. She quickly realized he had prepared a final move. Wee Kyung guessed that the signal was sent to an assassin hiding somewhere behind her. There were bags of salt stacked on the small storage area at the entrance of the salt mine, and the enemy was likely hiding there. Wee Kyung also thought they might attack with an arrow because she was too far for someone to throw a dagger from that hiding place. She could even visualize the shape of the arrow and the trajectory it would take, thanks to the guidance of the shadow that always followed her. Wee Kyung realized she wasn't thinking alone. She was talking to a voice inside her. What, you again? The shadow interrupted Wee Kyung with a disgruntled click of its tongue. Are you going to tell me to be quiet even in the face of life-threatening danger? It's going to attack her right in the heart. You'll die if you stay like this, and so will I. Do you think you can stop the arrow? The shadow became serious, making Wee Kyung unable to ignore it anymore. She honestly replied, I think not. The shadow said directly, right, you're too slow. Siran might have noticed as soon as the arrow was fired, but he might be a beat slower when trying to block it. Seeing Wee Kyung confused in her tension, the shadow suggested to her, try to think of how we can stop this arrow. Wee Kyung asked back, bewildered, how can we stop an arrow that's already been fired? The shadow continued to encourage Wee Kyung, use your imagination, think about the bowstring being drawn, the assassin taking a deep breath, and when they aim at you, what could happen? You've missed a lot because your horns haven't fully developed yet, but just think about anything. Wee Kyung suddenly had a thought, I don't know, if the wind blows. Then, the voice of the shadow, which seemed to be angry, calmed down with a chuckle, wind, I understand, all right, the wind is always with us. Come, wind, rise up. As the shadow said these words, Wee Kyung could feel something happening even without turning her head. She felt a strong gust of wind behind her. Immediately, the arrow flying towards Wee Kyung lost its power and trajectory after being caught in a sudden whirlwind. Wee Kyung's miraculous luck made Siran open her eyes wide in surprise, while Wee Jun gaped with a pale face of terror. The wind itself wasn't strange because they were in front of a tunnel, but it was strange that the wind was strong enough to reverse a flying arrow. Even Wee Kyung did not expect that a real wind would prevent danger just in the nick of time as she expected. Then, she brought with her a sense of bewilderment and asked the shadow, what are you, a curse, or luck? The shadow replied, are you asking about the nature of my existence? I am not a curse as you think, nor am I a misfortune haunting you, but to speak of me as the lizard man explained about luck is still incomplete. I am a complex being. I choose the right path among all the endless possibilities that unfold in the future. I determine the feasible and infeasible paths, and choose the path that brings the greatest benefits. Wee Kyung looked at the arrow falling in front of her in a daze and mumbled, can you explain it more simply? The shadow cracked a mischievous smile, I am the manipulator of fate. At this moment, a system window appeared in front of Sung Woon. Wee Kyung's demonic magic had revealed its nature. The hidden demonic magic was revealed. The demonic magic revealed was probability demonic magic, also known as manipulating fate. Just then, Sung Woon hears Hegemonia screaming through the video call. No way, isn't that a curse? Sung Woon casually shrugged, of course, do you think I'm crazy enough to choose a cursed individual? Hegemonia screamed even more helplessly, no. But when I looked at Wee Kyung's character profile, she definitely looked like a cursed person. How come she suddenly has demonic magic power? What the heck is going on? Hegemonia was screaming madly and pulling his hair even though he didn't have a single hair on his head. Sung Woon tried to hold back his laughter and said, who can fake that profile? It was there before we came to this world. Hegemonia slammed the table angrily, damn it, but why do you know she has demonic magic? Actually, it's been quite a while since Sung Woon first interfered with automation, but Wee Kyung was born before all the players were summoned to this world, so he didn't really know what kind of demonic magic she had from the beginning, and neither did Hegemonia, so it's no wonder he thought the demonic magic she possessed was cursed. Sung Woon just narrowed his eyes at the screen without explaining anything. Every unique entity in the Forgotten World has a profile tab that can be checked when the player clicks on See More. This tab provides a brief summary of the entity's life since the character was born or existed. Wee Kyung's profile has quite a lot of accidents, it has to be said. She's as unlucky as can be. Besides the incidents mentioned earlier, she was also attacked by a masked thug, attacked by a pack of wild dogs overnight, because in the Forgotten World, there are good demonic magic like the electric demonic magic that Rak possesses, and there are also bad demonic magic, which are easily mistaken for curses. In fact, Sung-won thought that it was very normal for hegemonia and most players to mistake probability demonic magic for bad luck curses. Even he thought so at first when the profile information only listed the incidents without specifying the hidden cause behind them. 8 years ago, Sung-won started observing some individuals at Automation, and the most unusual character to draw his attention was Wee Kyung. That attention led him to discover an assassination attempt on her. One of the maids inside Automation Castle used a hammer to hit the bathroom floor so hard that the floor would break if anyone stepped on it. At first, Sung-won didn't know what it was, but after seeing Wee Kyung fall down the sewer, he soon realized that it was an assassination attempt on her, not anyone else. If she fell down the sewer, she might die, and if she didn't die, she would at least break her limbs and eventually starve to death, unable to find her way out of the dark sewer. And even if she found her way out and survived, there would be no way for her to find out who planned it. All the incidents in Wee Kyung's profile seem like accidents, but they could also be the result of someone's intervention, so this might not be the first attempt on her life. Moreover, Sung-won was even more surprised to see that she had survived all this, without even getting injured. Sung-won then created fireflies to guide Wee Kyung to escape from the dark underground sewer. But he quickly realized that she could still survive without fireflies to guide her. This is when Sung-won discovered the truth that Wee Kyung was not cursed with any bad luck, but she possessed probability demonic magic. Sung-won knew that curses could be useful, but it was really a burden when the character had it at the beginning because they were still physically developing. Curses of bad luck or misfortune were also the worst curses. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his heart. It was lucky that he harvested demonic magic this time. After a while of not getting an explanation from Sung-won, Hegemonia, who was annoyed, suddenly burst into laughter. Whatever, forget the reason, it's over now. Summoning a saber-toothed tiger to buy some time is worth it. Sung-won clicked his tongue sarcastically. I guess you know that's a shameless act. Anyway, do you mean it's over? Hegemonia laughed loudly from inside his helmet. You don't understand. I've bought enough time. I win. Sung-won smiled silently under his mask. Really, let's see. Meanwhile, Automation City was opening its doors to welcome Wee Seo back as dawn was just breaking. Witnessing the bloody battle taking place, Wee Seo's 2 eyebrows immediately furrowed. Stop it all, Wee Jun Wee Kyung. Seeing that, Hegemonia arrogantly chuckled. You must have forgotten because you were too focused on Wee Seo's children fighting each other. But our contradictory prophecy is about who will be chosen as Wee Seo's successor. First of all, as long as Wee Seo is there, all of Automation's soldiers will follow his orders, even if those soldiers belong to a certain clan. Only when the Lord is absent will they act on their own accord as long as they don't go against the Lord's wishes. Sung-won replied casually. So what? Hegemonia confidently declared. What do you mean? Wee Seo will definitely choose Wee Jun as the next successor. Maybe you will choose right now, and Wee Kyung can't do anything after the decision is made. The chair of the Automation Lord is very special. It's not something that can be taken by just killing Wee Seo, and if the legitimacy is broken, all the other clans will not just stand by and do nothing. In fact, what Hegemonia said has a basis. Because Wee Jun shares the same political views as Wee Seo, although Wee Kyung's way of thinking is more correct, but it's different from Wee Seo. And Wee Seo knows all of this. It's no wonder that people would side with those who share the same views. Sung-won remained indifferent, standing still with his arms crossed. No, his own speculation was wrong. Why would Wee Seo choose Wee Jun as his successor? To be precise, why are you so sure that Wee Seo will choose Wee Jun, and not Wee Kyung? At this moment, Hegemonia's eyes left Wee Seo and looked at Sung-won with suspicion. Hey, wait, did you just smile? Hegemonia felt like something was wrong, but he still held a great hope as he looked at Wee Seo standing between Wee Jun and Wee Kyung. Wee Seo declared with sharp eyes, there's no need to fight anymore. I will choose the next successor right here, right now. Wee Jun seemed a little surprised, but thought this was a pretty good development because he believed in his ability to become the next lord. However, Wee Kyung seemed to think differently as she looked at Wee Seo. Father, I have something to tell you first. Wee Seo heard these words quite often, so he almost instinctively replied, I'm busy now, let's talk later. But when he looked into Wee Kyung's eyes, his mind seemed to go blank. Have your horns grown longer? Wee Kyung nodded in response. Yes, and you've shaved. Wee Seo replied indifferently. Yes, what do you want to tell me? Hearing this, Wee Kyung closed her eyes as if she was gathering courage. She always thought that the words about to come out of her mouth would be very difficult to say, but in reality, It was easier than she thought. Why do you want to kill me so much? Wee Seo just remained silent, his hand clenched tightly and his face darkened. Wee Jun and those around him stared at Wee Seo as if they didn't understand what Wee Kyung was saying. After a long silence, Wee Seo didn't deny it, but asked Wee Kyung back, when did you know? Wee Kyung gave a bitter smile. I think I've known for a long time, but I just convinced myself that it wasn't true, because I didn't want to believe it was true. I also know that you believe that mother died giving birth to me. When Wee Kyung revealed this heartbreaking truth, Siran saw her hands clenched tightly in sorrow. But the truth is not only that. Wee Kyung gently tapped one of her horns with her finger and continued, because I was born with these damn horns, so you think I have a damn curse. Wee Seo lowered his head in silence for a moment. Maybe you don't remember Ryo. It's been a long time since Wee Kyung heard that name, but she knew that was her mother's name. Wee Seo was ready to admit all of Wee Kyung's accusations without avoiding them. Yes, I believe that Ryo died because of you, although Ryo didn't die giving birth, but she had a very high fever. The midwife said she was too weak to give birth. I have been married to 3 women, but Ryo is the only one I truly love with all my heart. I have tried my best and done everything I could to protect automation, but looking back, I see my journey is filled with scars. When I thought I couldn't go on anymore, Ryo came into my life. I thought I could continue as long as Ryo was by my side, but when I remember my deceased wife, Wee Seo's voice finally choked with pain. As expected, Wee Kyung's horn didn't contain any curse, but Wee Seo even told everyone that she was born ripping open her mother's belly with her horn. If you think about it, it seems strange because horns grow slowly and wouldn't be long enough for her to be born with them. Wee Seo seemed more tired and sad, as if he had aged 10 years in a flash. I couldn't ignore him because of the loss at that time. Wee Kyung just nodded silently. She felt somewhat relieved to be rid of the burden of carrying the blame for her mother's death. You've got what you wanted. Now you can do what you want, father. Wee Seo nodded, filled with guilt. Alright, that's enough about your mother, let's choose the successor. Wee Jun, who had been holding back what he wanted to say throughout the conversation, finally erupted with anxiety and exclaimed, Father, don't tell me you're going to decide who will become the Lord because of your personal guilt. Wee Seo looked at Wee Jun with a resolute gaze. Don't worry, Jun, even though I'm old and tired. But if it comes to this, I will only decide based on my judgment as the master of automation. As he finished, he looked towards Wee Kyung with a different attitude, as if he had silently made a decision in his heart. After meeting with the leaders of the 2 tribes, Wee Seo realized the truth that he was just a pawn on the god's chessboard, so, the only thing he could still have the freedom to decide was who would be his successor. After thinking for a long time, Wee Seo slowly opened his mouth and said, his voice slightly hoarse, I have no reason to drag this out any further, so I will decide now. The next Lord of Automation, the one who will follow me, will be Wee. Meanwhile, Hegemonia sensed a sudden shift in the situation. He clenched his fists and muttered prayers impatiently. Please, please, Lord, Buddha, Saint Allah. Sung Woon stifled a laugh at Hegemonia's bewildered expression. That won't work, we are the gods, after all. Then, his gaze returned to observe Wee Kyung. Wee Kyung couldn't see the shadow that always accompanied her, but now, after the truth about her ability was revealed, Sung Woon could see it, and it was whispering something to Wee Kyung. While everyone silently watched Wee Seo's mouth, Wee Kyung's time seemed to stop. The shadow told Wee Kyung, take a closer look at the shape of his mouth. Wee Kyung quickly understood. After the word Wee, the shape of Wee Seo's mouth was about to change. If you were going to say Jun, the shape of his mouth wouldn't change. His upper lip was slowly opening, so he was going to say Kyung. That meant Wee Kyung would be the next Lord of Automation, but Wee Kyung seemed unhappy, which made the shadow feel confused. Wee Kyung had figured something out. She saw through Wee Seo's feelings. Father is trying to escape. Although Wee Seo said he would choose fairly, he was trying to erase his guilt towards Wee Kyung by giving her the position of the next Lord. Thoughts continued to flow in Wee Kyung's mind like a stream. Rumors would spread if father did this. There would be a rumor in Automation that a father had tried to kill his own child, and for that reason, he had given the position to that child. The 4 families would then doubt the ability of the person chosen by Wee Seo, as well as the people in the city. They would think that Wee Kyung became the Lord accidentally because of her father's guilt and the support of external forces. Wee Kyung realized that if things went this way, Automation would collapse, people wouldn't listen to her, and some would leave the city. If Automation wavered, people would start talking about the 4 families, then about the Lord. They might even try to assassinate Wee Kyung. If the Lord of Automation died, someone else in Automation would become the next Lord. Some people might think it's worth the risk. The shadow whispered again, we should prevent things like that from happening. But we can't manipulate things that have inner thoughts. Then, Wee Kyung decided to solve her own problem and boldly raised her hand to speak. Father, I've thought it through carefully. Wee Seo stopped and looked at Wee Kyung with a mixture of tired surprise. What? Wee Kyung bowed her head respectfully. I have thought about this very carefully, and I thought I should be your successor, please approve it. As she said these words, Wee Kyung raised her head with a resolute gaze. Hearing those words, Siran was also quite surprised by Wee Kyung's boldness. Wee Jun immediately shouted, Father, did you hear what she said? She has no right to be your successor anymore. I can't believe she's threatening you to take the position. It's absurd. However, Wee Seo raised his hand to stop his son. Wee Seo's expression turned grim as he asked Wee Kyung, Alright, listen, you are currently with one black-scale lizard man warrior, Kyung, and you only have one sword. However, I have brought with me all the soldiers of the 4 families, the protectors of automation. These soldiers have spears and swords, some even ride horses, and some have bows. Do you really think you can threaten me in this situation, Kyung? Seeing Wee Seo say this, the soldiers behind him immediately took a step forward, as if echoing his words. But Wee Kyung remained undeterred and reached out to Siran. Siran realized Wee Kyung's intention even before she said anything, and he immediately created electricity with his palm. Wee Seo didn't react, but some of the soldiers cried out in alarm. Wee Kyung solemnly introduced, This lizard man is not an ordinary warrior of the black-scale lizard man tribe, he is the chosen one. While everyone gaped, Wee Kyung bluntly threatened, I don't know if this lizard man can kill everyone here. But I know he is capable of killing father and running away with me. As she finished, Wee Kyung's gaze fixed on Wee Seo, as if she would really dare to kill him right now if he refused. However, Wee Seo seemed to be evaluating Wee Kyung's words and didn't see any murderous intent in her eyes. Wee Jun, fearing that his father might be swayed, quickly intervened, Father, that's a lie, that lizard man is injured and exhausted. Wee Seo didn't say anything, but deep down, he knew that the power of the chosen one in the black-scale lizard man tribe wasn't something easily dealt with, as Wee Jun thought. Moreover, Rakrak was incredibly cunning, so Wee Seo was sure that he had chosen the one sent here carefully. Even though he knew that Wee Kyung's words had some basis, Wee Seo remained extremely calm and retorted, So what? What will you do with the position of the next lord if you kill me? Wee Seo could be so firm because of automation's rules. If the current lord dies without appointing a successor, the position of the next lord will go to anyone in automation. He was sure that this was not what Wee Kyung wanted. Wee Kyung remained composed and replied, Perhaps, but this warrior has promised me that the black-scale lizard man tribe will make me lord. The black-scale lizard man warriors just need to drive everyone out of the castle. Of course, some will fight back with their forces. But how can they defeat the black-scale lizard man warriors? This is a lie, but no one will think it's a lie when the chosen one is protecting Wee Kyung. Wee Seo fell into thought, and Wee Jun started to curse, You bitch, you finally revealed your true nature, how can you say something so outrageous? Wee Seo thought carefully. Until now, the Stubby Ear tribe was always the only one with the power to stop the black-scale lizard man tribe, but the Stubby Ear tribe didn't really have much influence in automation. This was because Wee Jun had tried to cut off his ties with the Stubby Ear tribe, making Siran, representing the black-scale lizard man tribe, have more influence. After his thoughts became clear, Wee Seo said dejectedly, If that's the case, then I can't do anything else. Wee Jun yelled that it couldn't be true, but everyone could still clearly hear Wee Seo's voice as he slowly walked in front of Wee Kyung. I, Wee Seo, the current Lord of Automation, declare that the next Lord of Automation is you, Wee Kyung. Hearing these words, Wee Kyung's eyes lit up. Even though she had known the outcome beforehand, the feeling of gaining the position was more exciting than she had imagined. On the contrary, Wee Seo had intended to use this position to atone for his sins, but because Wee Kyung acted as if she had successfully taken it from him, his sense of guilt couldn't subside at all. Wee Jun collapsed and fell to the ground. No way, I can't believe this ridiculous thing actually happened. The news about the new Lord of Automation spread like wildfire, and the star of all the rumors surrounding this position had to learn a lot from her father to become a lord, so she didn't even leave the palace for a few days. None of the 4 noble families opposed Wee Kyung becoming the next lord, and the wealthy residents of Automation also decided to follow Wee Seo's wishes instead of fiercely objecting. However, Automation was in a state of turmoil, with many injured and killed in the succession war. The lord had changed, and the heads of the families still hadn't fully recognized Wee Kyung. The merchants still came and went, but they were no longer as vibrant as before. For the past few days, Jun had silently watched the power handover unfold, but no unexpected events occurred, which made him incredibly resentful and frustrated. However, he could only rant and curse to himself. They just let that bitch be. Who would accept someone who collaborates with a lizard? Afterward, Wee Jun decided to leave automation, but of course, he had no intention of becoming a vagabond. After preparing everything, Wee Jun quietly went to the stables near where he was. Rumor had it that in the lands within the continent, there was a large group of humans, not as large as the earless tribe or the black-scaled lizard tribe, but still formidable. So Wee Jun decided to go there and build his strength. He thought what he had heard and seen here would be valuable. He kept telling himself, I will definitely come back. Father, you will regret this. Just as Wee Jun was about to mount his horse, a figure suddenly appeared in the darkness, making him jump in fright. Wee Jun, panicked, asked the figure in the darkness, who's there? The figure lifted their head, slowly stepping out of the darkness. Wee Jun looked closely, and was shocked to find it was Sai Ran emerging under the torchlight. He directly asked Wee Jun, where are you going, Wee Jun? Wee Jun frowned as Sai Ran pointed to his packed belongings. What do you care where I'm going? Wee Jun only hoped Sai Ran wouldn't block his path, and Sai Ran indeed just silently watched him lead his horse away without stopping him. Wee Jun doubtfully asked, you're not stopping me? Sai Ran nonchalantly replied, I have no intention of blocking your path, Wee Jun. It doesn't matter if you stay or go elsewhere, you won't be able to achieve what you want. Wee Jun climbed onto his horse with a grumble. That's a damn curse, that damn lizard. He wanted to say more, but there was no reason to provoke Sai Ran and doom himself, so he hastily left. Sai Ran then muttered to himself as he watched Wee Jun leave, that's my thought, but many others think differently than me. Can't let a stupid nuisance like you stay near Wee Kyung. Thinking about it now, they were right, he finished, then looked down at the fire near the stable gate. He then quietly picked up a burning piece of wood from it. Without saying a word, Sai Ran looked up at the sky while waving the torch in the darkness as if signaling someone. The fishmonger in the distance saw the swaying torch and waved a green flag from the roof. Su family's miner nodded and knocked on the door at the corner of the alley he was standing at. Then, a goblin sitting inside ran to the wall. He went to the goblin boss sitting on the top of the wall. Using sign language, the little goblin spoke to the boss. Boss, it looks like he's on his way here. Immediately, the goblin boss covered his face with a black cloth, jumped off the wall and pulled out his knife. Meanwhile, the gatekeeper whom Wee Jun had bribed had left the gate open just enough for his horse to pass through. He was so naive that he went through the gate without any vigilance. The horse had just stepped out of automation when it was startled by the goblin boss suddenly landing on its back, and a crescent-shaped light flashed in the darkness. In a blink of an eye, Wee Jun's head fell down and landed in the goblin boss's hand. The horse was patted and quickly calmed down, and continued to move forward. The goblin boss looked back at automation once before riding away with the corpse. He wanted to repay Wee Kyung and Sai Ran for sparing his life and treating him kindly, and killing Wee Jun was just a small part of his repayment. However, the goblin boss knew that bad rumors about Wee Kyung would spread if people knew about Wee Jun's death, so he had no choice but to wait for him to run away on his own, and he had planned for him to disappear like this. Hegemonia was crossing his arms while chatting in video chat with Sung Woon. His eagle eyes were fierce under the iron helmet even though he was sighing. Alright. I lost. When Sung Woon heard Hegemonia say that calmly, he was a little surprised. He didn't look like a loser at all, he was very calm. Hegemonia pursed his lips and replied, one who can't accept loss can't grow. Sung Woon silently laughed to himself. Why did you suddenly utter such wise quotes? Hegemonia rubbed his forehead with a look of annoyance. If you think I'm going to be angry, yell, and demand a rematch because I lost, you're totally wrong. I'm a little sad, but you won, Nebula. Sung Woon was initially worried about Hegemonia's potentially harsh attitude, but seeing him act so resigned, he couldn't help but chuckle. Alright, sorry, I misjudged you. Hegemonia admitted defeat and left more easily than Sung Woon expected. He decided to take the earless tribe to the west, going deep into the mainland. Anyone who didn't have confidence in their skills wouldn't want to go to the west of the mainland at this time. Most of the tribes had already settled in the west of the mainland, so even if there were conflicts, the players there would be a united front against a nomadic tribe if there were any. However, Hegemonia didn't seem to care much about that and decided to go all the way to the west coast of the mainland. Hegemonia turned out to be not as stubborn as Sung Woon thought and even acted very politely in bidding him farewell before leaving. Maybe I won't be able to see you again for a while. Prepare yourself for the next clash. Hearing that, Sung Woon believed that Hegemonia had a plan, but he wasn't curious to ask him. the connection with hegemonia was quickly cut off. In any case, this was an advantage for Sung-won. The short-eared tribe of hegemonia was considered one of the largest tribes at this time. If hegemonia started putting pressure on other tribes inside the continent, they wouldn't be able to pay much attention to what was going on in the east and create space for Sung-won to comfortably succeed. Though he thought he wouldn't pay attention to what hegemonia was going to do anymore, while supervising the earless tribe's departure, Sung-won couldn't stop speculating in his heart. Could he be thinking about taking technology from all the other species on his way across the continent and developing civilization along the coast? That means he must have a skill or ability related to that. Sung-won quickly dismissed those hazy thoughts and turned his eyes back to automation. Now I own automation, so I don't need to pay too much attention to what's happening inside the mainland anymore. I'll reap the benefits while I wait. Now Sung-won only had the northern coast and the remaining half of the peninsula left to conquer. Since these were all coastal areas, Sung-won thought that the sea district he had collected last time would be useful. Thinking back to the two-headed demon living in the freshwater lake, which was originally a creature belonging to the sea, so it couldn't even utilize its power fully, Sung-won felt this would be a large potential district to exploit. Sung-won had some new plans, but decided to put them aside first because now he had to go meet the new owner of Automation City. Afterward, Wee Kyung had a dream on the very night she officially took office as the new Lord of Automation. It was a truly bizarre dream. Wee Kyung often dreamed of being chased by masked men, or eating meals with soup filled with vegetables and pork as she pleased, so this dream was particularly strange for her. In the dream, Wee Kyung vaguely saw herself alone in an empty Automation City, only a firefly perched on her hand. It was pitch black so she couldn't see anything except the faint light from the firefly. The firefly patiently waited for Wee Kyung to wake up before flying away. Wee Kyung followed the firefly and discovered a faceless man standing in front of her. Wee Kyung didn't know who the man was, but seeing the firefly flying towards him, she vaguely guessed that it was the blue armored bug. Wee Kyung immediately knelt down and greeted him in the most polite way she knew. "Please forgive me if I seem rude. I grew up in a very wild life." However, Sung-won kept staring at the firefly intently, as if he didn't care if Wee Kyung was talking or not. Wee Kyung continued to bow deeply in confusion. "I have received a lot of help from those who believe in the blue armored bug, but this is only the beginning. I am trying to do everything in my power, but until now, I probably haven't helped the blue armored bug much." Sung-won remained silent, without blaming or demanding anything from Wee Kyung. Wee Kyung felt there was a reason for the deity to ignore her, but she couldn't figure out what it was at that moment. As Wee Kyung cautiously lifted her head, Sung-won slowly opened his hand. The firefly danced and began to disappear within his palm. When the firefly vanished leaving only darkness, a different light emanated from Sung-won's outstretched palm, revealing a gleaming metal object. Wee Kyung looked at the metal with a perplexed expression, beginning to learn how to interpret the deity's intentions. However, in this world, the familiar shadow couldn't accompany or offer guidance to Wee Kyung, so she could only deduce everything herself. Wee Kyung realized the object in Sung-won's hand was a piece of iron, commonly used in transactions. She genuinely asked him, "I am a bit slow, so I don't understand your meaning. If you want money from us, we willingly offer it. But if it's something else, I fear my abilities are insufficient. I have no special powers and no help." So, Wee Kyung hadn't finished her sentence when a hand unexpectedly placed itself on her shoulder from behind. Wee Kyung turned around startled and saw Sarayan. "What are you doing here?" "Wait, Sarayan, look, the green armored beetle is there." However, Sarayan didn't respond. He just grabbed Wee Kyung's arm and helped her up. A dazzling light burst forth from Sarayan, dispelling the darkness around Wee Kyung and leaving her confused and unsure what was happening. Along with the blinding light, Sarayan's figure gradually dissolved within it. Wee Kyung finally realized this was just a dream. Wee Kyung woke up abruptly after falling off her chair. She realized she hadn't been sleeping in a proper bed, but had drifted off in her office. Lying on the floor, at first, Wee Kyung thought it was just a silly dream like any other. However, she gradually realized it was not, and she began to ponder the deity's desire. From that moment, the bond of faith between Wee Kyung and the green armored beetle was established, allowing Sung-won to receive faith points from both the black-scaled lizard tribe and the human population within Automation. The next morning, Wee Kyung walked around the marketplace to observe Automation's business situation. The merchants had gradually forgotten the recent turmoil and were focusing back on bargaining and exchanging goods. Wee Kyung wandered around, pondering the dream from the previous night. If the dream was a prophecy or a revelation, was the green armored beetle suggesting using pieces of iron as a way to show her devotion? Wee Kyung had contemplated all night until now. Without reaching a conclusion, She felt frustrated. I want to gain favor in his eyes, but what message does this dream carry? At that moment, an exclamation from the corner of the market caught Wee Kyung's attention. Oh, I've never seen silk like this before. A black-scaled lizard merchant was selling silk and talking to a large troll trader. Oh, that's strange, our tribe only has a little, but we've been selling these around here for a long time. The troll continued to express his surprise. No, I'm serious, I'm from the West and I've never seen anything like this before. The technology used to make this fabric is truly amazing. We were trying to find our way east, but we were blocked by the Knoll tribe of the Stubborn Ears. We weren't able to trade for a while, but now we've finally arrived here. The lizard man merchant wasn't really paying attention to the troll's story and asked, "So, how much are you willing to pay for this silk?" The troll immediately took something out of his bag. "Would you be willing to trade with this?" The troll pulled out a piece of iron. At that time, iron, smelted and used for agricultural tools or weapons, acted as a rudimentary form of currency, similar to salt and silk. The lizard man merchant, seeing that iron was always worth trading, readily agreed. "What you see here is all the silk I have. How much iron can you offer?" The troll pointed inside his bag. "It's full of iron pieces. I'm offering all of this to you because the silk is truly of high quality." The lizard man merchant nodded appreciatively with a radiant smile. Anyone could tell the transaction was about to be finalized. However, Wee Kyung suddenly appeared, interrupting the transaction, and said to the troll, "Hey, put that away." "Sorry, troll, but I need to talk to my friend first." Wee Kyung didn't reveal her intention, only gently trying to shoo the troll away. The troll was visibly displeased with the sudden disruption of the transaction. "Is she serious? I thought you agreed to trade silk with me, now you want to trade with someone else." The lizard man merchant recognized Wee Kyung's identity through her horns and was confused by her stern warning gaze. I guess so." Despite his annoyance, the troll nodded. "All right, go ahead, I'd rather resolve problems before the trade than after." Immediately after, the troll turned and left. The lizard man merchant timidly greeted Wee Kyung. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord of Automation." However, Wee Kyung responded sharply, "Who I am is unimportant. Do you intend to exchange so much silk for just a bag of iron? Do you think that calculation is correct?" This lizard man was a merchant, so being questioned by Wee Kyung about his profit calculations slightly hurt his pride. But the lizard man merchant patiently explained, "I came here with Chief Rakrak and brought the silk with a cart, so transportation wasn't difficult. I've traded like this with all the other tribes before." That troll offered more iron than I expected. Wee Kyung sighed. "So what, does the troll know all that?" The troll said he'd never seen silk like this before. "I think that's a lie. He must know this silk is valuable, but he doesn't know where it comes from. That means, besides the actual value of the silk, you should charge extra for the effort it took to bring it here. If people don't know much about the black-scaled lizard tribe's silk, tell them you came from very far away. It was difficult to bring it here, so the transportation cost should be included in the sale price." The lizard man merchant's eyes widened in surprise. At that time, labeling products with distribution channels and origin was unprecedented. Moreover, transportation wasn't difficult, so he considered it a lie to the customer. But the lizard man merchant started paying attention to Wee Kyung's business lesson. Lizards generally had an honest nature and minimized the need to lie, so they often ended up at a disadvantage when dealing with more cunning races. Not stopping there, Wee Kyung took out a piece of iron. "The most important thing is this." The lizard man curiously widened his eyes. "What is it?" Wee Kyung explained to him. "The quality of the iron. All pieces of iron look the same, but if they contain many impurities, they become soft and weak. It's hard to tell just by looking at them." Then, Wee Kyung took out a small scale and visually demonstrated to the lizard man. "This is called a scale. Take a piece of high-quality iron of the same size and weigh both pieces of iron." Wee Kyung placed the lower quality iron on one side of the scale and the iron commonly used in automation on the other. Wee Kyung continued to explain, "If there's a significant weight difference between the two pieces of iron, the lighter one is not pure iron. The lighter piece of iron would cause the scale to tilt up, while the heavier piece would pull the scale down." Wee Kyung's visual demonstration helped the lizard man merchant understand the name and function of this interesting mechanical device sold throughout Automation's marketplace, and he couldn't hide his enthusiastic gaze. Wee Kyung carefully advised the lizard man merchant that troll must know the truth about his iron's quality, so try using this information to get a better deal from them and avoid being cheated. "Do you understand? Next time you trade iron, remember to check its weight." Seeing Wee Kyung grumbling like an old woman, the lizard man merchant found it a little humorous, but someone's presence behind her made him jump. A strange voice rang out behind Wee Kyung while she wasn't paying attention. "That is indeed a useful item." Incidentally, Could you compare the weight of this piece of iron? As Wee Kyung turned around, she immediately recognized the person who had appeared with Sarian, the chief of the black-scaled lizard tribe, Rak. He held a shiny piece of iron in his hand. Wee Kyung readily accepted the iron. Of course, Rak. The scales of automation are very accurate. Wee Kyung carefully observed the iron with a curious gaze. This seems a bit different from regular iron. It's also much harder than the iron commonly used in automation. Seeing Wee Kyung's curiosity, Rak didn't hesitate to reveal that this was a piece of iron his tribe had discovered in an ancient ruin. It's good quality, but the downside is that it's very difficult to melt. It has a high melting point, and even the skilled blacksmiths of the black-scaled lizard tribe find it hard to shape. Rak was unhappy that such good material for weapons wasn't being used properly. Therefore, he wanted to propose a collaboration with Wee Kyung. Would the blacksmiths of automation be able to smelt this iron into weapons? Wee Kyung's eyebrows twitched as she recalled the dream from the previous night. She realized the first task the deity had given her was to collaborate with the black-scaled lizard tribe to forge better weapons. After consulting with the best blacksmith into automation, Wee Kyung was filled with confidence that she could do what Rak asked and was eagerly waiting for the results. The blacksmith told Wee Kyung to wait and go, went into his blacksmith shop and spent half a day wrestling with the iron. The blacksmith then came out, sweating profusely, handed Wee Kyung a spear and stammered, "I don't think it's possible, my lord." Wee Kyung heard the corner of his mouth twitch. "Now you say I think we can't, then my honor as the lord of automation is completely lost, huh? But why was I so confident before Chief Rak? Who, for whom?" Hearing Wee Kyung's sarcastic rebuke, the blacksmith frantically tried to retort but couldn't utter a word. It was because he himself had said he could do it right when he saw these pieces of iron. The blacksmith swallowed nervously and tried to justify. "I said I could do it, that's all. If you had asked if I was sure I could do it, the answer would have been different." Wee Kyung let out a frustrated sigh at the blacksmith's weaseling. "So what's the problem?" the blacksmith explained. "You have to shape the iron by heating it and hammering it while it's still hot, but it's really difficult to forge this type of iron. If other types of iron only need 10 hits, this one needs 30 to 40 hits to deform even a little. This is some very hard iron, the best I've ever handled. This would make a really good farming tool, or I guess lizard people prefer weapons. But it took me half a day of constant work, continuously blistering his hands just to create a spear." The blacksmith lamented and kept rubbing his hands. Wee Kyung looked at his hand a little worriedly. "Don't you think you should rest and then continue forging?" The blacksmith immediately shook his head. "Charcoal is used to heat the furnace, so work is needed continuously while the coal is still hot to achieve efficiency and save raw materials." Scratching his head, the blacksmith reassured Wee Kyung. "I told you, it's not impossible, it's just that doing it this way would be very inefficient. You need strong, skilled manpower. Besides, the lizard people will probably need to forge a large quantity, so it will be a difficult task even if all the blacksmiths in automation cooperate." Wee Kyung came up with another idea. "What if we increase the number of workers?" The blacksmith still shook his head. "It takes many years to learn how to handle metal." The answer truly made Wee Kyung frustrated. She pressed her forehead against her hand. "All right, you can rest now." The blacksmith hurried away, relieved that the forge wouldn't be dismantled. Then it was Saren's turn to enter the room. Saren had become the representative of the black-scaled lizard tribe staying in automation, so he always cared about Wee Kyung's problems and wanted to give her advice. "You're still bothered by that iron, aren't you? Just tell Rak the truth." Wee Kyung sighed and replied, "I think I'm going to die of shame. I confidently said I could do it, and now you're telling me I have to admit I'm not a helpful partner for you." Saren shrugged. "What else can we do?" Wee Kyung muttered. "Isn't Rak going to kill me for lying to him?" Saren laughed. "No, Rak is very generous. He might say that it's okay because our blacksmith can't do it either." Imagining Rak's boisterous laughter, Wee Kyung slumped down, even more depressed. "Actually, I'm not afraid, but if it were you, wouldn't you feel a little hurt to your honor?" Saren clicked his tongue to reassure Wee Kyung. "If you fail, shouldn't you pay the price at least this much? And it's not like automation can't compensate for this failure with something else." Saren's words were not wrong, so Wee Kyung quickly regained her composure and stood up. "All right, Saren, follow me." Saren held a scroll in his hand and followed Wee Kyung. "Aren't you going to learn to read today?" Wee Kyung waved her hand and shook her head. "Let's do it later." The writing of the black-scaled lizard tribe had become quite famous, so Wee Kyung had recently started to learn it, but today she wasn't in the mood for it because she wanted to examine something considered a secret of automation. Wee Kyung led Saren to a place deep inside the palace. This part of the palace wasn't much different from other areas, but there were no decorations because people didn't frequent this area. and as they went deeper, the windows also disappeared. The corridor became quite dark, with only a few empty torch racks lining the walls. Siran curiously looked at the pitch-black corridor illuminated by the small torch in his hand. "Why did we come all the way here?" Wee Kyung said. "Do you know why automation is called automation?" Siran answered without thinking. "Isn't it because of the mud soldiers that move themselves?" Wee Kyung nodded, and just then, a mud soldier, about a head taller than Wee Kyung, walked towards them from the other end of the corridor. The mud soldiers usually spent all their energy repairing the fortress walls. The rest of the time, they would stand still in rows at certain designated locations in automation. Siran stepped aside for the mud soldier and watched curiously. "They come all the way here," Wee Kyung continued to explain. "They're created inside this place. They not only move themselves but also create themselves. But I think their total number is limited. They will replace themselves each time they break. We can't order them to do anything other than repair the fortress walls and protect the current lord." Wee Kyung had only described a few words about the mud warriors, and they had already reached the end of the corridor. There was a stone door without a handle, but Wee Kyung opened it with a special item that was only passed down to the Lord of Automation. "This is the mud soldier room, where the mud soldiers are made, but I want to show you something else in this room." As soon as the door opened, Wee Kyung felt a cool breeze flowing out. The first thing Siran sensed was the sound of rushing water. There was a small lake in the room. Water poured down from a cliff and filled the water wheels on the wall. When a water wheel was full of water, it would turn and move the water to the next water wheel, and thus, several water wheels attached to the wall moved in turn. The last water wheel turned very slowly, delivering water silently into the lake. Each water wheel had a long axle that rotated with the wheel. There was a complicated mechanism that forced the water wheel to change direction, and it was connected to an even more incomprehensible device that Wee Kyung and Siran couldn't understand. Wee Kyung turned to Siran as if she had wanted to show him this for a long time. "Amazing, isn't it?" Siran exclaimed. "It's truly amazing. I've been to several ancient sites, but I've never seen anything like this." Wee Kyung nodded. "The ancients were very smart. Automation's water source is hidden here, so the enemy won't be able to attack automation by polluting the water. But I didn't bring you here just to show you this. I always thought it was strange how it runs automatically like this." Siran tilted his head and looked at Wee Kyung. "Strange." Wee Kyung continued to explain. "Humans and animals need to eat to have strength, and a wheelbarrow only moves when it's pushed or pulled. But the mud soldiers don't eat anything, and nobody pushes or pulls them, but they still move. So, I think these mud soldiers also have some kind of energy source. Now that I think about it, it's the power of the flowing water." As she finished her words, Wee Kyung pointed to automation's water source. To be more precise, she didn't point at the complicated mechanical device or the mysterious container where the mud soldiers were born, but at one of the water wheels. Siran gasped in surprise. "You mean it's an automatic machine that never gets tired?" Wee Kyung nodded firmly. "Yes, though I still don't know exactly how the power of the water makes the mud soldiers move. But Siran, I want to try using that energy for forging iron." Upon hearing this, Siran felt even more astonished. However, Wee Kyung's desire didn't stop there. She enthusiastically added, "I also want to use this energy to change the city of automation." Seeing Siran just staying silent, neither approving nor disagreeing, Wee Kyung asked directly, "Will you help me?" Siran considered Wee Kyung's idea. It was strange that she was the first lord in history to come up with this. He wondered if it was okay, and why previous lords hadn't thought of using ancient technology. There were many questions, but Siran believed in Wee Kyung's luck, so he finally agreed. Actually, Wee Kyung hadn't been unfamiliar with the things Siran was thinking, but for her, it seemed that the previous lords were cowards. Perhaps they couldn't understand it because the water wheels had been created so long ago, and they thought there would be problems if they touched it and damaged it. Moreover, not many people knew about it. Until now, there haven't been many generations of lords here, and automation was just a pile of forgotten ruins that was recently revived. After that, Wee Kyung carefully studied each part of the water wheel device, and stopped when she reached a point she couldn't understand anymore. She sketched the different parts of the device and discussed how to construct it. "There's enough water flowing from the source. We'll create a hole in the cliff to make a water conduit. Since this place is quite high in automation, we can take advantage of the power of the flowing water, making it feasible to install many of those water wheel devices. What do you think, Zael?" Wee Kyung asked, glancing at the special assistant Siran had invited to help her. The one invited was Zael. When Wee Kyung's horns grew long, the tips of the horns became numb and insensitive. However, Wee Kyung suspected Zael just licked her horns curiously, but according to Wee Kyung, it wasn't a bad thing. a curious person would also enjoy exploring new things, and as expected, Zale was very interested in Wee Kyung's plan. We need to check if the finished product actually moves, but I think this method will be effective. Zale also gave Wee Kyung some advice. You'll need a lot of manpower, and it's a job that doesn't produce food, so you'll have to find another way to pay them. That will require a lot of wealth, and of course, you'll need a lot of wood to complete this. You'll have to find wood from elsewhere because there isn't any wood here that's hard enough. Wee Kyung nodded. It will cost a lot of money, but I've already calculated it, and we can make things work. Everything can change depending on the weather and the changing seasons, but automation can handle it even if the costs increase. However, Zale shook his head, as if that wasn't the main problem. Being able to handle it or not isn't the important part. The real question is whether the final reward is worth all that it takes to make it happen. Even if you can afford it, once this water wheel project is completed, a large part of automation's wealth will disappear uselessly if it doesn't make much difference. In that case, it's better not to do it. Another lord of automation, or an ancient person, may have had the same idea, and they might have already gone as far as this, but perhaps they gave up after calculating and realizing that it wouldn't be profitable. Zale's candid words made Wee Kyung fall into contemplation. Throughout that night, Wee Kyung wondered whether she should give up for the reason Zale had stated, or should she continue to build. She believed she could bring about change, but she wasn't sure if she would get everyone's support. Wee Kyung had a lot of money, but it wasn't money she earned, it was automation's collective wealth. Wee Kyung, feeling stuck, proactively asked her shadow, "Is there no way to know what the future holds?" The shadow silently shook its head. "The only future I see is the moment right before my eyes." Wee Kyung laughed calmly. "Right, I guessed as much." After that, she explained her plan to her shadow. "So, listen to the future I'm imagining." In Wee Kyung's imagination, she would leave the first axle of the water wheel empty, so that another lord in the future could use it for another beneficial purpose. Wee Kyung would connect a blower to the axle of the second wheel. The blower would blow air into the forge and water would constantly flow, so the forge would always be heated, just adding enough coal. Next, there would be a large hammer connected to the axle of the third wheel, so it could flatten the iron pieces that humans couldn't. As for the axle of the last water wheel, Wee Kyung would turn it into a mill to grind or pound grain. The shadow clicked its tongue indifferently. "Sounds good." Wee Kyung was annoyed by its apathy. "That's it." The shadow encouraged her. "That's a future I can't see, but it seems like a good idea to me." Wee Kyung smiled, glancing out the window, observing the interior of automation from above, and continued to think. After much hesitation, Wee Kyung firmly got up from her chair. She strode towards the open window with a determined look. "Yes, I think it's a good idea too, at least for me. Let's do it, build a water wheel system." With that, Wee Kyung smiled brightly, her eyes filled with will and determination. The construction progressed quickly, but they still had to overcome some difficulties and unexpected incidents during the construction process. The first water wheel was so large that it could not stand upright and the rope anchoring it broke when they tried to pull it up. 20 workers died due to the collapse of the wheel, including humans and lizard men. Wee Kyung found the families of those workers and compensated them. There was also a time when they were cheated with the wood. Initially, it was a deal for dozens of straight logs, but what they actually received was dry firewood and a carriage. Automation even had to hire black-scale lizardman warriors to investigate the scams, and the seemingly lost payments were recovered. There was also a design flaw. The third water wheel was completed and installed, but further calculations showed that there wasn't enough space for the fourth one. This caused Wee Kyung a headache for a while. Lord Gyo felt that this wouldn't affect the project much and suggested, "Unfortunately, why don't we just install 3 wheels, my lord? Now, if you want to install the 4th wheel, there's no other way but to demolish and rebuild from scratch." Wee Kyung heard this and clenched her fist, blaming herself for the errors in her calculations. She gritted her teeth and bitterly responded to the Gyo homeowner's proposal. "I guess we have no other choice. Cancel all the projects that have been done and start over." Wee Kyung didn't even dare to face the owner of Gyo and the workers when making the shocking statement. As expected, Lord Gyo and the workers all protested. "If we do that, it will take twice as long as expected. There are also issues with manpower and costs." However, Wee Kyung was very firm with her plan and even threatened everyone. "What's the problem? This is the task entrusted to us by the green-armored beetle god. Do you want to face the wrath of the green-armored beetle god?" Lord Gyo and the foreman heard this and looked at each other, sweating. After what automation went through in the succession war, most of the humans in the city had begun to believe in the green-armored beetle god. Wee Kyung solemnly ordered, "As long as I breathe, I will keep my promise to the gods. I will show you that we can finish the 4th water wheel." Sung Woon was surprised to see Wei Qiang's stubbornness. "Oh, I don't remember specifically asking for 4 wheels." However, Sung Woon didn't blame Wei Qiang. It was similar to Rakrak's actions in the past when he fabricated stories about core soldiers, but lizard men didn't lie often, while humans, on the other hand, would do anything to achieve their goals, even if they had to deceive others. In any case, under the pressure of the gods' wishes, the major families in Automation City didn't dare to strongly oppose Wei Qiang's decision to demolish and rebuild the entire project. It would cost a lot of money to hire workers, but eventually, the workers would spend that money in automation. They would spend it on food, drink, and lodging. Therefore, the money given to the workers would eventually return to the automation merchants. As the automation merchants became richer, more merchants would come to the city, and as more goods were traded, the profits earned would return as assets to Wei Qiang. Therefore, although Wei Qiang was pouring money into building the water wheels, she was still making more money. The iron pieces were used to pay the workers. To distinguish between ordinary iron and iron used as currency, the black-scale lizard man tribe printed writing on the iron pieces used as currency, initiating the circulation of currency in automation. However, Sung Woon wasn't very impressed with this. It wasn't that creating a new currency had no benefits, but the benefits weren't remarkable, because civilizations wouldn't benefit much from using currency and writing. What pleased Sung Woon the most was that Wei Qiang not only had creative ideas but also abundant resources, and she was the one who could use those resources to invest in her ideas. All these things came together, leading to an achievement far greater than expected. The construction of the 4 water wheels was finally completed. This project far exceeded the average development level of civilizations among all players. Many races were amazed by this project. News of the project spread to other cities, and its reputation grew. A famous project would be a beneficial attraction for diplomatic relations. If a merchant from Automation left for another land to trade, they could easily gain trust by saying they were from Automation compared to the lands in the north or west. Automation's ancient remains would also be considered a draw, and its fame would mean that the range of merchants coming to buy and sell goods would also expand. On the day of the inauguration of Automation's automated water wheel project, Wei Qiang and all the people cheered loudly. The black-scale lizard men who helped build the project also felt that the results before them were truly great. When the third water wheel turned, the large hammer that Wei Qiang had people install, connected to the wheel's axle, started working with strong blows. Thanks to the weight of the hammer combined with the power of the water stream, the stubborn iron pieces of the black-scale lizard man tribe were flattened much easier than before. The merchants who happened to visit Automation during the inauguration of the water wheel were also amazed. "I've been to many places, but nothing is as amazing as Automation." The iron pieces used in Automation were trusted by many other races and widely spread in many places. Wei Qiang stood before the water wheel and mumbled to herself, "My God, I apologize for taking advantage of your name, but I believe you will understand what I'm doing." At this moment, the sound of water rushing through the spinning wheels completely drowned out Wei Qiang's soft voice. But Sung Woon could still hear her confession clearly and smiled contentedly. At the same time, a system message appeared before him: "Iron crafting skill has reached level 2. New notification windows popped up. Your civilization now has the technology and foundation to produce iron at a higher level. Your civilization can melt iron any way they want and can create more durable and stronger iron tools. Your civilization has created currency. The Pion coin has been established on the 3rd continent. This currency is used by 6 tribes and is considered reliable. Your civilization can determine the value of the currency, and other civilizations using your currency will feel more confident when trading with your civilization." As Sung Woon exited the continent message, a new general message window appeared below. "The beginning of the Chungmun script has been established on the 3rd continent. Your civilization has created this writing system. The writing system includes pictograms and is used on stone, boards, silk, and charcoal. This script is used by 12 tribes and is considered valuable. Civilizations using this script will feel goodwill and harmony, and they will feel more confident when conducting diplomacy." Finally, there was a congratulatory message from the system: "Your civilization has now surpassed the development of other civilizations among all civilizations." All the goals Sung Woon wanted in this stage had been achieved, so he couldn't help but chuckle. "How can I be angry at you for these things, Wei Qiang?" Generally, lizard men are very honest. It's not that they never lie, but they always try their best to avoid lying unless necessary. This trait is particularly evident in Rakrak's tribe, but being too honest can make them vulnerable, and humans are not as simple. That's why Sung Woon needs humans as his second race. In the following days, in addition to handling the general affairs of Automation, Wei Qiang also frequently went around the market to prevent the lizard men from being cheated. That day, two elves came to automation, looking around with curious eyes. "Oh, what's that sound?" "Ah, I know, it's the sound of automation's famous water wheel." The elves were increasingly fascinated as they listened to the sound of the water wheel turning. They couldn't stop praising it. "I heard they grind rice with a giant water wheel. It must be really big to hear the roar from this far away." At that moment, the black-scaled lizard-human merchant selling cloth overheard the conversation of the two elves and immediately excitedly introduced that not only rice, the weapons of the black-scaled lizard people tribe were also made of. "That's the power of that thing. By the way, since you two have already reached the automation city, don't ignore this too. Please take a look at our silk." Having finished speaking, the lizard-human merchant immediately reached out towards the piles of golden silk above shelf. The two elves touched the silk and were astonished. "Indeed, it's good silk. This is a high-quality product. Can you trade with iron?" The lizard man merchant asked. "How much can you offer?" Then, one of the elves took out a fist-sized piece of iron from a large box and gave it to the lizard man merchant. Is this enough? This is the best quality iron we have." The lizard man merchant carefully weighed the piece of iron the elf offered before making a deal. Based on the weight difference, he concluded, this iron is only 4th-grade quality. Then, the lizard man merchant returned the low-quality iron to the customers and shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I don't think I can accept the deal if this is your offer." The two elves were bluntly rejected and immediately protested vehemently. "What are you saying? You're saying our iron is low quality." However, the lizard man remained firm. "You can't buy anything here with this piece of iron. You can exchange it for currency at Automation's exchange center, but you'll need 8 times the amount of this iron to buy 1 bundle of my silk." The elves asked as if they thought it was ridiculous. "You mean this silk that's only used to make clothes is worth that much? Don't fantasize about the value of these ordinary fabrics." The lizardman's eyes widened instantly. "What, ordinary?" Of course, he didn't think silk had such a low value as the two elves claimed. Clothes made of good silk are very comfortable and durable, and silk with its delicate texture looks very beautiful. Clothes made with good silk can make the wearer look very noble. High-status people wear good quality silk so they don't have to prove their status repeatedly. However, the lizard man didn't explain all of that to the two elves. When he met fools like this, he decided to let them remain fools. He simply chased them away with an angry roar. "It's worth that much here. Why don't you go to other places to buy silk?" Being chased away by the lizard man like a ghost, the two elves left dejectedly and muttered curses under their breath. Wei Qiang witnessed this event and nodded in satisfaction. "No matter how gullible he is, I don't think you will be fooled by those uncouth people anymore." Good, good. Then, Wei Qiang's gaze remained fixed on the backs of the two elves. Trolls were a rare race in automation, but elves were even rarer, so she decided to keep an eye on them to see what they wanted to do. Then, Wei Qiang did not interact with the elves, but only secretly followed and observed them. After a whole day of trailing them around the market, she had figured out what kind of merchants these two elves were. However, upon discovering that, Wei Qiang felt even angrier towards these foreign visitors. The elves had tried trading several times with many people in the market and only succeeded a few times. However, in the few times they succeeded, they profited greatly from those transactions. In Wei Qiang's eyes, they were only deceiving the easiest targets. There was a network among merchants, but some people couldn't join the network because they were new. Elves targeted those who were just starting out as merchants or those who came from afar and were unfamiliar with the products and prices in the region, thereby creating unfair transactions that benefited the elves, which could be considered fraud. Wei Qiang could understand the elves' thinking. They were a rare species and seemed to come from very far away, where the supply of products was limited. Therefore, they wanted to aim for the greatest benefit from the few transactions they were successful in, and this, after all, was not good for Automation's trading market. Wei Qiang's gaze became increasingly disgusted with the cheating elves. Who do they think they are, cheating new merchants like that? Wei Qiang was responsible for maintaining the stability of the automation market, and if those elves succeeded in their fraudulent transactions, many merchants would imitate their trading methods. This would make it more difficult for new merchants to join automation, and then the number of merchants participating in the market would decrease, and Wei Qiang's profits would also decrease. Therefore, for her, this was a serious problem. In fact, it wasn't just Wei Qiang. Sun Wun was also closely monitoring the newly appeared elves. The system displayed a familiar message: Clash of Civilizations. 2 different tribes have come into contact with each other. Experience points are increasing for both tribes. Warning: opponent species with faith. Sun Wun immediately understood that this meant there was a player behind these elves. The next system message popped up: Player Eldar has requested a silent chat. Unlike with Hegemonia, Sung-woon was wondering whether he should agree to the chat. What made him talk to Hegemonia was the fact that they were in a situation where they both had to fight each other to gain something valuable. On the other hand, this player, Eldar, came from all over the wilderness. At least they didn't have enough troops nearby to threaten his two tribes. However, Sung-woon hesitated because the elves came from the north coast, where he couldn't scout thoroughly because the insects and worms he controlled were very weak against the cold. He thought maybe he could find out information about the north coast from this meaningless conversation. Finally, Sung-woon agreed to participate in a silent chat with Eldar. There was also a request for a video chat, and he accepted that as well. Eldar appeared with a sweet smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you, human. I am the god of the elves." "Eldar, are you the god of that small fortress and that group of humans?" Eldar looked like a beautiful elf. It was difficult to determine her gender because of her androgynous elf-like appearance, but Sung-woon had to admit that Eldar's looks were quite attractive. But the problem was the way she spoke. Of course, she wasn't a real elf or a person who didn't come from Earth, but she was immersing herself in the role of an elf. She was the kind of player who role-played. You could call this type of player a role player, taking on a specific role in the game and immersing themselves in it. While this type of player was not rare, it didn't benefit them in any way. In fact, it was harmful, as it made it unpleasant to talk to them, and they were easily attacked by other players who didn't like role-playing. The only reason why role-playing players did this was because they found it fun. Eldar seemed to be fully immersed in the role of the elf god. Sung-woon didn't have any strong feelings towards role-playing players, but his personality wasn't flexible enough for him to role-play, and he replied indifferently, "You can say that. It's a pleasure to meet you." Eldar continued to laugh insincerely. "Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you. You're better than that stupid, rude god Hegemonia." Sung-woon tilted his head in surprise. "You know Hegemonia?" Eldar replied proudly, "I chased that god and his savage Knoll tribe away from the sacred north coast. Fortunately, you don't seem as rude as Hegemonia." Sung-woon was astonished again. "You chased Hegemonia away?" Sung-woon wasn't sure if that was true. Hegemonia had mentioned that he had fled from the north coast, but he didn't elaborate further. But if that was true, it meant Eldar was as strong as or even stronger than Hegemonia. Sung-woon felt very puzzled. It seemed unlikely, but if it wasn't true, why did Hegemonia run south and clash with him? Then, Eldar said, "Are you done asking?" Sung-woon frowned at her. "What's next?" Eldar flicked her hair gracefully and haughtily. "Then I, the greatest god, will explain why I requested to speak to you and accepted your rude questions. My elven race is preparing to rule the continent, but we're still missing something. Although my elven race is capable, the north coast is cold and desolate. Therefore, we need to collect rare resources from other species. Offer your tribute to me." As soon as she finished speaking, a bright golden light emanated from behind Eldar. Sung-woon muttered habitually, "Gone mad." Then, he immediately ended the call with Eldar and blocked her. He was in a bad mood, but there were more strategic reasons why he ended things in such a rude way. Sung-woon had gained more information than he expected from the conversation with Eldar. Sung-woon didn't know about Eldar's tribe because he couldn't scout the north coast through insects. Of course, there were other solutions, such as going into the opponent's territory yourself. However, that would basically reveal that the opponent's territory was being monitored, and it was also impossible to use instant teleportation within the opponent's territory. But just as Sung-woon didn't know much about Eldar, Eldar didn't know much about Sung-woon either. She had never tried to scout his area until this clash. This meant Eldar was in the same situation as Sung-woon. Either she couldn't do it with her territory ability at this time, or her territory ability didn't help much with scouting right from the beginning. Eldar had no choice but to use a third method, sending elves who trusted her to visit automation personally, allowing her to scout indirectly. Moreover, the fact that she confidently made the request to offer tribute also meant that she was relying on something else. She might have acquired a useful sub-territory besides the main territory she received at the beginning of the game. Sung-woon guessed that Eldar would make her first move soon because he had ended the call abruptly. Not knowing much about his opponent, he decided not to underestimate Eldar. And he was mentally prepared for war. Another day passed in Automation City, and Wee Kyung had spent most of her time finding out about the movements of the other elves in the city. They were a group of about 15 people, and each of them was trying to cheat around the market. The next day, Wee Kyung couldn't stand the elves' misbehavior, so he dressed like a lord and went to meet them. Fortunately, the elves had sharp judgment, so they immediately realized that Wee Kyung was of no ordinary status. The elf wearing the most luxurious accessories in the group stepped forward to introduce himself. "I am Leonar, the leader of our merchant group. You are Wei Qiang, the Lord of Automation, correct? Wei Qiang narrowed her eyes at the other's feigned politeness with annoyance. That's right, let's get straight to the point. Surely you know I didn't come here just to see the faces of merchants. Leonar's lips curled up in a slight smile. We know why you came to see us. It's because of the deals we made yesterday, isn't it? And you are not satisfied with those deals. Wei Qiang silently looked at the group of elf merchants without replying. Leonar then gestured to his subordinate. To be honest, we knew you would come looking for us, so we have prepared something. The elf merchant brought out a small box and handed it to Wei Qiang. The box itself was made of carved wood with metal hinges, which was quite rare in automation. When Wei Qiang opened the box, she was greatly surprised. Inside the box was a sparkling diamond. Leonar solemnly explained, this is an ancient jewel found in an ancient relic. When it's illuminated, it will split light into dozens of rays along its carved surface. It is truly magnificent, even just looking at it. It's a beauty fitting for the leader of a tribe. On top of that, there is no such object anywhere right now because it is an ancient jewel. Would you accept this gift and forgive us? This kind of jewel is not easy to trade, so its value cannot be determined by a fixed price. However, the rarity and beauty of the jewel are real. Wei Qiang knew that if she had such an item, she could sell it for a high price. Even without selling it, just displaying it would be enough to demonstrate the nobility of the Lord. Wei Qiang took another close look at the jewel before closing the box. It was truly a masterpiece. Leonar felt that Wei Qiang was about to agree, so he eagerly asked, what do you think? Wei Qiang dropped the box onto the ground with annoyance. I am not lacking money, bribery, this won't work at all. Leonar lost his smile and quickly picked up the box with a worried look. Then he opened it to check the jewel and breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing his reaction, Wei Qiang thought to herself, good, it's not damaged. She had enough money to compensate if the jewel was broken, but she felt it wasn't worth spending money just to show them that she was angry. Leonar brushed the sand off the box and handed it to another elf merchant, then said in a colder voice, how much do you want? Wei Qiang pondered carefully. If he bribed me this much, I don't think he would gain enough profit to compensate for those fraudulent deals. If he wants to have a good relationship with me because he wants to continue trading in automation, it's strange. There haven't been many cases of elves visiting automation. Will things be different from now on? Information hasn't been exchanged much between the northern coast and automation, so there are many things they don't know about each other. Wei Qiang decided to keep her information to herself and only replied in a general way. Anyway, I am not interested in that shiny rock. I know I can resell it for a high price, but it's hard to find a buyer. You understand me, right? Until then, obey the law, and don't cross the line. Leonar lowered his head dejectedly. I understand. Wei Qiang was pleased to see Leonar becoming more humble. Then, something came to her mind and she immediately added, oh, and another thing. If you really want to build a good relationship with me, why don't you buy this? She then brought out a large bag filled with wooden statues made in the image of the guardian deity of the blue armored beetle. Leonar nodded as if he knew what it was, but politely declined. I'm sorry, but we also have our faith. We worship the night dance god. Wei Qiang, with a thick face, argued, if you believe in two gods, wouldn't you receive twice the blessings? Just buy it. Even if you don't believe, you can sell it to someone else. As a result, Wei Qiang took out all the wooden statues from her bag and offered the lowest possible price. Leonar was forced to buy the wooden statues because they thought it was a waste of time to continue talking with Wei Qiang, not because they thought the wooden statues were valuable or the price was reasonable. Not long after, signs of war appeared during the rainy season. It began with an argument. A messenger arrived, saying that his master wanted an apology from Wei Qiang, which greatly surprised her. Siran told Wei Qiang that the messenger was sent by leader Hasadian, the patriarch of the Blue-Eye tribe, which included elves who worshipped the night dance god. They wanted her to apologize for suppressing Leonar. Wei Qiang couldn't help but grumble in annoyance. They're just a bunch of show-offs, but their inner character is twisted and distorted. Siran didn't know if it was a compliment or criticism, so she asked Wei Qiang again, so, you mean their faces are worth looking at? Wei Qiang became confused by her own remark. After being unable to come up with a reasonable answer, she changed the topic. We need to take it a step further. We need to add more salt to their story. After agreeing with Wei Qiang, Siran looked out the window. The dark clouds were covering the sky, giving Siran a lot of premonitions about the future. As I see it, another messenger will return during this rainy season. Wei Qiang shrugged nonchalantly. Maybe so. Anyway, I won't compromise with him then. Siran completely agreed with Wei Qiang. Then, I will prepare more vocabulary so you can swear your heart out. Wei Qiang nodded in satisfaction. I hear you. And we also have to prepare for war." As she finished, Wei Qiang's eyes flashed with fervent spirit. Although she was only 21 years old, her battle lust was no less than Rakrak and the black-scaled lizard warriors. After the rainy season ended, there would be a short period where the grass would grow thick in the wilderness. Sung Woon could then begin reconnaissance by using his insects before the elf army set foot in his area. Before that, during the rainy season, another messenger was sent. Wei Qiang didn't like her opponent's fabrications, so she added an even more outrageous lie to the message she sent through the messenger, ensuring that it included the insults about elves she learned from Siran and instructing the messenger to deliver the message according to her wording. After that, Hasadian didn't send a third messenger. It seemed that Hasadian wanted to talk directly to Wei Qiang, so as soon as the rainy season ended, he led his warriors across the wilderness to Automation, and when his troops reached Automation, Wei Qiang's side was ready for a fight. The soldiers who were always stationed on the walls rushed to inform Wei Qiang about the appearance of the large army approaching from the north. Hasadian proudly held his head high as he rode on a huge moose. He led a large army of hundreds of elves. As soon as Leonar saw the automation walls looming in the distance, he quickly pointed, "Leader, the automation walls are ahead." Initially, Hasadian was a little confused when his own god made a prophecy that his tribe would send warriors to attack Automation, but he was relieved when he heard about Automation from Leonar's account. In his eyes, Automation had mysterious ancient mud warriors, but besides those mud warriors, there was only a group of savage people living there. Hasadian excitedly waved his hand, giving his troops the order, "Prepare to attack." Immediately after, the entire army of the Blue-Eye tribe surged towards Automation like a surging tide. Meanwhile, Eldar was observing her army from above. There were 300 warriors. That number was not large in a more advanced civilization, but in this stage of the game, 300 warriors were not a number to be underestimated. On top of that, all 300 warriors were well-trained fighters. Eldar was extremely confident. This will be enough to conquer Automation. She knew very well that it was dangerous to let permanent warriors move a long distance in this stage of civilization. There would be supply problems, and having many people leave the tribe meant there would be no one to protect their stronghold. However, Automation was an ancient relic with many inhabitants. She had no other choice if she wanted to advance south. People said that the fortifications of Automation were quite high, but because they were made of earth, skilled tree climbers would be able to climb them without much difficulty, and there were only a maximum of 150 soldiers within the city. Furthermore, according to Leonar's reconnaissance results, Eldar knew that the bows used by the people of Automation were very crude. In contrast, the horn bows of the elves could easily hit targets more than 80 paces away. Hasadian, the leader of the tribe who trusted Eldar, also viewed the situation optimistically. "Now, I will be able to force that damned lord to kneel at my feet." In another place, Sung Woon was also watching the battle from afar with a relaxed mood. "They're here. Let's see if you can conquer that fortress." Then, a quiet smile spread across Sung Woon's lips. He was already confident in his victory before the battle began. On the walls of Automation, Wei Qiang was also directly leading the battle. Her eyes were filled with faith in her god and the battle plans she had meticulously calculated. Hasadian had devised a plan in his head which he believed to be flawless. First, we would reduce their numbers by shooting the archers, those who couldn't even hit a target 50 paces away. Then, our agile warriors would climb the ramparts and open the gates. After that, everything would be over. Unfortunately, Hasadian didn't get the chance to see that happen. Before the elf warriors could get close to Automation, their scouts encountered a group of soldiers and panicked. "Commander, Automation's army is ambushing us in the narrow gorge leading to Automation." Hasadian was confused. What, if they are soldiers of Automation, why are they outside the castle? He then ordered his warriors to check who those men were, and a scout quickly ran back and forth between Hasadian and the human army. Hasadian's scout quickly updated the information. "They are only about 70 strong. It seems like they knew we were coming." Hasadian began to speculate in confusion. The number of elf warriors outnumbered the soldiers of Automation, but instead of bringing all their soldiers, the humans only brought such a small number. They thought it would be advantageous to fight on a narrow path because it would force a one-on-one confrontation. How foolish. It seems like the Lord of Automation doesn't have any expertise in combat, does he? But if not, then what could be the only possible situation that could explain fighting? Outside the castle. As soon as Hasadian had that thought, he felt like something he didn't know was happening. As if to confirm his speculation, another scout ran up from the end of the army. "Commander, there is an emergency. A large army is moving to block our retreat." Hasadian, struck by the news, immediately turned his head towards the end of the army. "What, humans? How could they?" At this moment, the black-scaled lizard warriors led by Rakrak were thundering towards them, encircling and blocking the elves' retreat. The Korkas charged, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that obscured the elves' vision. Not to mention the mighty army, just the majestic appearance of Rakrak on the back of the giant cockatrice was enough to terrify the elves, sending them into chaos. Even Hesadian was stunned, exclaiming in horror, "Impossible, why are the lizard people helping the humans?" At that moment, Eldar, Hesadian's god, was stunned, pale with shock, as she saw a system notification appear. Eldar had seen this system notification not long ago, when the elves entered automation, but this time, they hadn't even gotten close to the city gates. The announcement was familiar, but it was enough to make her break out in a cold sweat. A clash of civilizations. Two different tribes had come into contact with each other. Experience points were increasing for both tribes, warning the enemy species, the enemy has faith. Confused, the Eldar hastily requested a silent conversation with Sung Woon. Fortunately, the request was granted quickly as if he was waiting for it. The Eldar shouted impatiently at the connection screen, "Those lizard people are your allies. Are you allied with the god of these lizard people?" Sung Woon let out a sigh of disdain. "Stupid, you should have checked the local players list before asking to chat." Eldar checked the local player list and was even more shocked to find no other players around besides the name Nebula. Eldar understood what that meant, however, she was still confused, as if she couldn't accept the situation. "Wait, aren't you the god of humans? I thought you would be." Sung Woon nonchalantly shrugged, not denying it. "I am the god of humanity, and also the god of the lizard people." Eldar's role-playing had come to an end as she couldn't calm down. "What, you're playing with two species? What kind of crazy player are you?" Despite Eldar's cries of despair, a battle had begun on the land between the black-scaled lizard warriors and the elves. Hesadian, regaining his composure, shouted to reassure the elf warriors, "Don't be afraid, the enemy has fewer troops than we do." Hesadian was confident because there were 70 human warriors and 80 lizard people, totaling only 150. On the other hand, there were 300 elf warriors. Then, Hesadian told the 3 captains in his army, "Let the vanguard prepare to deal with the humans, and keep the rearguard ready to face the lizard people's attack." It was too late to retreat anyway, so Hesadian decided to focus on leading the vanguard to attack the human soldiers first, because the lizard people seemed stronger and more difficult to deal with. Once the humans were defeated, the elves could escape the narrow path and pressure the lizard people with their large numbers in a wider area, thus having a high chance of winning. However, Hesadian had overlooked one problem: the people who knew the terrain around here were humans, not elves. Moreover, it was naive to think the battle with the lizard people would unfold as favorably as he hoped. When the elf archers waited leisurely, hoping the enemy would quickly reach within 80 paces for them to fire their arrows, they were ambushed from above. An elf warrior's scream echoed, "Commander, the human soldiers have appeared from the mountain gorge," but the discovery was too late. Arrows had already left the bows of the human soldiers. As the arrows began to rain down from above, some elves broke formation to avoid the arrows, while others crouched down to protect their heads in panic. The elks that were hit by arrows bucked wildly, throwing their riders off their backs and refusing to calm down. The elves remaining on the elks couldn't focus on returning fire. Even Hesadian had to defend himself with difficulty against the rain of arrows from the humans. Because of this chaos, most of the elf warriors didn't notice the lizard people's cavalry charging towards them at a terrifying speed. Hesadian once again had to turn to face the lizard warriors and shouted, "Lizard people are attacking, spearmen, don't break formation." With Hesadian's roar, the spearmen in the formation mostly regained their focus and raised their spears. However, it wasn't exactly a good tactical response. Although the elf spearmen were raising their weapons high, deep down, they couldn't help but feel fear when facing lizard people twice their size at close range. The one leading the lizard people's cavalry charge was none other than Rakrak, which made the fear even more intense. Riding on the charging cockatrice, Rakrak pointed his finger towards the sky. A spark flickered at the tip of his finger. The elf spearmen didn't know what it meant, but they realized a glowing spot was appearing on his finger, growing larger and larger. Then, Rakrak pulled his finger down from the sky, pointing towards where the elf spearmen were standing. It seemed like a continuous white streak of light was drawn as his finger moved. Immediately after, a lightning bolt tore through the sky. A powerful tremor followed, accompanied by a flash of light in the eyes of the elf warriors. Lightning struck. All the elf warriors who were in contact with the lightning stood motionless, with steam rising from their noses, mouths, and ears. And the elf warriors who were almost struck by the lightning collapsed from the shockwave, most of them becoming blind and deaf. completely incapable of resisting the fierce lizard warriors. Rak and the other lizard people riding the Korkas began to roar and charge straight towards the elf warriors, trampling over those who had fallen and slaughtering mercilessly. With the first attack, the lizard warriors pierced through 2 or 3 elf spearmen at once. Like a skewer, the spear tips of the elf soldiers couldn't even scratch the lizard warriors. The lizard warriors wielding swords didn't stop, swinging their weapons to tear through the air, causing the elf soldiers to scatter in panic. Many elves were cut in the chest, abdomen, and back before they could draw their backup weapon, a dagger. Seeing this, Hesadian yelled, "Don't turn back, you cowards. We must fulfill the wishes of the dancing shadow god." However, Hesadian's words were ignored, and even stifled by the screams of his soldiers. While some elves fought back, most of the elf soldiers had lost their fighting spirit due to Rakrak's lightning. There were still about 220 elves, but only a few were fighting the lizard people. The rest of the elves turned their backs on the lizard people as they shoved and trampled each other to escape, and those who seemed to be commanders tried and failed to rally their army. On the opposite side of the lizard people, the humans of automation were making good use of their ramparts and killing the elves who were reluctantly running towards them. The elves' last hope was to descend the cliff, so the clever ones started changing their direction. However, automation soldiers were also waiting at the bottom of the valley. The elves realized their fate, helplessly kneeling down, lowering their heads and praying to their god in despair, for the benefit of all parties. Lockett decided to end this battle quicker. As the lizard cavalry riding Korkas withdrew from the vanguard position, making way for the lizard infantry to attack, Rakrak muttered something to himself, and Buzz, who was flying low above his head, repeated his words as if receiving a command, "I will attack again." Then, Buzz spread his wings and soared high into the sky. It then charged like a bullet towards the rear of the army, where the elf warriors were trying to resist the relentless onslaught of the lizard men infantry. The lizard men cavalry, who were resting after their initial attack, received orders to take up their weapons again and prepare to charge into battle. Rakrak narrowed his eyes at the elf soldiers and issued a murderous order to kill them all. High in the sky, Eldar could only watch as her elf warriors were slaughtered. Then she said with a sad expression, "I've lost." Sung Woon sneered at her, "So quick, don't you want to intervene directly?" Eldar probably thought Sung Woon's godhood level was higher and she would still lose regardless of both of them intervening in the battle, so she could only clench her teeth bitterly and reply, "It's pointless, the difference in strength is too obvious. What do you want?" Sung Woon could have shouted, "I want your life," and to take Rakrak's tribe across the wilderness, but Eldar's elf tribe was still very far away and Sung Woon had no information about the northern coast, so he made a more humane-sounding request to Eldar: information, technology, and resources. Eldar bit her lip and complained, "That's asking for everything, isn't it?" Sung Woon pointed at Eldar, making her jump as if she was actually being poked, and said seriously, "Not everything, to be precise." Eldar pondered carefully. In the Forgotten World, players on the verge of losing would sometimes continue playing after accepting a few conditions and submissive behavior. Among these conditions, technology and resources were the simplest offers. Asking for technology meant requesting all the technology that Eldar's elf tribe had found and developed. In terms of resources, it was essentially the same as the tribute Eldar had demanded from Sung Woon previously. Information was a bit more special. In the Forgotten World, information referred to information about all entities, areas, maps, and the abilities of the entities. All of this information was stored in the player's information tab. Providing information to someone meant sharing all the objective events that were recorded and constantly updated, including the locations of surrounding species and tribes, their number and level of development to date, and more specifically, the locations of the ancient relics that the player had personally discovered, as well as the statistics of the entities that the player was keeping an eye on. Transferring information also meant sharing all the information that could be collected in the future. Sung Woon thought the probability of Eldar accepting these conditions was less than 50%, because running away might be a better option than letting the enemy benefit from surrendering everything, but Eldar thought differently. Perhaps this would be better. The loss of Hesadian and 300 warriors was a painful defeat at this stage. Protecting Eldar's elf tribe would be very difficult even if Hesadian and the warriors were spared. No one knew how long they could hold on to the northern coast. On the other hand, Eldar felt that Nebula was playing with 2 races in this early stage, and they were still ridiculously strong, so if she needed to choose a side, she thought it would be better to stay with him. After careful consideration, Eldar suddenly cleared her throat and stood up straight. Eldar got back into character and said words that made Sung Woon's skin crawl. "I, Eldar, god of the elves, have been touched by the mercy of Nebula, god of humans and lizard men. Therefore, I will provide you with the information, technology, and resources that you require. I will also provide you with anything else you need in the future." Seeing Eldar's flattering smile, Sungwoon couldn't help but doubt her. But then, she bowed her head very sincerely and added, "Please forgive my previous arrogance. Now, I will tell you what I know about the northern coast." Seeing this, Sungwoon could temporarily accept Eldar's strange behavior and listen to her talk about the northern coast. After listening to Eldar describe the situation on the northern coast, he asked with some surprise, "You have an alliance?" Eldar nodded affirmatively, "Yes, because the term northern coast actually refers to the entire northern coast of the third continent, so it's quite vast and big enough for a few players to form an alliance. There are a total of 3 players in that alliance. The first is Eldar. The second player is Solonos, who occupies a vast territory with a nomadic tribe. The second player has something that Sungwoon is interested in, centaurs, a rare species in the Forgotten World. Centaur tribes are very rare, and in general, a small group of centaurs operating independently is an uncommon sight, so it's very difficult to find them unless a player is very lucky when choosing their first tribe. Of course, all species have many disadvantages and advantages, so players who are looking for a tribe with a high win rate often don't see the need to aim for a rare species. Furthermore, centaurs are very difficult to increase in number and they consume a lot of resources. They are not suitable for the role of the first species. To be honest, Sungwoon wouldn't choose centaurs as his first species even if he found a group right from the start. However, this species is very difficult to deal with when in the hands of another player, because centaurs are basically all cavalry. They would be at a disadvantage if fighting them on the plains. But the opponent who caught Sungwoon's attention most in Eldar's alliance was Lim Chun-sik. Lim Chun-sik had a loose alliance with Solonos and Eldar. In the Forgotten World, there are complex conditions that need to be met to form an official alliance, so players often create loose alliances and break them easily because they are not supported by the game system. Therefore, more precisely, Eldar and Solonos are just a kind of underling. According to Eldar, Lim Chun-sik is the god of the ogre species with an average intelligence of 10. Ogres are not a rare species, however, they have many disadvantages, so they are used as jokes or memes when the Forgotten World becomes popular. The characteristics of ogres are very simple. They are extremely strong, but they are also much more stupid than many other races. The Forgotten World is a game about progressive civilization, and low intelligence is the worst factor in such development. Ogres have low intelligence, so they need to be nurtured in this aspect through blessings. Sungwoon blessed the lizard men through the insect district, and when he chose humans as his second species, he also bestowed upon them 3 blessings: sensitivity, vitality, and intuition. Through districts or by killing demons, players can bless individuals with the skills provided by the system. Among these skills, there is one that helps to increase intelligence. This is why the average intelligence of the ogre tribe that Lim Chun-sik possesses has only reached 10. Ordinary ogres have an intelligence of 5 or lower, not even displayed on the index. Sungwoon almost burst out laughing when he thought about an ogre with high intelligence, but it was no joke. If their average intelligence is 10, it's possible that there's an ogre with an intelligence of 15 or 20 depending on the difference between individuals. If that's the case, there's no reason why they can't become the leader of a tribe and develop civilization. Diplomacy can also be done. Another piece of information that caught Sungwoon's attention was that Hegemonia had to fight Lim Chun-sik and the other 2 players because their interests didn't align. However, Hegemonia was outnumbered, and although Hegemonia had tried to develop his civilization while defending against the enemy, the northern coast wasn't a good location for a civilization. Therefore, Hegemonia decided to run away. He intended to go south and develop a foundation there, but he avoided the watermelon rind only to encounter the coconut rind. He clashed with Sungwoon and lost the bet, having to leave. Moreover, Eldar also revealed that Hegemonia and Lim Chun-sik never officially crossed each other's borders, and Hegemonia often fought Solonos and Eldar. That's why Hegemonia was able to keep his army fairly intact until he encountered Sungwoon. Sungwoon thought for a moment and asked Eldar, "So that's why you suddenly asked me for tribute during our first meeting?" Eldar cleared her throat and continued, "Yes, Lim Chun-sik lost his trading partner after Hegemonia disappeared, and he is asking for tribute from Solonos and me. However, it was too difficult for me to meet this request because I was surrounded by the northern coast above and the wilderness below." The Eldar mentioned here even sobbed and shed tears in a pitiful way. Sungwoon ignored the tearful beauty's face and said coldly, "It's 2 against 1, why don't you fight back?" The Eldar replied sadly, "The ogre god is too strong, and Solonos is leaning towards the Lim side Chun-sik. Sungwon nodded. He seemed to know the reason. Lim Chun-sik treated closer to Solo nose. Right. I think it's because the ogre tribe is a settled tribe, while the centaur tribe of Solo nose being a nomadic tribe, the settled tribes needed to control the nomadic tribes, and the centaurs were not the only nomadic tribes in that vast land. Sungwon knows that there are many large and small NPC tribes existing throughout the wilderness and the northern coast. Nomadic tribes are currently fighting and wary of each other, but one day the nomadic tribes will unite. In that case, even if the ogres are intelligent, they will still be in danger. Sungwon's black-scaled lizard men tribe is an example of a unified nomadic tribe. Sungwon's subsequent analysis completely left Eldar in despair. When Hegemonia still existed, the two large nomadic tribes controlled each other, but after Hegemonia left, the god of the ogre tribe, Lim Chun-sik, had no choice but to be kind to the god of the centaurs, Solo nose. Because land is the measure of strength for settled tribes like ogres and elves, that's why settled tribes can't have good relationships with each other. They need to occupy more land to become stronger, but land is always limited. Anyway, one day Lim Chun-sik will occupy her land, so there's no reason for him to be kind to her anymore. At this point, Eldar's face had fallen like a soggy rice cake, making Sungwon unable to help but chuckle. Of course, Sungwon wasn't laughing because her expression was cute, but because it was the reaction he had expected. After making Eldar feel taken advantage of and betrayed by her allies, Sungwon made a proposal. However, if something like this happened to me, I would also be in trouble. I would have to be more vigilant if they gain more power in the north. So, I think we can help each other. What do you think? Hearing this, Eldar's gloomy face suddenly lit up. Really? But the joy lasted only a few seconds before she remembered her recent defeat. I don't know how useful I can be anymore, having just lost my main force and priest. Sungwon shook his head and encouraged Eldar. I think your district will be very useful. Eldar exclaimed in surprise. My district? I don't think I told you what it is. Sungwon clicked his tongue and replied. Didn't you say you are the dancing shadow god? Then you must be possessing the art district from the start. Eldar widened her eyes in surprise and looked at Sungwon. Wow, you're right. Unlike other districts, the art district has a low ranking because it initially didn't have much value and was difficult to build, but of course, now it has become useful because there's an advisor, Sungwon, here. Then, Sungwon whispered to Eldar how to use her district more effectively, casually giving her a small task. Eldar was both surprised by Sungwon's creative way of exploiting the district's skills and worried about the task he gave her. Will it actually be alright? But of course, she had no other choice now than to put her faith in Sungwon. Not long after, on the northern coast, where the ground was frozen, the north wind howled, and vegetation barely survived. The centaur Temerdu stood with his arms crossed against the cold rock face, staring down into the valley with a distant gaze. After a moment of contemplation, Temerdu spoke to the man behind him. The prophet, tell me about the things you have spread throughout this continent. The wandering old elf who called himself a prophet bowed respectfully to Temerdu. Of course. Then, the prophet began to speak his prophecy with confidence. This is a prediction that will soon come true. In the near future, a king will arrive, and when he does, a new world order will be established. The current ruler will lose his position, and those who freely come and go from this land will be lost. This elf prophet had spread that news in the wilds and on the northern coast, causing Temerdu to frown in displeasure. A king? What exactly is a king? Temerdu frowned and asked again, are you referring to the chieftain of each tribe? The elf prophet shook his head and affirmed, no, that was the person to whom even the tribal chief had to bow. Temerdu heard this and the corner of his mouth immediately raised in discomfort. He was the leader of a human tribe, Big Horse. However, he has never bowed to anyone except in existence. King, you mean a god? The prophet shook his head again decisively. No, gods don't walk the earth, but this king will. Temerdu dramatically slapped his chest. Then he's the leader of all tribal leaders who are only subservient to the gods. That would imply me. The elf prophet shook his head again. I'm afraid not. Temerdu's excited expression immediately became awkward. What? Temerdu looked at the prophet for a moment, curious, and came up with a guess. So you're talking about the lizard people, aren't you? Temerdu had recently heard stories about lizard people in the south known as the black-scaled lizard people, but he wasn't afraid. And as Temerdu expected, the prophet said he didn't need to fear the black-scaled lizard people. Those lizards are indeed strong and terrifying, but they won't be able to reach the northern coast because a powerful man stands in their way. Temerdu became increasingly curious and pressed. So who is this king you speak of? The prophet turned to the north, where it seemed empty, but beyond some short hills lay the land ruled by the ogres. The one who will become king is a giant. It said he is enormous and stands on 2 legs, and he sits on a throne made of stone. It is also said that centaurs cannot defeat him in strength, and that he is wiser than the elves. He is in the north. Simply hearing that description was enough for Temerdu to figure out which race the character belonged to. Temerdu's attitude immediately became harsh. He shouted, "So I can't be king? You mean I will serve the ogre chieftain, Kajin, as a king?" The elf prophet didn't hesitate to nod. "That is correct." Temerdu couldn't help but grind his teeth in frustration, making a chilling grinding sound. His attitude towards the elf prophet became aggressive, as if he wanted to devour him whole. "You are wrong, you stupid pointy-eared fool." The murderous intent in his voice made the prophet jump in terror. He tried to say something, but his head fell to the ground before he could. Temerdu swung his favorite weapon, a large axe, and cleanly sliced across the elf prophet's neck. Blood spurted from the cut, but it seemed not enough to quell his rage. The elf prophet's body collapsed beside the head, rolling at Temerdu's feet, but he showed no remorse for his brutal act. He gripped the axe tightly in his hand with a murderous look. "I, Temerdu, bow to no one except the gods." A desolate wind blew over the elf prophet's corpse. Eldar looked at the prophet without much emotion and asked Sungwoon, "I've done as you asked. Is this good enough?" Following Sungwoon's instructions only cost the life of a wandering elf and a few points of faith, so Eldar didn't mind much, even if there was no result. However, Eldar didn't really understand why Sungwoon was so confident about this. She honestly shared her doubts with Sungwoon. "I think we've confirmed that Temerdu, the centaur leader, is very proud, and we've stirred his anger, but I don't think this will be enough to cause friction between the centaurs and the ogres." Sungwoon chuckled mischievously. "Why do you think that?" Eldar hesitated. "Even if Temerdu has a grudge against the ogre tribe, in the end, it will be the god who controls him, and even though the elf claimed to be a prophet, he wasn't. His prophecy was just a wild guess." Sungwoon maintained her cunning smile and replied mysteriously, "That's why it's even better, then we can make it a reality." Even after the elf prophet's death, the prophecy didn't leave Temerdu's mind. This was due to the power of the art district's ability to inspire, but Temerdu didn't know that. He was haunted by the word king and even dreamed about whether he had the qualities to become a king, and how the other tribal leaders lacked the qualities to be such a king. In every dream of his journey to climb the highest mountain, representing the position of leading all the tribes, Temerdu always found himself alone, traversing through blizzards. These dreams of his were not only due to his own obsession but also the manipulation of the god he worshipped. Temerdu was trapped in recurring nightmares about how he couldn't reach the peak of glory. The mountain he was aiming for was the one in the north, and he had overcome many other races, including the powerful lizard people he had recently heard about. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't reach the summit. Because every time he went through a battle and won against all those other races, a huge boulder would roll down from the top of the mountain, blocking his way. That boulder prevented Temerdu from becoming king, and it was massive, just like the ogre chieftain mentioned in the prophecy. It had been a week since he had this recurring nightmare, and Temerdu woke up with a start after being hit in the head by a stone. He sat up with a heavy heart and heavy breathing, as if he had just run hundreds of miles. Temerdu realized that the nightmare was recurring like a haunting that tormented his mind, but he couldn't escape it. Temerdu grabbed the axe resting beside the bed and was filled with the will to fight. "The only way to escape this haunting is to become king myself." However, according to the prophecy, one couldn't become king just because of their own desire. This made Temerdu ponder, "I need to become someone others submit to, but do others even know the name Temerdu in these wilds?" As if fate had heard Temerdu's lament, his subordinate suddenly ran in and announced, "Sir Chieftain, you have some visitors." Temerdu was surprised because his tribe hadn't had many good relationships with other tribes except for their forgotten allies. At the same time, he was curious about the purpose of these visitors, so after thinking for a moment, he ordered his subordinate to invite the guests in. Temerdu sat on a bed specifically designed to fit his centaur form, waiting for the guests to arrive. He also took the time to continue thinking about how to realize his ambition. The first was an elf of the blue-eyed tribe. Elves and centaurs had been allies for a long time, so Temerdu did not consider this visit sudden. However, this elf envoy mentioned the prophecy as soon as he sat down. He even directly mentioned that the king in the prophecy referred to the ogre chieftain, but the elf envoy seemed to support Temerdu. "If anyone is to become king, it should be you, Chieftain Temerdu. Kajin seems gentle, kind, and strong, but he's just a coward who doesn't want to hold that power. We need to free ourselves from this prophecy." Temerdu was convinced by the prospect of escaping the prophecy, and the second visitor was a human from Automation. Automation was a place Temerdu had only heard rumors of, but he knew of its reputation. The human visitor didn't speak of the prophecy, but said something even more surprising. Are you Temerdu, the king? Our Lord of Automation heard that a centaur king had emerged and sent a gift to build a good relationship with the king. Temerdu saw this precious gift and couldn't hide his surprise, but at the same time felt disappointed that he had to refuse it. After the human visitor pleaded, Temerdu reluctantly left the gifts in his tent. He became more and more confused. Why was he wavering at words that weren't a direct revelation from the divine? Yet all the visitors today spoke of a king, and they said he was the king, if this wasn't a coincidence. Temerdu put aside thoughts of kingship because the third visitor made him wary. It was a lizard man from the black-scale lizard folk tribe. Unlike the previous two visitors, lizard folk herded cattle like the centaurs. Both tribes enjoyed fighting with the Null tribe. Becoming allies because the other side was the enemy of their enemy was common only in settled tribes. For nomadic tribes, having a common enemy meant they would also have to fight each other, so he had to consider whether to refuse the visitor. After careful consideration, Temerdu invited the third visitor in, and a black-scaled lizard man dressed in silk entered the tent. The lizard man removed his hood and smiled brightly. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Owen of the black-scale lizard folk tribe. Temerdu couldn't help but anticipate what Owen would say. After all, the previous two visitors had told him to become king and asked if he was the king, so Temerdu asked Owen, "Are you going to tell me to be king too?" Owen sat down with his legs crossed, looking relaxed. Will you become king? To be honest, I'm not sure about that. The future is uncertain, isn't it? But if you're thinking about becoming king, I'm here to tell you not to do it. A day ago, Temerdu would have been furious at being told he couldn't be king, but now, after speaking with the previous two visitors, he felt more confused than angry. Why? Why do you say I can't be king? Am I not qualified? Owen smiled and explained, qualified? What qualities are needed to be a king? For example, the recognition of other tribal chiefs. Temerdu responded, half confident and half doubtful. It will happen soon, even though they aren't tribal chiefs. An elf and a human visited me today and said I'm good enough to be king. What do you think, lizard man? Owen nonchalantly shrugged. I'm not sure. I'll try to stop you, but our leader might think differently. My leader might approve of you becoming king. Temerdu became even more confused. Could a tribe and its chief disagree with each other? It would be very difficult to lead a tribe if what the tribe wanted didn't align with the chief's wishes. Black-scale lizard folk were said to be great, but he guessed their chief wasn't that good. Owen then whispered softly, so Temerdu couldn't hear, the leader will say you can have all the false glory, and he'll also say that he'll show you what true power is. Temerdu couldn't hear Owen's whisper, so he asked in a daze, what did you say? Owen quickly covered up, nothing. It's not that we doubt your abilities or anything, it's just that you shouldn't be king. I'm saying this for your benefit. Temerdu started to get angry, his teeth grinding. What? If Owen's subsequent words weren't convincing enough, he already had his favorite axe in hand. Owen clicked his tongue, looking sympathetic. It's not a matter of qualifications or abilities, the real issue is divine approval. Temerdu seemed stunned to hear the words divine and approval. He hesitantly asked Owen, the god of bold valor doesn't want me to be king, why not? Owen calmly replied, I don't know. I have my green armored beetle god, and you have your bold valor god. How can we know the will of another god when we can't even know the will of our own god? I mean, I can only guess that there's a hierarchical system between tribes on this land. So maybe there's a hierarchy among the gods too. I think your bold valor god is lower than the endless gaze god of the ogre tribe. Owen said these words calmly, despite the consequences. And of course, Temerdu couldn't control his fury anymore. Temerdu swung his axe while raising his front legs and stamping them hard on the floor. You bastard! How dare you blaspheme our god? With those words, Temerdu's axe swung down towards Owen. But Owen didn't show any fear. Instead, he smiled calmly. He knew Temerdu's axe wouldn't hit him because he still wanted to hear what Owen had to say about this topic. Owen shook his head with a sly smile. I was only talking about the hierarchy between the two gods, not between the two tribes. Why are you angry? And if you want to be angry, then don't be angry with me. Be angry with the other god who defeated your god. Temerdu seemed ready to crush Owen at any moment. He started to pant and calm down. He slowly released his axe, feeling a sense of doubt about his god. He remembered the recent messages from his god that he had forgotten, or rather, messages that he wanted to forget. Temerdu remembered the nightmares he had been having lately. He always fell while trying to climb the narrow one-way path to the top of the mountain. In reality, there was no mountain that high in the north coast, and the bad events didn't only happen to him in dreams. Bad things happened whenever Temerdu heard the words north, ogre, or king. a rock would hit his ankle, or he would step into a hole that wasn't there when he looked. These were events that Temerdu tried his best to ignore, and that's why he didn't run out of the tent and tell his tribe to march north to confront the ogres. Temerdu now understood all the dreams and hints he had received. God couldn't encourage him to become king because of the obstruction from the ogre god. Temerdu's spirits visibly sank. He asked Owen, "If what you said is true, what should I do?" Owen stood up casually and gave a vague answer. "Our warriors, if truly necessary, will sometimes disobey the commander's orders. Perhaps you should do the same with your god." With those words, Owen turned and left the tent. But before disappearing at the entrance to the tent, he turned back and smiled mockingly at Temerdu. "But maybe you'll do what your god wants anyway." Temerdu felt a burning fire ignite in his chest. The previous two visitors had awakened desires in Temerdu's heart, but Owen's words were different. Now, becoming a king wasn't just about Temerdu's personal desires, but also his duty and honor to the bold valor god. It was the most sacred mission he thought he could accomplish. Now, Temerdu didn't want to be king, he was compelled to become a king. Temerdu clenched his fist forcefully, his eyes filled with determination. "For my god, I will walk the path against his will." Thanks to the small bug that Owen kept warm and brought with him when he visited Temerdu's tent, Sung Woon and Eldar could observe the entire psychological process of Temerdu's powerful shock. Eldar laughed sheepishly, admitting his limited thinking ability. "Heh, I didn't realize I could use the art zone like this. Why haven't I known this before?" Sung Woon clicked his tongue in response. "You can write any story you want with your imagination. Everything that happens in a person's mind can be considered art. Murals, sculptures, prophecies, everything similar is related to inspiration and emotions," Eldar exclaimed as if he had just been enlightened. Sung Woon continued to explain the reason for Temerdu's wavering. Even races controlled by other players can change differently from the player's wishes because they can't directly communicate with the divine. The player Solonos must be having a headache over this. Eldar looked at the furious Temerdu with some concern. "But is this enough?" "It's true that it can create conflict between the two tribes, but I don't think it can cause conflict between the two gods." Sung Woon clicked his tongue in response. "To be honest, I don't know what Solonos, the god of the centaurs, is planning, but I can assure you that Solonos won't be able to develop just by relying on his loose alliance with Lim Chun-sik. Settled tribes can develop continuously with land as their base, but centaurs are a nomadic raiding tribe. Even though the ogre's environment is quite barren, they will still develop through agriculture. Because centaurs are allies with a large settled tribe, they will have to develop by only raiding medium and small NPC settlements, but that will be quite limited, and this is probably the strategy that Lim Chun-sik decided on from the beginning," Eldar exclaimed again. "So Lim Chun-sik is planning to make the centaurs his allies during this stage of the game, and then he'll take them over when he gets a big advantage later." Sung Woon laughed. "More or less, I'm not introducing a new conspiracy into the game on the North Coast, I'm just reminding them of what they've forgotten, or telling them what they'll soon find out." Meanwhile, on the North Coast, in a place where mortals cannot see, a conversation that mortals cannot hear is taking place. Solonos, clad in iron armor from head to toe, continuously bowed deeply before Lim Chun-sik. "I apologize, Lim Chun-sik, Temerdu won't listen to me." Lim Chun-sik, an old man with a pot belly, wearing a sleeveless shirt and shorts, replied to Solonos generously. "It's all right, brother. It's my fault for not paying attention to that crazy elf. I didn't expect she would have the idea to bring in another player," Lim Chun-sik grumbled, his face wrinkling, making him look like a middle-aged man in his early to mid-50s. Solonos remained with his head bowed, full of guilt. "I didn't expect this either." Lim Chun-sik, acting politely, comforted Solonos. "No, you've already faced hegemonia, that's enough. I should be the one apologizing." Solonos looked up in surprise. "What?" Lim Chun-sik made a face as if he cared about Solonos, but he was actually despising him. "Temerdu and Kajin will soon have to fight, and if Temerdu dies, you'll lose an important priest." Solonos burst into laughter. "Haha, Lim Chun-sik, I apologize for what happened. But mostly, I apologize because my Temerdu will kill your Kajin," he added, his eyes glowing with hatred behind the iron helmet that covered most of his face. Lim Chun-sik grinned at this comment. "Haha, I don't think so." In the end, the two allies ended their amicable conversation with the flames of hostility burning brightly. As expected and predicted by Sung Woon, Solonos and Lim Chun-sik had no intention of stopping the war between the two tribes. After all, it was only a matter of time before they turned on each other, and both were confident in their own tribes. In the following days, Temerdu gathered the NPC tribes under his command to fight. Upon hearing the news, Kajin also began building barricades around a small goblin village on the outskirts of his territory, where goblins had been enslaved by ogres for a long time. Of course, Temerdu didn't care about those things because he had a detailed plan to behead the ogre leader, Kajin. Kajin was relying on the goblins and only built an outer barricade, but if we follow the river path, we can avoid the goblin village and reach Kajin. Temerdu was confident that his strategy was perfect. He had beheaded a warrior who said there was a problem, but that warrior was the only one who doubted his words. Temerdu's strength was 58, a high enough power to compensate for his low intelligence and poor communication skills as a tribal chief. It was also enough to unify the will of the tribe into one. Temerdu brought with him 70 centaurs, along with 30 and 60 cavalrymen from the subordinate tribes under his command, making a total of 160 cavalrymen. He confidently led the large army towards the ogre territory. Forward, warriors, this is the way to become king. Upon entering the territory ruled by Kajin, Temerdu marched along the river, avoiding the goblin village. However, he didn't go far before being stopped by the shout of a scout, "Chief Temerdu, there are goblins ahead of us." Temerdu didn't expect Kajin to be so far-sighted as to anticipate his strategy and deploy goblin troops on the path Temerdu would take. However, Temerdu wasn't worried and, full of vigor, raised his axe. "They're just goblins, there are many of them, but we just need to trample them under our hooves. Attack." And just as Temerdu said, there were about 300 goblins, but they didn't have proper bows and arrows. In fact, a large part of them weren't even armed. Their numbers were impressive only when counting slaves, not soldiers. The goblin army tried to flee, but it was a narrow hillside. Driven by bloodlust, Temerdu and his warriors charged into the goblins like a storm. Only a few goblins attempted to fight back, but it was futile. Temerdu believes that he can defeat Kajin by taking advantage of the momentum of victory. He aggressively rushes forward until he is startled to realize that he has fallen into Kajin's trap. Behind the big trees, where it seemed like no one could hide, the ogres suddenly appeared. "I knew you would go this way. Didn't you expect us to guess?" The ogres broke through bushes and trees as they passed, each 3.5 meters tall and weighing a ton, pale-skinned giants with short necks and bulging bellies. Taken by surprise, the centaurs and cavalry tried to avoid the approaching ogres. However, their legs became entangled with the dead goblins and cutting through the goblins left them exhausted. The cavalry got off their disobedient horses and tried to run away, but the centaurs could not do so. The centaurs were stronger than the ogres as they could freely charge forward, but the trapped ones were weaker. Armed with hammers, maces, and clubs, the ogres began to strike the centaurs' heads. Blood splattered from the crushed body parts. The centaur warriors didn't even have time to raise their weapons to defend themselves. Soon, dozens of centaurs fell under the hammers, maces, and clubs of the ogres. Corpses piled up, soaked in blood and flesh. Seeing his subordinates die like straw, Temerdu furiously stepped on the bodies of the goblins and advanced towards the ogres. "You reduce your agility with the goblins' corpses and then charge at us. Cheap tricks." "Cheap tricks," he said, then jumped forward and charged at the nearest ogre. In a blink, the heads of 2 ogres were harvested like reaping rice. The movement was quick, clean, and decisive, not even giving the 2 ogres a chance to scream. Temerdu had managed to behead 2 ogre warriors, but the 3rd ogre warrior, particularly robust, forced him to stop and act more cautiously. This was the ogre tribe leader, Kajin. The two had never met before, but as their eyes met, they recognized each other. Temerdu gave a haughty smile and declared, "I will defeat you in the name of our gods, and I will become king." Kajin was a giant ogre, even compared to his own kin. Though he was obese, he still had bulging muscles that pulsed with every breath. Kajin exhaled hot breath through his teeth and replied to Temerdu's challenge, "Temerdu, how dare you betray us? You will regret this." Without any further talk, the two charged at each other with maximum strength and speed. Their weapons collided, and both weapons flew off into the ground instantly. But of course, losing their weapons didn't stop them from fighting each other. Their fight continued with bare hands, with punches exchanged back and forth. Eventually, Kajin grabbed Temerdu's neck, and Temerdu struggled to break free from Kajin's grip. Temerdu's strength was 58, and he had never lost in a battle of strength with anyone. But this time, Temerdu was suppressed. Kajin dodged Temerdu's punch and jumped on Temerdu's back, still holding onto his neck. Temerdu was forced to buckle under Kajin's weight pressing down on his back. Kajin didn't use his hands, but his wrists and forearms to strangle Temerdu. Just as Kajin believed he had Temerdu's life in his hands, he twisted his hand, snapping the neck. A shattering sound echoed. Temerity fell to the ground, his neck broken, his head tilting to the side. Kajin wiped his hand clean and stood up. "Ha, I told you you'd regret it," he said, then moved on to break the neck of the next centaur. Soon after, the rainy season passed, the grass began to dry up, and a cold northern wind blew across the wilderness. Sung-won and Eldar stood on the rugged terrain, watching the system window. News of the clash between Kajin and Temerity had spread widely. Kajin had won, and it wasn't even a tough battle, which surprised Eldar. "I thought the centaurs would do more damage to the ogres." Ogres are known for their strength, but centaurs are a rare species with great fighting power. But in the end, the centaurs only killed some goblins enslaved by the ogres, and only less than 10 ogres were killed. Eldar mumbled to herself as she walked around. "I thought the ogres would be a formidable opponent from the start. Besides their superior strength, their intelligence is also enhanced through blessings. They are a combination of this coincidence to that coincidence, so how could they not be strong?" Sung-won scrolled up and down the system messages but didn't bother responding to Eldar. Eldar continued her one-sided conversation. "I'm not sure, but aren't the lizard men your main force? However, lizard men are quite susceptible to cold, so they wouldn't be able to give their all if they fought in the north. And I know that the human army has received a blessing to improve their physical abilities, but there aren't many of them. If at least I still had my main army." Sung-won then raised his head and interrupted Eldar. "What the heck are you talking about all this time? I don't need the elf army here, and the lizard men won't be facing the ogres." Eldar looked at Sung-won in surprise. "What, didn't you call me here to discuss how to deal with the ogres?" Sung-won shook his head and said nonchalantly, "I'm the one in this battle with Lim Chun-sik, and I've already decided how to deal with the ogres. There's no need to hold a meeting to come up with a strategy." "Okay, forget it. Repeat what you just said again. What's your rank?" Eldar suddenly cleared her throat as if she felt a bit embarrassed to talk about something that wasn't fitting her role. To be honest, I rank around 3,400. Sung-won clicked his tongue in response. Considering the number of players in the Forgotten World, being the 3,400th ranked player is quite good. But that's not what he cares about. Sung-won thinks that 32 players are chosen according to their rank, but Eldar is not even among the top 100 players. Maybe it's the choice chosen randomly, but he found it all seemed quite intentional as both the best and second best players were chosen. Also, it was strange that the Eldar were ranked quite high at 3,400. Instead of 23,400 or even 43,400, so Sung-won thinks there must be another standard for selection. Sung-won had to put his thoughts aside for a moment because the Eldar was asking how he would deal with Lim Chun-sik, but instead of answering, he asked her back, "By the way, would she still continue to cooperate with me?" The Eldar was dumbfounded. "What?" Without explaining to Eldar, Sung-won turned away with an indifferent expression. "Thank you for your cooperation." Eldar was completely baffled. What cooperation? Meanwhile, in the frigid north, Lim Chun-sik was reviewing all the issues that had recently occurred. Lim Chun-sik had been able to play the game without any major obstacles along the way, at least until Eldar and Solonos lost their main forces because of the player named Nebula. Lim Chun-sik knew about Nebula, the best player in the Forgotten World. This crazy guy never streamed or participated in any competitions. He seemed to only eat and focus on playing the game. Lim Chun-sik didn't think he would encounter Nebula so soon, but he wasn't overly afraid. After all, this was a game of luck. The regions were randomly assigned, and the races were also quite random. As long as the player had a certain level of skill in playing the game, the next important thing was luck. The region Lim Chun-sik got at the start of the game was the bird region. Lim Chun-sik had checked his region and assessed that he was in a favorable position in the game. The bird region was considered good in many aspects, due to the characteristics of a bird that were convenient for scouting large areas, and could also bestow helpful blessings on his race, such as the wisdom of an owl or the intelligence of a raven. Lim Chun-sik had made the mistake of only recently discovering that the lizard people roaming in the south were under Nebula's control. However, Lim Chun-sik believed they wouldn't affect the course of his game much. He suggested to Kajin that he should stock up on supplies in preparation for the lizard people's attack. Besides, Lim Chun-sik also knew that Nebula was in possession of the insect and lizard regions. Both were weak against the cold, so he felt that fighting Nebula wasn't something to worry about. Lim Chun-sik's latest ranking in the Forgotten World was 153, but he had reached 20 during his peak. He had also placed 4th among 128 players in a competition organized by domestic streamers, so Lim Chun-sik was determined to beat the number 1 player, Nebula, this time to prove his strength. In the following days, Lim Chun-sik focused on reconnaissance near the border to monitor the enemy's movements. He assumed the lizard people would launch a full-scale battle before winter arrived. But strangely, the lizard people still showed no signs of attacking even after autumn ended. They only occupied the empty lands of Tamaridu and the Centaur tribe after they were defeated by Kajin and the Ogre tribe. Lim Chun-sik waited for a long time, patiently amidst his impatience, until he saw a shocking sight. When winter arrived, the elf villages suddenly began to burn fiercely. Lim Chun-sik stood up in shock and looked closely at where the fire was spreading. The elf village is burning. Lim Chun-sik initially didn't realize what this meant. The elf tribe had lost their main force, so they couldn't cause any damage at the current time, and he didn't have any strange preferences that would lead him to unnecessarily bother them. The same was true for occupying Salando's territory. The centaurs had also lost their main force. There were NPCs, but the land was mostly empty, so Lim Chun-sik thought it wasn't necessary to waste troops on occupying that land. It didn't cost much resources, but it wasn't worth using any resources, especially when a battle was coming. But winter was coming, and it was too late for the lizard people to advance north and fight. This meant that Nebula temporarily had no intention of engaging in war, and Lim Chun-sik realized Nebula's intentions belatedly, a burn tactic. The plan Sung-woon was implementing was a scorched earth tactic, also known as a burn tactic. Sung-woon explained to Eldar, burning down all the areas that your opponent can occupy and causing isolation. In the Forgotten World, supplies are as important as in real wars, so the same strategy is applied. Maybe you've used it a few times, right? Eldar nodded, looking sadly at the burning village. My village is burning, sniff sniff. Sung-woon reassured Eldar, the blue-eyed tribe didn't suffer as much damage as you fear. The lizard people calmly waited for the elves to run away from the village before attacking. Eldar was still heartbroken and her voice trembled, but I've never seen that strategy used so early in the game. Sung-woon smirked, you're right. Normally it's not effective in the early stages of the game, but this time, all the conditions were met. Maybe I was lucky. First, Sung-woon's opponent, who occupied the northern coastline, found it difficult to get food. The environment wasn't suitable for farming, but thanks to their blessed intelligence, the ogres could quickly develop their civilization, establish trade, import food from the south, and increase their population. The ogre tribe grew strong, but now their trade routes were cut off due to Sung-woon's scorched earth strategy, and there were no more elves to plunder. They would find it difficult to get alternative supplies. They could go back to hunting and gathering, but it wouldn't be enough to feed everyone, and the ogres even captured goblin NPCs as slaves. Eldar nodded, but her expression was still grim because the elf village was destroyed. Enslaving NPCs is a strategy that can be easily used at the beginning of the game. However, if the owning tribe weakens, there's a chance that the enslaved species will rebel against the owning tribe. Sung-woon continued to explain, intelligence isn't the real weakness of the ogres. Their weakness is their large, strong physique, and power is their weakness. The Forgotten World is a realistic game from beginning to end. Species with large physiques also have a high basal metabolic rate, meaning they eat a lot. They have to survive this winter, but they have a lot of muscle and their bodies need a lot of energy. In the Forgotten World, other players aren't the only enemies. The environment can be an enemy too. Eldar mumbled in agreement but still kept a sullen expression. Seeing this, Sung-woon nonchalantly said, and you're part of my luck too. Eldar opened her eyes wide in surprise. What? She was briefly happy thinking that she was Sung-woon's lucky charm. However, Sung-woon's next words extinguished Eldar's joy. Haha, normally this tactic requires me to burn down my own land too, but the elf territory gave me an alternative, and because the elves are a tribe that moves little, they've provided the ogres with a constant supply of food over the years, so burning down their village is even more effective. Having teased Eldar enough, Sung-woon turned his gaze towards the system window. Anyway, let's see if my strategy worked. Everything went exactly as Sung-woon had hoped. The ogres survived the first winter with the supplies they had saved for the battle. However, when spring arrived, they had to rummage through the bushes for food, and the elf villages were all empty. Then summer arrived, and the hungry ogres began to eat goblins alive. The small goblin villages around the ogre villages all became the scene of bloody massacres by the ogres. When autumn arrived, the goblins refused to be enslaved by the ogres and attacked them. In the beginning of the second winter, the ogres fought the goblins and won, but they had nothing left to eat because all the surviving goblins had fled. Finally, the hungry ogres began to abandon their tribe and move south to the wilderness. Each time Kajin heard about someone leaving, He felt restless in his heart. Kajin was very intelligent. His intelligence stat was 43, not only high for an ogre, but also high compared to other chieftains. One of Kajin's subordinates sighed and asked him, "The goblin villages no longer have any food supplies for us, because they're too hungry. People leave for other lands to find food every day. What should we do now?" Kajin knew that the wilderness and the burned elf villages were the work of the enemy, but he believed that this wasteful war of attrition would also harm the lizard people, so he patiently waited for the guidance of the gods. Even if it caused the whole tribe to die out slowly, Kajin was wise enough to understand that the gods didn't have many other options either. Seeing Kajin remain silent and thoughtful, the subordinate hesitantly asked again, "Could it be that the gods don't care about our suffering? This is just a difficulty we need to overcome." Kajin knew that once they overcame this difficulty, glory would belong to them, so he didn't betray his faith in the gods. However, other ogres were less wise and didn't do the same. Quite a few ogres believed that their god had abandoned them. They were starving and even losing control of their goblin slaves. At first, Kajin tried to persuade those who had lost faith with words, but as time went on, the number of those who lost faith increased, and he had to use his staff to suppress them from leaving. But that didn't last long. Finally, he had no choice but to watch groups of ogres flee south. Occasionally, Kajin heard from a few remaining scouts that the deserters were found dead, some even killed by goblins, and sometimes, there was no news at all. When spring arrived, Kajin had to make a choice: continue to hold on, or go south before the tribe weakened further. This was also the decision that Lim Chun-sik had to make. He couldn't wait any longer. Lim Chun-sik had thought for many days and finally came up with a solution that he thought would be useful. He sent a request for a silent conversation with Solo Nose, whom he hadn't contacted in a while. The two hadn't spoken to each other since the war between Temerdu and Kajin. There really wasn't much to say. Solo Nose was busy sending the centaurs away from the lizard people who were moving back and forth near their area, so Solo Nose coldly responded to Lim Chun-sik's call. "Is there anything?" Lim Chun-sik asked politely. "Solo Nose, how many troops do you have left?" Solo Nose replied irritably, "I lost all my warriors to you, so I have no warriors left." Lim Chun-sik exclaimed in surprise, "Even after a year has passed?" Solo Nose recounted sadly, "When Temerdu was killed by Kajin, the black-scaled lizard people came and conquered our lands. Most of the people on my territory died while escaping, and since then, their trust in me has been very low." Lim Chun-sik and Solo Nose both sighed in unison, understanding that their situation was not easy. In the current stage of civilization, warriors are essentially strong and energetic youths, but when warriors die, the tribe will soon collapse, because the remaining members will become vulnerable to external threats. After a moment of sadness, Solo Nose continued, "I was planning to contact you, too." Lim Chun-sik raised his head in surprise. "Contact? What for?" Solo Nose replied with a wry smile, "I received an invitation." Lim Chun-sik widened his eyes. "What, from Nebula?" Solo Nose shrugged. "That's right, or not quite. It came from the Eldar. She said if I followed Nebula and helped control you, they would spare my life." Lim Chun-sik swallowed dryly. "So you..." Solo Nose immediately showed anger. "What do you mean? Look at that Eldar woman. Does keeping my life mean anything at this point? And even though things have gone bad and I have to fight you, we still trust and rely on each other, right?" I immediately rejected the offer. "That's a lie." Solo Nose had considered the offer for a long time. If not for the Eldar's sarcastic remarks, Solo Nose might have surrendered to Nebula. Lim Chun-sik was moved by this lie to the point of tears. "Oh, brother." Solo Nose continued to strengthen his belief with Lim Chun-sik. "I said I have no more troops, but if I dig deeper, maybe I can find about 10 centaurs who can shoot arrows and use spears." Lim Chun-sik immediately became excited. That's right, that's right." Lim Chun-sik felt relieved and began to plan a counterattack. Solo Nose and Lim Chun-sik had lost many of their tribesmen, the basis for generating faith points. Therefore, their divinity levels were low. But it was not too late. Lim Chun-sik believed that in this forgotten world, a battle depends on the level of intervention of a god. Lim Chun-sik looked at the desolate land about to become a battlefield with the eyes of a bird and judged that he didn't need to include the Eldar in his calculations. Unlike the battle between Kajin and Temerdu, which was a defensive battle, Lim Chun-sik thought that if they fought in an open field, it would ultimately be a battle between gods. He didn't know exactly what level Nebula was at, but he was sure he was higher than him. Lim Chun-sik muttered as he deployed his war plan through a dream for Kajin. "It's not too late, we will turn the tide. Just wait, we'll destroy you, Nebula." Kajin happily obeyed the will of the gods instead of his own decision. He sent all the ogres who could fight south, a total of 20. There were also centaurs in the group who were either too young or too old to fight. Both the ogres and centaurs knew this was the will of their gods. Kajin thought that those who were not capable of fighting would be taken away to be food, but before he could eat the youngest centaur alive, they unexpectedly encountered a black-scaled lizard man in the middle of the wilderness. He shouted, "Stop!" They were there, before the eyes of the ogres and centaurs. A large army was approaching with thick dust. This group of lizard men didn't look like a scouting party. There were 50 of them in total, and they were all cavalry riding on the backs of Korkas. Even Rakrak appeared with his huge cockatrice. Seeing this, Lim Chun-sik quickly entered Kajin's body using divine control abilities. 30 warriors might seem like a small number, but they were not races lacking ability. They were a combination of centaurs and ogres, two of the strongest warrior races. Lim Chun-sik and Kajin both believed they could win, even kill Rakrak, and if they were lucky enough to kill Rakrak while Nebula was still in his body, that would be even better. Lim Chun-sik said to Solonose, who had just entered the body of an old centaur, "Let's go, Solonose." Solonose immediately replied, "Of course, let's fight." Immediately, the ogres and centaurs charged forward together and shouted sounds that strengthened their fighting spirit. Even as Kajin and the giant centaur charged towards him, Rakrak did not waver or panic. Lim Chun-sik and Solongo's divinity levels were 6 and 5, respectively. Adding them together, they are 11, the same as Sung Woon's divinity level, so Sung Woon decided to also use divine control to counterattack without summoning familiars or using any other kind of magic. In a flash, Sung Woon merged with Rakrak's body. As Kajin swung down his huge hammer-like hands, the agile cockatrice was able to dodge easily, causing his attack to strike the ground uselessly. Just as Kajin was bending down, the centaur swung his spear across the air to attack Rakrak unexpectedly. But Rakrak reacted quickly, jumping off the cockatrice's back and leaping high into the air, passing the spear flying through the air and using Kajin's head as a support for a beautiful somersault. As Rakrak landed upside down in front of Kajin and the centaur, his eyes glowed brightly with the blue color of lightning. At that moment, a bolt of lightning emerged from Rakrak's open palm and aimed straight at the enemy. The lightning bolts quickly spread. Lim Chun-sik and Solonose were completely unaware of Sung Woon's strange ability. They were momentarily stunned, forgetting to control their characters to avoid it. In Sung Woon's opinion, the battle wasn't intense. He calmly brushed his hands together after exiting Rakrak's body. "You think you can defeat me with just a little bit of holy power? There's no way I wouldn't be able to guess your thoughts right now. Use your brains a little. Why wouldn't I run away when I have to fight 1 against 2? Obviously, it's because I'm confident I can win," Sung Woon said with a wry smile as he looked down at the ground, where Kajin and the centaur had been thrown so violently that they were emitting black smoke. Sung Woon checked the system message. Player Lim Chun-sik has become a vassal, the biggest contributor to player Lim Chun-sik's defeat. Player Nebula, 94.3%. Player Solonose has become a vassal, the biggest cause of player Solongo's defeat. Player Nebula, 78.6%. There is a lag between when divine control is used and when it is cancelled. There are cases where players will suddenly die because they don't cancel the skill in time. In that case, the player will have to be prepared to lose experience points, and if their level drops below 1, they will become a vassal. Since there are no waiting rooms in this world like in a game, there are 2 new items that have been created in Sung Woon's hands. The contributor who causes the most experience point loss will be awarded the vassal icon. Since the game is still in its early stages, both Lim Chun-sik and Solonose haven't encountered many other players, so Sung Woon's contribution is very high. The owner of the vassal icon can destroy it immediately or keep it at their discretion, because they can later release the player from the vassal status. Sung Woon had no intention of releasing the vassals, but he also felt particularly uncomfortable thinking about destroying them, so he decided to move the vassal statues to the corner of his inventory to prevent them from being an eyesore. Sung Woon became happy again as he thought about the next thing to do, which was to check his rewards. Sung Woon had earned a lot of experience points, pushing his divinity level up to level 12. And Sung Woon's experience points weren't the only thing that increased. Rakrak is now level 21. He would be called a hero with his high level in this stage of civilization. He has almost reached the highest level anyone can achieve at this point. Besides experience points, there are other rewards. If a god is killed, the territories that the defeated god owns can be taken by the victor. The system sent a notification to Sung Woon. "You have received an unidentified territory from player Lim Chun-sik. You have received an unidentified territory from player Solonose." Sung Woon immediately clicked open with an excited mood. Immediately, a few face-down cards appeared. The territories chosen are now also random. You can only choose one from among the territories the loser owns. Sung-woon thought that part was a shame, but better than nothing. Sung-woon checked Lim Chun-sik's territory first, then Solango's. As soon as he looked at the two cards, birds and swamp, he burst into laughter. Jackpot. Sung-woon knew Solono's had the stone territory, so he was expecting to receive it, but what he drew was swamp. It wasn't completely useless, but it didn't have much utility. On the other hand, Sung-woon's joy came from the birds card. Birds is a decent territory. It's not only beneficial for players when scouting other areas, but it also has two famous blessings that increase intelligence, but it would be a waste to bestow blessings on characters who already have blessings, so Sung-woon intends to save these blessings for future generations, replacing poison resistance with raven intelligence for lizard people, and replacing vitality with owl intelligence for humans. After closing the system reward windows, Sung-woon looked at the list of 3 players he had recently interacted with and smiled contentedly. 2 out of the 3 players have become vassals and have lost the ability to resist unless he or his allies find a way to release them later. As for Eldar, although she hasn't been captured, she can no longer pose a threat. Therefore, Sung-woon can leisurely turn his gaze towards something else. That is the world map. Sung-woon thought he should rearrange the layout of the area and even the surrounding regions to understand the situation, laying the groundwork for future plans. Sung-woon first looked to the west, over his locusts, and he realized that a major war had broken out in the central area of the continent. While he wasn't sure if he had grasped everything he needed to know, he knew that it was a war between 5 players divided into 3 factions. They fought on the borders of their territories and captured the vacant lands of the continent behind each other. However, until they could expand their territories, Sung-woon decided to leave them alone for the time being. This was a good situation for him, as they fought among themselves and exhausted each other. Moreover, Sung-woon was an outsider. If he interfered and was unlucky, there was a possibility that other players would band together against him. Sung-woon then turned to the east. There was a short mountain range with the eastern coastline of the continent behind it. There might be some NPC tribes, but it wasn't a place where players could settle. Instead of crossing the mountain range from this side, it would be better to sail out to sea and capture the coastline. This would be the job of merchants and explorers. There might be some ancient relics, but they weren't too important at this time. Sung-woon then looked back at the northern coastline. Sung-woon's black-scaled lizards had exterminated or driven away all other tribes, so the northern part of the peninsula belonged to the black-scaled lizards. However, Solono's and Lim Chun-sik had subdued or enslaved the NPC tribes, so it would take time for the northern coastline to be cleared. However, it didn't matter because most of them were goblins anyway. Finally, Sung-woon turned to look at the south. The southern part of the peninsula wasn't entirely unexplored. Sung-woon's races hadn't yet reached this location, but the insects had. He knew that there were a few NPC tribes and that their level of development was still low, but Sung-woon also knew that the presence of Rakrak was necessary to conquer the south without encountering any trouble. There was no need to pay much attention to the east or west. The north and south needed to be dealt with simultaneously, but Rakrak couldn't be in both places at the same time. Sung-woon thought about what to do and came up with a different solution. This is why teamwork was needed. On the other end of the video call, Eldar asked in a daze, "What did you just say? I have a bad feeling about this." Sung-woon shrugged. "Nothing, you're mistaken." Sung-woon decided to send the elves back to the north. Although they objected because they had adapted to their new home, they had to face pressure from the lizard men, and many elves still remembered their homeland. Eventually, they agreed. Meanwhile, some lizard men in the north had occupied the elves' old village, a warm area at the bottom of the river between 2 mountains. When clashes broke out between the 2 sides, the lizardman's god protected them, while the elf's god did not intervene. Forced to leave their old village, the elves had to move further north and settle in the cold coastal region with long, harsh winters. It wasn't that Sung-woon held a grudge against the elves for attacking automation. He simply didn't want to consume his own tribe's energy to reclaim and cultivate the land in the northern coastal region. Given the circumstances, the elves had no choice but to reclaim this new land for Sung-woon. In the Command 10 of the Green Eyes tribe, the elves were constantly complaining about their current circumstances. There were many saboteurs, goblins, former slaves who were unhappy with the newly settled elf tribes, and although there were not many, there were also dangerous wandering ogres. The blessings they had received would not disappear along with their god, so these ogres still had high intelligence. The elves prayed to their god, Eldar, and asked why they had to suffer so much. Unfortunately, Eldar didn't have a satisfactory answer for them because she couldn't go against Sung-woon's will either. However, as a god, Eldar couldn't ignore her followers when they prayed to her. Following Sung Woon's next move, Eldar delivered a divine message to the new priest of the Green Eyes tribe. Leonar, who was chosen as the new leader and priest of the Green Eyes tribe, told everyone in the meeting, "Yesterday, I received a divine message from the god." Everyone became expectant when they heard this. Leonar continued solemnly, "The prophecy says that a valuable being is coming from the south to help the elves." At that moment, the elf scout group returned and announced the news. "With your permission, there is new news from the scouts. A group of people are coming." The group of elves felt a bit cheered when they heard this news and turned to each other. It seems the prophecy is coming true. Leonar remembered that the previous chieftain, Hysadian, had attacked the human tribe, causing the elves great hardship, but he chose to believe in the god's word. Because Hysadian was a proud fool, Leonar thought that there was no way the dancing shadow god would order such a reckless attack, and that Hysadian himself had harmed the tribe because of his greed. He told himself that he wouldn't follow in Hysadian's footsteps. Although the elves didn't have much at this time, Leonar ordered them to prepare a kind welcome for the group of humans approaching. Leonar personally led the entire tribe to stand and wait for the group of people coming from the south. And as soon as the elves finished their preparations, the group arrived on horseback. The leader of the group was dressed particularly elegantly, riding a white horse and wearing a hat, but she could be recognized as Wee Kyung through her protruding horns. Leonar immediately recognized the person who had just dismounted from the white horse. They had met before. When Wee Kyung removed her hat, Leonar exclaimed in surprise, "The lord of the automation city." Wee Kyung looked at Leonar in a daze. "Oh, who are you? I've met you before, I remember. Give me a second." Leonar, right, you've gotten thinner since the last time." After recognizing Leonar, Wee Kyung approached enthusiastically. Leonar smiled shyly and confirmed, "Yes, it's me." Leonar politely opened the tent door. "Let's go inside and talk." Wee Kyung nodded and looked back. "Okay, it's cold." "Ah, wait, let me call my friend, Siran." When Wee Kyung turned back, Leonar's eyes also followed. Now when he looked more closely, Leonar discovered that there was a Korka in the group, and of course, the character climbing down from the Korka was a lizard man, not must be a human being. Siran removed his hood and said coldly, "I apologize, elf, but I need to check to make sure there are no assassins in the hut." Leonar was a little surprised by Siran's appearance, but he still nodded. "Of course, lizard man." Leonar worried that Siran seemed unhappy. Maybe he didn't like elves. However, as Siran's expression softened in the warmth of the hut, Leonar realized that he was simply cold, making his complexion worse than usual. Then, Leonar prepared warm tea for Wee Kyung. Seeing Wee Kyung enjoying the warmth from the teacup, Leonar carefully asked, "So, what brings you here?" Wee Kyung shrugged. "What brings us here? I don't know. Elves also believe in gods, right?" Leonar felt his heart race as he mentioned gods. Wee Kyung continued, "Actually, I don't know much about gods and faith, but sometimes I receive what others call a prophecy." "I think so." Leonar curiously tilted his head. "A prophecy? What are the specific details?" Wee Kyung smiled amiably and explained, "Don't you think the messages of the gods depend on how people interpret them? There could be misunderstandings, so let's skip the details. Anyway, the important thing is that our green-armored insect god helps the weak, the ostracized, and the abandoned." Leonar looked around, wondering if he should respond by saying that Wee Kyung's god had made the elves live in this hut, but it didn't seem like a good idea. Maybe he should change the question. "So, what do you mean by help?" Wee Kyung enthusiastically replied, "I brought weapons and farming tools. And grain seeds that seem to grow well in cold weather." Wee Kyung particularly emphasized the seeds because they were definitely what the elves needed most right now. Leonar was delighted and cheered up when he saw the seeds. Thank you," he said. But Wee Kyung said something that made Leonar's smile disappear. "I'll give you a discount." Leonar's face froze, and he asked again in a disappointed tone, What do you mean?" Wee Kyung replied clearly, "My god told me to come help you, but it's a little difficult to do charity. Since the elf tribe is in a difficult situation, I'll sell them to you at a lower price." Leonar replied dejectedly, "We don't have anything to trade right now. We've spent quite a lot of resources getting here." Wee Kyung sighed in regret and put away the bag of seeds. "Well then, we can't do much more. It's unfortunate, but we have to go back." Then, Wee Kyung slowly stood up. Although she said she was leaving, her eyes clearly didn't leave Leonar, as if a merchant was haggling professionally. Leonar impatiently slammed his hand on the table to stop Wee Kyung from leaving. "Enough, Wee Kyung, the Lord of Automation, I'm a merchant too. I don't think the chieftain of a tribe would travel this far to trade for something they aren't sure will succeed. especially with someone chosen from the black-scaled lizard tribe. Leonar's eyes now had a sharpness and determination that was different from before. Wei Qiang immediately showed interest and sat down. Leonar continued to ask directly, "At least, I know that you are here because you want something from us." Wei Qiang laughed cunningly. "You said that you have nothing to trade, so what are we going to take?" Leonar stood up and took a white piece of silk from the corner of the room and placed it on the table. Wei Qiang immediately recognized what it was. Leonar pointed to a location on the map he had just pulled out and explained, "We've gathered information about ogres and checked it. There's an open pit mine here, iron is mined from it. The ogre's iron used to be traded in automation, so you must be familiar with the quality. It's not bad. Not only that, the land downstream of the river is very good. The farmers say that crops will grow well as long as the seeds can withstand the weather, and best of all, the trees here grow straight and upright. They're very sturdy on the inside. I'll trade all this with automation at a lower price." "We'll have to discuss how much lower," Leonar declared confidently. But Wei Qiang laughed brightly, as if mocking his confidence. "Leonar, anyone can brag like that. Draw maps, point out what's here and there, and say that big profits will come from those places. It's like setting up all the scams out there. I'm not wrong, am I?" Leonar confidently replied, "My words aren't empty like those of a scammer. I'm selling you the future and the trust of the elf Leonar." Wei Qiang narrowed her eyes in doubt. "You mean you're trading something that can't be seen with the naked eye for something that can be seen, held, smelled, and even tasted, buying the future and trust? I've never heard of a deal like that." Leonar remained steadfast in his determination and admitted, "Some people might think it's eccentric." Wei Qiang smiled unexpectedly. "Okay, maybe we're doing the right thing. But we can't just say it like that. Leave some evidence for this promise." Upon finishing the sentence, Wei Qiang took a piece of silk and charcoal from Siran to write. Serious negotiations took place while Wei Qiang wrote the contract. They discussed how cheap the price of iron would be and how long they could exploit the wood. Leonar was generous, but at the same time, he also demanded more. To proceed with the agreement, Leonar told Wei Qiang that the road needs to be expanded, a bridge needs to be built to shorten the travel time, and the threats from goblins and ogres need to be addressed. Wei Qiang carefully considered everything before deciding which conditions to agree to. The names of the individuals could not be fully expressed with the writing of the black-scaled lizard tribe, so the contract was drafted as an agreement between the humans of automation and the elves on the northern coast, meaning that all their future descendants must also abide by it. After completing the contract, both dipped their hands in the blood of the caught deer to welcome the guest. Finally, Wei Qiang and Leonar left their fingerprints on the contract as evidence of their commitment. Leonar stepped back and said, "This contract will certainly be respected. I swear by the gods." Wei Qiang smiled mischievously. "All right, I will too. The contract will certainly be respected. I swear by the gods." Leonar breathed a sigh of relief and silently thanked the gods. Believing in the gods is certainly a good thing. It's true that we'll have to pay a higher price in the future, but we might not even have a future without this agreement. At the same time, the system displays a notification to Sung Woon. Note, the first credit agreement has been established on the northern coast of the third continent. Sung Woon was pleased with this achievement. Exploring new lands and starting credit transactions is a good thing. These transactions lead to thinking about land ownership and, in the future, developing into valuable buying and selling transactions. Previously, each individual's world was limited to their own tribe, and the remaining tribes were only threats to an individual's world, but now it's no longer like that. Now there are settled tribes, and when nomadic tribes move along the roads, their transactions will begin to be recorded in writing, roads will be drawn on maps, news of who fought whom will spread, and reputation and prestige have become more important. The world has become broader. Credit transactions could not be carried out until now because there was no such thing as a contract, and the other side of the transaction may have run away to an unknown place where no one could do anything about it. Contracts will help people enhance their prestige and reputation, as well as check the trustworthiness of their partners. Sung Woon was pleased that his tribes had moved beyond simple buying and selling and progressed to what is called economics. This vast world will be a challenge for Sung Woon as he moves into the future, but he only feels excited and not at all worried. Well, let's see how I can rule this vast world. Meanwhile, in the south of the peninsula, the dwarves constantly counterattacked, but Rakrak won. The main force of the dwarves could not be fully supplied due to the constant attacks from the ant colony and ultimately suffered a disastrous defeat at the hands of hundreds of warriors commanded by Rakrak. Losing all their warriors, the dwarves abandoned their villages and fled to find a way to survive. It's clear that Rakrak is at his peak with the blessings of the gods, as well as the electric demon magic. Rakrak walked past the dwarf village and through the burning bushes around it. He quickly entered the land filled with white sand grains. Rakrak continued to walk. In the sandy land, there were seashells, dried starfish, and bones of unidentified fish here and there. Rakrak continued to walk. Small waves alternated, rolling up to his toes and receding while carrying white foam. Rakrak stood still for a while. A stronger wave pushed through the sand and swirled around his ankles before moving back. He looked thoughtfully at the endless sea. This is the end of this island. Rakrak knew he was standing at the end of the peninsula. He had conquered this land to the very end of the peninsula, just as the green chitin god wished. Now everyone knows about Rakrak in the east of automation, the wilderness and the northern coast above the wilderness, and the southern peninsula of the wilderness. The will of the gods is also Rakrak's. But this time, Rakrak was a bit puzzled. The gods did not give any other special requests, which was what he always received when about to finish his work. After thinking for a long time, Rakrak felt he understood why. There is no more land to conquer for the time being. Rakrak knew that there were many tribes to the west of automation, but he still hadn't figured out how to conquer this vast land, and what the best way forward would be. Sung-Woon had the answer to Rakrak's question, a state, but what bothered him was choosing which type of state, as each state has its advantages and disadvantages. Feudalism means that a king chooses a few feudal lords and grants them land. A king cannot manage a vast land by himself, so he grants a few people the right to collect taxes from the land granted to them, and in return, they are obligated to protect the taxpayers. Therefore, the lords appointed by the king and their blood relatives who succeed them have a contractual relationship with the king. They carry out the king's orders when necessary. Medieval Europe, China in the early stages of history, and Japan all had feudalism. The advantage of feudalism is that the king will have less burden. The feudal lords are responsible for protecting the land granted to them by the king, but the feudal land belongs to the lords, not the king. Therefore, the feudal lords have invested a lot of effort to protect their territory. Each territory will be carefully protected by fortifications built by the feudal lords. This is also an opportunity to develop military architecture. Feudalism is initially stable, but over time, the king gradually becomes distant from the lords. Although bound by contract, the lords have no close relationship with each other, leading to frequent conflicts. This is both a waste of power from the king's perspective and an opportunity to develop siege strategies and military technology. Powerful lords can gain support from many kings in other countries, holding great power, even greater than the king in their own country, affecting international relations and diplomacy. It takes a lot of effort to balance the power of feudal lords and kings. The second option that Sung-Woon considers is the lord system. Feudalism is also a form of lord, but the lord system that the players of the Forgotten World refer to as the absolute lord system, or in other words, a centralized management system. The king rules the whole country from the capital. He chooses state officials and sends them to the provinces as managers. In feudalism, land power belongs to the lords, but state officials are very different. The work is divided depending on the administrative tasks being performed, and they control each other. Due to the stable power structure, the division of labor makes administrative work more specialized. Although it is costly to maintain the administrative system, many countries are still absolute lords. Thanks to the stable power structure and strong central government, mobilizing the army becomes easier. If theocracy unites with the absolute lord system, the whole country will follow the orders of the king. Of course, there are still checks and balances to limit the king's power, but that's nothing compared to feudalism. However, the absolute lord system is not something that people can establish just because they want to. Many utility networks like roads and well-paved ports must be established beforehand, along with methods for selecting state officials, establishing the king's legitimacy, and creating a shared identity that many species can come together under, making them feel like they belong to a nation. After analyzing a long list of options with Eldar, Sung-Woon suddenly asked her, "Eldar, what should I do in this situation?" Eldar shrugged, not because she didn't know, but because she wasn't sure why Sung-Woon asked while he already had the answer. A day after Rakrak conquered the entire southern peninsula, he convened a meeting with important figures of the tribe. The reason was that Rakrak wanted to share the prophecy that the gods had revealed to him. "Last night, I had a dream." The lizards didn't pay much attention to what Rakrak said. In serious meetings, Rakrak sometimes pretended to receive divine revelation in his dreams, and when others listened to the dreams, they realized that those dreams were not revelations or prophecies, but were absurd, meaningless fantasies. However, these absurd dreams were useful in making other lizards laugh. Even Zale asked Rakrak with a mix of skepticism and curiosity, was it a good dream or a nightmare? Rakrak picked up a twig and drew on the ground, I saw myself leaving my body and floating in the air. Rak drew and told the story while everyone curiously looked down at the ground. At first, I was just floating, but then I saw myself flying fast. I flew at a speed that I couldn't control with my thoughts. The land beneath me was rushing past my eyes, and sometimes I could see lands that I knew. As Rak told this part, everyone began to feel drawn into his dream. I saw all the villages we had conquered, from the dwarves, ogres, goblins and elves. I also saw black-scaled lizards like us living in villages that we worked together to drive others out of, from all over the wilderness to the northern coast. At this point, Zale knew Rak wasn't joking. These were the lands we had conquered. Rak stopped drawing on the ground. He went to the end of the drawing and drew a dot with the tip of his tail. That's right, this is where we are. When Rak asked and looked around, "What do we call this place?" a volunteer warrior spoke. "The dwarves call this land Maganen. This word means the end of the land." Rak nodded and wrote the name Maganen next to the dot he just made. Right after that, Zale was in charge of copying Rak's drawing onto silk. Rak took another step and drew another. "This is where we drove the red-skinned orcs away. Does anyone remember what this place is called?" Another warrior answered, "The orcs call it Saman. This word means deep forest." Rak pondered for a moment and then continued to ask, "There are many places named Saman. Is there any way for us to distinguish this place from other places named Saman?" Another warrior said, "Then we should call it Southern Saman." Rak nodded, writing the name down. Like that, they slowly named the lands they had conquered. Finally, Rak created a few dots where the sea meets the top of the peninsula and the southern part of the wilderness. He asked everyone again, "What is this land called?" The lizards remained silent for a long time. Rak pressed them, "None of you know." The warriors looked at each other and shook their heads. "My apologies, Chief, but I don't think anyone knows this name. As far as I remember, we've never driven any species out of there." Zale confirmed the information once more. "So, none of us know the name of this land." As everyone became confused, Rak pointed at the mysterious land with his staff. "I know this place. Even though it's mountainous, it won't be difficult to make a path. There are only vines and small trees, and if we keep following some existing trails, everyone will be able to get there." Rak continued his description as if he had been there. "You might be worried about getting lost because there's a deep forest, but the gods will guide us. If we go deep into the mountains, there will be a river flowing along the deep valley. Downstream, the scenery becomes gentle until the river reaches the foot of the mountain and widens, accompanying a vast plain. There, the river meets the sea. The sun rises on the mountains in the east and sets in the west. For the lizards who love warmth, this is truly paradise on earth." Zale suddenly understood and asked Rak, "Is that the land you saw in your dream?" Rak nodded, pleased with his wife's intelligence. "Yes." Rak even knew the name of this land, Orazin. The lizards whispered to each other after hearing the name. It meant the land where the gods reside. Finally, Rak solemnly declared, "I shall become the king of Orazin." The lizards immediately cheered upon hearing those words. Rak had conquered so much land that the title Great Chief no longer seemed fitting. He was on a different level compared to other tribal chiefs. Someone of great fame needed a suitable title. Before the lizards, filled with excitement and anticipation, Rak gave his orders. "We will advance towards Orazin. Prepare your belongings." Meanwhile, Sungwoon was observing everything unfold according to his wishes. First, Rak sent those who would pave the way and develop the land to Orazin. Then, Rak demonstrated his strength and authority by touring the villages he had marked with dots on the map. He did this to preempt any lizards in those villages who might start doubting his strength because they had forgotten it or never witnessed it. Fortunately, no lizard dared to resist. All the lizards believed that Rak was their tribal leader. Rak spread the word about Orazin and told those who wished to follow him to do so. He assured them that the new village in Orazin would be built better than the others. Before the year ended, all the lizards living east of Automation knew that Rak was the king and Orazin was the capital. A little before the 3-year mark, most tribes east of Automation knew these truths. Immediately after building Orazin, the place became the new trade center, and a wide road was paved from the other villages leading to the capital. Rak sent elite warriors to all the lizard villages to serve as tribal leaders. These officials were distinguished by a steel sword in one hand and a code of law in the other. They had the authority to participate in village affairs, judge crimes, and mobilize warriors to respond to external threats. These representatives treasured the code of law that Rak had personally carved onto a stone slab. It was a symbol of his authority, and to prevent forgery, it was decorated with particularly rare gold. On the other hand, there were lands that Rak considered his own. but he didn't send any representatives to them. Automation and the Blue-Eyed Elf village at the end of the northern coast, the Lord of Automation and the Elf tribal chief remained feudal lords in those areas. Rakrak didn't pay much attention to these two peaceful places, so he bestowed the position of Margrave upon Li Qiang, the Lord of Automation. A Margrave, also known as a frontier count, usually had more military and political power than ordinary counts, allowing them to control the army and make important local decisions. The equivalent position of Meripgan, similar to the elf kingship, was given to Leonor, the tribal chief of the Blue-Eyed tribe. Li Qiang gladly accepted her position. Because she thought it meant she could use Rakrak's power in emergencies, Leonor was rather confused, but he didn't really have much choice but to accept it. The village chiefs and diplomats were rudimentary state officials with too many tasks for one person to handle. However, since they didn't encounter many problems when carrying out their duties, it wasn't necessary to establish additional supporting roles to share the burden. Their work was sometimes slow and sloppy, but Rakrak's words and wishes were accurately conveyed to every official, and vice versa. That was enough to satisfy Sungwoon. Not long after, the system sent a notification to Sungwoon. Note: one of your nations has entered a nascent lord mode. Even though it is a combination of two state modes, it leans more towards the lord mode than the feudal mode, so the system's notification will describe it as such. Eldar's eyes widened as he watched Sungwoon close the system window. The final answer is both, right? Sungwoon smiled and nodded. Yes, when I weighed the pros and cons and had to decide what was best for the current situation, I had no choice but to choose both. Eldar frowned skeptically. Why did you ask me? Sungwoon responded calmly. Because your land has become mine as well. Eldar decided not to ask any more questions and disappeared from the conversation with a heavy heart. Many years later, at the end of the peninsula, in the territory of Maganin, which had a coastline belonging to the nation of Hukran that Rakrak had established. On a calm stretch of beach, two black-scaled lizards were fishing. A raspy sigh echoed. Ah, I'm so bored. Hearing the melancholic sigh, the young lizard smiled sympathetically. You still don't have any energy, Tatar. Tatar, the administrator sent to Maganin, was a rather straightforward person and didn't hesitate to share. It's true that I can't get used to this peaceful atmosphere. That's because all my life I've only known war. The young warrior sitting next to Tatar nodded in agreement. I hear that all the administrators once fought side by side with Chief Rakrak, and no one can doubt that you are one of the best warriors. Tatar sighed dejectedly with a bitter smile. Maganin is at the end of the world, isn't it? Other species are less likely to bother us, and because it's quite far from Arazen, if the warriors are called to Arazen, I'll be at the end of the list. The young warrior comforted Tatar. Because you've worked hard your whole life, Chief Rakrak probably sent you to Maganin so you could live a comfortable life. Tatar slammed his tail on the ground in anger. You mean Chief Rakrak sent me to Maganin because I'm useless? The young warrior scrambled to explain. How can you twist my words like that? If you were useless, wouldn't there be no reason to appoint you as an administrator? Tatar squinted his right eye and looked into the distance. Then maybe I am the most useless among the administrators. What use is a warrior with only one eye? Tatar snorted and thought that the young warrior might be right. This was truly a relaxing place, with warm weather, moderate rainfall, and a not-so-harsh winter. Tatar didn't really have much to do here because his diplomatic skills helped the residents of Maganin have fewer conflicts with the dwarves. There weren't many crimes in the village either, but even though it was a comfortable place, it was still Chief Rakrak's land, and Tatar reasoned that someone still needed to protect it. Rakrak had said that even if a place seemed comfortable at first glance, they should never let down their guard and should always be prepared for external threats. But Tatar didn't know what Rakrak was saying they needed to protect this place from. At that moment, something happened on the deep blue ocean in front of them, as if to answer Tatar's question. On the sea, a few silhouettes of boats appeared in the bright sunlight. The boats were slowly approaching the shore, but the light made it difficult for Tatar to see what was on them. On the boats were blue lobsters. They had 4 legs and 4 arms attached to their hunched bodies. One pair of arms were large pincers, and the other pair seemed to be replicas of hands. On their faces, a pair of eyes stuck out, and above them, a pair of antennae were moving. The most peculiar thing about these creatures was the hard, shiny turquoise shell covering their entire body. Some wore metal accessories hanging from their waists. It was clear they were intelligent. Tatar and the young warrior, armed with weapons, looked down from the hillside. The young warrior had never seen blue lobsters before and asked Tatar in bewilderment, "Are they monsters?" Tatar shook his head as he saw the boat's anchor. "No, look at the way they know how to use boats. It's clear they are intelligent." Tatar pondered what to do and suddenly stood up on the hillside. "I'll go down there," the young warrior exclaimed in shock. "What? Wait a minute." Tatar. Tatar clicked his tongue and signaled for the young warrior to stay put. It seems like they are talking to each other. I think we can communicate. I need to go down and talk to them myself. As Tatar walked down the hill, the blue lobsters, seeing him, began to shake their antennae in alarm. Tatar approached the lobsters and asked, "Who among you is the leader?" "I am Tatar, the administrator of Maganen. Reveal who you are, where you come from, and what your purpose is here." As Tatar stepped in front of the lobsters, the fierce aura of a valiant warrior automatically emanated from him. Feeling threatened by Tatar's intimidation, the largest lobster in the group stepped forward with a bewildered expression. "We are the Turquoise Astacidia tribe. We come from the other side of the sea. Our purpose in coming here is, we were shipwrecked and drifted with the waves. Where is this place?" Tatar solemnly introduced, "This is the lizard's territory. This land is under my rule." Seeing Tatar's fierce expression, the young warrior nearby prepared for a battle. "So, today is the day I die honorably." The stories of the warriors fighting alongside Rakrak had been widely spread, and Tatar was one of the famous warriors. The young warrior felt that Tatar was a loyal and aggressive warrior, so he assumed that he would drive this new species invading Rakrak's land away with force. Tatar asked permission to examine their belongings to see if the Astacidia were being truthful. They were truly out of food, and Tatar knew the Astacidia leader was embarrassed, so they couldn't easily say it. Just when the young warrior thought the battle was about to break out, Tatar unexpectedly said, "All right, I'll trust you for now." The Astacidia leader was sweating profusely with fear. Even though Tatar wasn't speaking aggressively as his appearance might suggest, he still didn't dare breathe a sigh of relief. Then, Tatar smiled pleasantly and told the young warrior, "Help them and find a temporary place for them to stay. We will bring food from the village to help them." The young warrior thought he had misheard and widened his eyes, but he also obeyed Tatar's orders without complaint. "What? Yes." The Astacidia group also felt incredulous and gaped in shock. The Astacidia leader thanked profusely, "Thank you so much. We will never forget your kindness." In the following days, with the help of the lizard warriors, the Astacidia group not only got enough to eat but also learned how to observe the stars to find their way home. However, those who helped the Astacidia considered the leader's words of gratitude as mere courtesy. Everyone knew that kindness is not always repaid with kindness. Therefore, the young warrior who had been beside Tatar during the Astacidia's landing asked him, "Why did you help them?" "If it were me, I would have chased them away and told Rakrak that we had defeated a group that invaded the coast. But you didn't chase them away, you even helped them. This reduces our village's wealth. Wouldn't the leader be angry if he heard this?" Tatar understood that the young warrior was complaining because he had missed a golden opportunity to gain merit and receive a reward, but he didn't regret his decision. "Are you complaining?" Tatar asked. The young warrior, confused, replied, "No, I'm just curious. You're a great warrior, one who doesn't shy away from bloodshed when necessary. But in this case, it seems like you were afraid to fight. Were you worried about all of us in your role as the administrator of this land?" Tatar shook his head. "There's something you're misunderstanding about me. Let me tell you a story." There's a famous story about how Tatar encountered a group of wanderers while passing through the wilderness on Rakrak's orders. He witnessed a group of troll bandits attacking a group of weak individuals and single-handedly defeated the trolls. Those who didn't know about this anecdote about Tatar thought that the group of wanderers were lizards. But that wasn't true. They were a group of dwarfs fleeing for their lives while avoiding the territory of the black-scaled lizard tribe. Tatar could have avoided participating in the fight, but he chose to intervene. Tatar killed all 10 troll bandits and lost his left eye in the process. Tatar slowly recalled a conversation he had with Rakrak a long time ago. After suffering a serious injury to his left eye, he apologized to Rakrak. "I'm sorry," he said. Rakrak, surprised, asked, "What for?" Tatar, dejected, replied, "Because of my own will, I have harmed the body that I should have cherished as a warrior of the gods, and also as a warrior of yours." For warriors, especially lizards, losing an eye is a deadly thing. Long-headed creatures with long snouts like lizards have eyes on both sides of their heads for a wide field of vision, so losing an eye would greatly affect their fighting ability. But Rakrak didn't blame Tatar for it. "No, Tatar, you're still an excellent warrior. I heard you lost an eye in battle, but not many of our warriors are confident enough to fight 10 trolls and win with only one eye. You have me and the other warriors, right? We will all become your left eye for you. What are you afraid of?" In response to Rakrak's offer to trust in others, Tatar silently nodded. Tatar remembered that Rakrak had also asked him if he regretted not being part of the dwarf tribe. If he had lost an eye to protect those who weren't even lizards, his daily life would become unpleasant without getting anything in return. Tatar replied to Rakrak, "I heard about the time you discovered your first miracle. At that time, your tribe was wandering the wilderness, hungry, thirsty, and injured. I heard that the green scarab god guided you with blue butterflies, and according to that story, the green scarab god didn't want anything in return. Tatar finished and looked at Rakrak with a determined look. Rakrak was silent for a moment before asking sternly, "Do you dare say that you have acted like the gods?" Tatar worried he would anger Rakrak but still didn't hesitate to tell the truth. "I just felt it was the right thing to do." Rakrak let out a long sigh with a satisfied smile. "In the future, continue to act as you are now. Even if someone says you're wrong, remember our conversation today and tell them Rakrak agrees with you." Hearing those words, Tatar's dejected face lit up. Encouraged and inspired by Rakrak, from then on, Tatar, the warrior with the most hardened personality, did exactly as Rakrak said and never lost his stubbornness. Although Tatar helped the Astacidia group, he was actually worried inside. This was the first time the lizards encountered Astacidia, and even though it was a baseless guess, there was a possibility that the Astacidia were liars. Everything could be a trick to deceive the lizards. Therefore, Tatar chose a villager to guard the coast, to keep an eye on the ships that docked daily. Not long after, the Astacidia appeared again. The guard rushed to inform Tatar, "Sir, those blue lobsters are here again." Tatar and the young warrior went to where the Astacidia's boat was anchored on the sand. The visitor was Lubo, who had been here due to the shipwreck last time. Lubo warmly waved to Tatar. "Greetings, Sir Tatar." Tatar questioned him, "Did you have another accident at sea?" Lubo chuckled, "No way, this time I'm here to buy silk and what you call iron, which you introduced to us last time." Tatar breathed a sigh of relief. However, he couldn't understand the reason and asked Lubo again, "Silk and iron are quite expensive for us. Do you really need them? Moreover, don't you go into the water, the silk will get wet and the iron will rust quickly." Lubo shook his whiskers. "Isn't there a way to dry and oil them to prevent damage? Moreover, we're in the middle of a war, so we need iron weapons to defeat the enemy." Lubo opened and closed his large claws to signal his subordinates to open the chests they brought. "We'll pay with seaweed, fish, and shellfish, bones of rare sea creatures, and a type of jewelry called pearls." However, Tatar didn't think much of the pearls because he couldn't know their value. Lubo also undervalued them because they were commonplace for Astacidia. While Tatar seemed disappointed with the goods used to exchange for silk, Lubo also seemed worried. After thinking carefully, Tatar pointed at a boat and said, "Come to think of it, it would be nice if we had a ship like yours." Lubo looked at Tatar with confusion. Making boats is very difficult and time-consuming. Craftsmen only share techniques with each other." Tatar's eyes suddenly became fierce. "I'm not a craftsman, so I don't know about that. Consider this our last deal." Seeing Tatar's firmness, Lubo couldn't help but yield. No, we won't have enough time to build a new ship before the next deal, but I think we can steal one from the enemy. We promise to bring an empty ship next time. Can you give us silk and iron?" Tatar happily returned and shook Lubo's hand. "Great, then we'll exchange the items you need at that time." Lubo also cheerfully vibrated his whiskers. "Sounds good." And just like that, a few more transactions took place between Tatar and the Astacidia group. Throughout the transactions, and even during Tatar's first encounter with the Astacidia, Sung Woon had been observing them through the eyes of seagulls. Sung Woon breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the interesting things the Astacidia brought and the system notification that just appeared. Clash of civilizations. Two different tribes have come into contact with each other. Experience points are increasing for both tribes. If the opponent were another player, there would be a third-line warning. But it's good that this is just an NPC tribe. Of course, it wouldn't be truly worrisome even if it were another player, because the Astacidia's development is very slow. Sung Woon checked the entire archipelago where the Astacidia lived. There were other species scattered around, along with other Astacidia tribes. Their shipbuilding technology seemed quite advanced, allowing them to travel between the islands of the archipelago for combat. But Sung Woon was not only happy about the Astacidia's shipbuilding technology, but also because of the pearls. Wei Kyung knew the value of pearls. There were many people in the middle of the continent who liked accessories, so these would sell for a high price. Tatar had profited 10 or even 20 times over from just one transaction. The Astacidia's ships were completely different from what was commonly seen. Sung Woon had witnessed shipbuilding and rowing techniques developing quite frequently on the southeastern islands, but rafts were still more common for tribes living on the coast or by rivers. Although the Astacidia's ships had a rough finish, they had a special feel because of the wood that was woven from the bow to the stern of the ship. They also had oars combined with sails. It was a real ship that people could steer by rowing when wind steering alone wasn't enough. Rakrak wanted to see the ship himself, so he ordered it to be brought to Eurasian, and after seeing the ship, Rakrak had to adjust his calculations in his head about how much Tatar had profited from this trade. He had profited 100-fold. Rakrak always lived on land, but ever since he learned about the existence of the sea, he had longed to go out there. At the end of the land was the sea, and all the land was in contact with the sea. Even this ship seemed very comfortable going upstream. Sailing was faster than walking and safer than rafts. It could carry and transport more luggage than Korka or horses. Rakrak assessed that these ships were of great value and immediately tried to build a few ships on the coast of Eurasian. Like Rakrak, Sungwoon also thought that Rakrak's decision was very correct. Thanks to the Astacidia's help, Rakrak's tribe now had technologies that they would have difficulty finding on their own. The ships not only facilitated trade, but they would also open up explorations of the ocean and the archipelago to claim previously unknown resources. This would then push civilization to new heights. Terrain wasn't random in the Forgotten World. There were many silver mines on the islands. Acquiring a silver mine in the future could help the black-scaled lizards become the economic leader of the third continent. Sungwoon chuckled inwardly. Later on, those mines will bring profit in ways that the Astacidia, Tatar, or even Rakrak don't know yet. However, I have to admit that focusing on the silver mines has made me lose focus on other areas. One day, one of Sungwoon's creations urgently contacted him. It was Hongo, the creature who commanded the large locust swarm in Sungwoon's place. "Creator, can you hear me?" Hongo was currently operating in the center of the continent and had been leading one of Sungwoon's locust swarms to constantly eat the grain of settled tribes, as well as the bushes that the livestock of nomadic tribes grazed on. But Sungwoon had instructed Hongo not to contact him unless something major happened. Hongo then spoke to Sungwoon with a worried voice. "Creator, the true nature of the locust swarm has been exposed due to my carelessness." Sungwoon immediately realized that this meant another player had discovered his sneak attack, but he remained calm instead of being startled or angry. The locust swarm that Hongo was in charge of was so far away from the peninsula that other players in the center of the continent just assumed it was a natural disaster. After all, players near the border wouldn't find anyone with an insect specialization. And besides, consuming other players' grain would naturally decrease the population, which would also slow down the pace of civilization's progress. However, even if the locust swarm ate all the grain, it wouldn't completely stop player development. Sungwoon had also reduced the swarm's range, effectiveness, and frequency so that it wouldn't look like a human-controlled action. Moreover, it was very difficult for locusts to maintain their activity in agricultural areas at high altitudes. At first, other players might have thought it was just a natural phenomenon, but at this stage, it was inevitable that some players had become much more involved in the game. As the players of the continent began to scout further to find out about other players they might encounter in the future, they would discover that there was a player using an insect ward. Sungwoon knew that sooner or later this would be revealed one day, and it was simply today, so he calmly told Hongo, "Don't worry, this is within our plan." Hongo immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good to hear that." Sungwoon frowned slightly. "If there's anything to worry about, it must be you. Are you okay?" Hongo scratched his head awkwardly. "Ah, yes, my creator, I lost a lot of locusts due to other players' magic, but I don't think they discovered me." Sungwoon nodded. "The locusts can be increased in number again, but I'll be very upset if I lose you. The mission is complete. Until next time I give you another task, use the remaining locusts to harass and run away while ensuring your survival to the best of your ability. Leave the area if necessary." Hongo immediately accepted the order. "Yes, my creator." The conversation with Hongo sounded like Sungwoon was caring for it as a subordinate, but that wasn't the case. Unlike Sratus, who was a spirit animal, Hongo was just a small individual who never participated in battles. He simply controlled locusts and was shaped like a wandering locust person, and wanderers were very common in the current era, so the possibility of being captured was very low. However, creating a creature not only cost faith points but also the essence of demons or disgusting creatures, so Sungwoon would still be sorry if it were eliminated by another player. Moreover, Sungwoon was a little uncomfortable facing his creatures. In the Forgotten World game version, they were nothing more than Ace. The Forgotten World allowed players to chat with their creatures, but they only responded with preset phrases. Everything in this world was different. They talked too much in the real-world version as if they had their own souls. Sungwoon didn't exactly hate it, but it made it difficult for him to deal with them. Maybe it wouldn't be a problem if he completely ignored them. From a system's point of view, all his creatures were completely unconditionally obedient to his commands. But the idea of ignoring them also made Sungwoon uncomfortable, and there would be no harm in being kind to these creatures. That was why he said those insincere words to Hongo. After Sung Woon stopped communicating with Hongo, he started scouting. Many windows showing images of insects and birds appeared in front of him. On the side, there was a small map indicating which perspective was pointing where. Whenever Sung Woon touched the screen, the corresponding insect or bird sounds would be shared with him. Currently, there were 5 players in conflict in the center of the continent, and they were divided into 3 factions. Sung Woon classified them according to the players' representative species, and among them, Satyr and Renard were those just across the border from Sung Woon, who he suspected had discovered the truth behind the locust swarm. So far, only these 2 species had been making moves. The locust swarm attack had inflicted damage evenly on all 5 species. Although the 5 players had split into 3 hostile factions, the probability of them sharing information about Sung Woon during their conversations was very high. However, for the other 3 tribes to attack him, they had to pass through the lands of Satyr or Renard, and that was simply impossible in a situation where they were hostile to each other. And if Satyr and Renard moved their armies to attack Sung Woon, the others could easily attack their empty territories. The other 3 species probably requested a temporary ceasefire and let the forces of Satyr and Renard attack Sung Woon. They had probably provided various kinds of material support. Ultimately, Sung Woon was their common enemy. It was unfortunate to have to deal with 5 enemies, whether directly or indirectly, but Sung Woon had foreseen this scenario. Luckily, those 5 hadn't united under the same banner. Meanwhile, in the capital of Satyr, Merit, a meeting was taking place regarding this matter. Hattie, the king of the Renard foxes, whose fur had turned gray with age, said to his temporary allies, "Should we trust them? Honestly, I don't trust them because they haven't kept their promises until now." Pav, the king of the Satyr goats who had a long beard despite his young age, replied with a worried expression, "But we can't just sit back and watch the lizard people do as they please. Didn't all the gods say they were behind this terrible locust swarm? Those lizard people have begged their malicious green armor beetle god to starve us while they feast." As the territories of these 2 tribes bordered the black-scaled lizard people, both Satyr and Renard agreed that the lizard people were becoming too powerful. Although they had their own coins used in their markets, the automation's casting technology was so excellent that coins produced anywhere else didn't have the same value as those produced in automation. Merchants were making profits by trading with automation, but the lizard people were making even more profits. If things continued like this, the lands of Satyr and Renard could also fall into Rakrak's hands, just like automation. Pav added, "Even if we might suffer some losses, we have no other choice. We're closer to the black-scaled lizard people's border, and we can't let the armies of the other 3 tribes pass through our lands. Don't you think we have to take the initiative?" Hattie growled softly, preparing to object. But Pav interrupted him. "I have the same concerns as you, Hattie, but I think this is something all 5 gods have agreed on. They've already made a prophecy, haven't they?" Hearing this, Hattie didn't intend to object anymore. Pav was referring to the prophecy that Satyr and Renard would occupy Eurasian before the end of this year. This was an agreement between the 5 players for the 5 tribes to support each other in defeating the black-scaled lizard people. Hattie looked down at the map as if accepting the truth. "So, which direction should we attack?" Pav looked down at the map. The eastern part of the continent wasn't drawn accurately, and only one route had complete information, the road leading to automation. Besides automation, they knew the names of other places but didn't know their exact locations because it belonged to the lizard people's territory. After thinking for a moment, Pav said, "It would be better if we could go along the coast, but..." Hattie nodded, continuing Pav's words, "It's a cursed area full of insects, and there's no way to go there." Pav immediately proposed, "The only possible route is the road to automation, but automation has been attacked many times and has never been conquered, except by the lizard people." Hattie carefully considered and pointed to the map. "Then we'll have to lead the troops through the wilderness, even if it takes time." "Okay, now let's come up with a specific strategy." Pav nodded in agreement with Hattie, and their planning meeting continued in secret. It took Pav and Hattie less than a month to gather an army of 800 Satyr and 1100 Renard, forming the largest expeditionary force on the 3rd continent. The 2 kings led the attack, and from above, the gods of Satyr and Renard were watching them. One of the gods looked like how people imagine the devil Satan. That was the god of Satyr, the god of self-sacrifice, the player Krampus, ranking 1430. She was nervously watching the army from the sky, thinking back, "Do you have a plan for the supply of military supplies?" The god opposite Krampus looked like a normal human woman. She had long blue hair and wore a short white dress that revealed her shoulders. She replied calmly, "They'll receive supplies until they reach the depths of the wilderness, then they'll circle around the northern coast." Krampus was a little surprised. You mean to loot while marching? The goddess calmly nodded. Yes, Renard are small, so they need less supplies than other species, and along the road through the northern coast, there are scattered oasis villages. Krampus nodded in understanding and glanced at her a few times. She sensed it and turned her head around. The identity of the god of Renard, the god of the peak fruit, was revealed. The player Lunda, ranking 38702, responded to Krampus' gaze. Do you have something to say? Krampus hesitated and asked. You still can't reach Nebula, right? Lunda shook her head. I can't, the line is still blocked. What about you? Krampus checked his system window. He had tried to request a conversation, but the request hadn't been delivered to Nebula. Krampus had thought he would let it go if he could contact Nebula, and Nebula agreed to compensate for the losses he had caused with the Locust Swarm. Of course, the compensation would have to be huge, but it could still be considered normal compared to Nebula's harassment. Lunda had also had the same intention as Krampus, but Nebula not only blocked communication with the 5 players in the center of the continent, but also focused on military training and increasing the number of scouts, as if preparing for major attacks. The 5 players would naturally be angry about that. Currently, their plan for revenge was that Renard would depart first, and when they encounter the first enemy force, the Satyr army would attack automation. If this were a normal battle, dividing the troops into 2 wouldn't be the best idea, but this was different. As long as the battles went according to the plans of both kings, Sung Woon would have to split his forces and use his divine points and faith on both fronts, and he would have to fight frantically back and forth between the 2 areas. Lunda spoke to Krampus with confidence. Taking him down is just a matter of time. Krampus replied with confidence, of course. Then Krampus stared at Lunda for a while. He had found her strange from the first time he met her and had even become interested in her. It was also then that he noticed Lunda's mole. Lunda had a mole under her left eye. That was an unnecessary detail added to the avatar, unless she wanted to recreate her true appearance. Krampus couldn't say anything for a while. When he tried to continue the conversation, Lunda shifted her attention to the system window. Lunda's expression became one of surprise. There's a conversation request for me, Krampus asked curiously. Is it Nebula? Lunda shook her head in confusion. No. The person requesting the conversation was Eldar. Lunda pointed to the screen and showed obvious anxiety because she knew Eldar and Nebula were allies. Krampus understood Lunda's concerns as well. Eldar requested a conversation with Lunda, not Krampus, because Renard was moving through the wilderness and was likely to encounter Eldar near the northern coast, so this conversation could be intended to cause discord between Lunda and Krampus. Trying to cause discord between other players was a common tactic, but Krampus thought that Eldar and Nebula themselves only had a loose alliance that was always at risk of breaking down, so maybe the outcome of the conversation could cause a rift between Eldar and Nebula instead. Krampus explained to Lunda and suggested, then let's do it this way, talk to her, Lunda, and act as if I'm not here. Lunda nodded and accepted Eldar's silent conversation request. Eldar appeared and smiled broadly in an exaggerated way. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lunda, the god of Renard. I'm Eldar, the god of the elves. Lunda, encountering a role-playing player for the first time, was quite confused. Ah, please, hello, why is the god of the elves contacting me? Eldar looked down and hesitated for a moment. Then, she looked up with sorrowful eyes. I'm begging for your help. Lunda looked at Krampus in astonishment. Krampus hadn't expected this either, so he was a little dubious. Lunda slowly asked Eldar, what do you mean? Eldar reached out to wipe the tears that were welling up on her cheek. I, Eldar, have been forced to submit to Nebula. Those were the most humiliating days of my life. But I had no other choice. He defeated Solanos and Lim Chun-sik. It wasn't just a difference in levels, his battle strategy was far superior to ours. As she spoke, Eldar began to sob like a child who had been wronged. Lunda shook her head in disbelief. He did that without your help. Usually in a 2-on-1 fight, whoever has the larger number wins, especially at the beginning of the Forgotten World game, because the number of supplies is very important. Eldar lamented, you've never heard of Nebula. He reached the highest position by fighting and defeating gods in many worlds. It took Lunda a while to understand what Eldar was saying. In other words, he was ranked first in the game. Eldar's face immediately darkened when her performance was not appreciated. You could also say that. It's another way to put it. Lunda swallowed dryly, and Krampus frowned. They hoped it wasn't true. Nebula was the name of the player who had held the top rank for a long time, but it was possible that other players had the same name in the Forgotten World. From the start, Krampus and Lunda weren't top players, so they assumed this Nebula would be a lower-ranked person with the same name as the top Nebula. Furthermore, Hegemonia, whom Krampus and Lunda had met not long ago, was the second-ranked player. They couldn't believe that the top 1 and the top 2 would appear on the same continent. Krampus and Lunda could only lament their bad luck, and since the problem had arisen, they needed to solve it. Eldar continued to sob and plead. After all, I threw away my pride and begged him to spare my life. That's how I survived until now, but it was my only choice. Please allow me to help you. Lunda looked at Krampus, silently asking what she should do. Krampus understood and wrote something in her notepad, handing it to Lunda. Lunda received the instructions and followed them. Eldar, I want to believe your story, but I need some information to do so. Eldar nodded without hesitation. All right, I'm willing to provide as much information as possible to gain your trust, if it can let you know how much I've suffered because of Nebula. Providing information means exchanging information within the system. You can't lie because everything will be revealed. Therefore, this type of information sharing is a sensitive matter. Eldar hasn't revealed all of her information, but that's not necessary. After destroying Eldar's main force, Nebula burned down the elf village, driving them out. He even followed them to their new settlement and demanded they surrender everything they would gain in the future. Nebula spared them, but only by a hair's breadth. Lunda was astonished when she checked the information on her system window. It was a horrific and tragic image that left her speechless. Even Krampus was shocked. Although Eldar had attacked Nebula first, according to Lunda and Krampus, Nebula's revenge was terrifying. Eldar continued in a pained tone. Honestly, I don't have anything that can be called an army anymore. Luckily, I'm not useless. Nebula still trusts me because I acted in a cowardly way, so I know his plans. Lunda and Krampus both realized that the relationship between Eldar and Nebula couldn't even be defined as a loose alliance, let alone a true ally. Anyone who had endured such treatment would dream of revenge, and Nebula would probably exploit and abandon Eldar once the elves finished developing the northern coast. Krampus and Lunda suddenly felt chills down their spines thinking about Nebula's actions. Was he a demon? Had he lost all human emotions after becoming a god? After telling Lunda about Nebula's plan, the conversation finally ended, but Eldar let out a weary sigh. Eldar languidly looked up at the person standing behind her. All right, is that enough? It turned out that Sung-Woon had been listening to Lunda's conversation with Eldar. He chuckled. Great acting, maybe it's because you always perform with so much passion. But Eldar didn't think that was the reason. She thought it was because the information she shared with Lunda was so convincing. All the information about the damage Eldar had suffered over time was solid evidence of Sung-Woon's actions. Although she couldn't figure out why she was still allied with him, she felt that being with him wasn't the worst thing. Perhaps because he was confident that he would win in the future, she could temporarily rely on him with peace of mind. Lunda and Krampus wouldn't even be able to imagine what was really happening. Eldar told Lunda that Nebula was planning to gather his army at Automation and attack Krampus territory, the Satyr's land, with a surprise attack instead of fighting on two fronts at the same time. This way, Nebula wouldn't have the trouble of facing two units at once. After thinking for a moment, Eldar looked at Sung-Woon with a mixture of curiosity and anxiety. I don't think the situation will change much just because I told them you'll launch a surprise attack as you requested, Sung-Woon coldly replied. Why do you think so? Eldar felt embarrassed whenever Sung-Woon snapped at her, but she was used to it and the fact that he wasn't truly angry. She cleared her throat and explained her thought. Well, from my narrow perspective, our opponent might pull back a bit to prepare for a surprise attack. However, isn't your target the Renard tribe, not the Satyr? But in that case, wouldn't it be a problem if the Renard forces retreated and the Satyr forces attacked Automation when it's undefended, and then if the Renard forces returned and attacked the Lizard people, there would still be two fronts in the end? What Eldar was worried about was actually similar to what Lunda and Krampus were thinking. But Sung-Woon sighed and denied Eldar's speculation. No, you're wrong. Eldar looked confused. Nebula, theoretically, isn't this correct? What am I wrong about? Sung-Woon clicked his tongue and replied. The Satyr will fall back a few days' journey, and I'll attack the Renard forces a few days earlier. Therefore, I will win. Besides, you're helping me. Eldar pointed to herself in surprise. Me? Sung-Woon only smiled mischievously, without explaining thoroughly to Eldar at that moment. He had enough plans in mind. Even if Eldar couldn't help, he still had many chances to win. A few days later, marching through the wilderness were creatures with soft, light brown fur and black tips on their ears and tails. They were Renard. The Renard cavalry rode large ferrets, followed by infantry and finally horse-drawn carriages pulled by large ferrets. They had to stop when Hattie flew into a rage over some bad news. What? The soldiers are having stomach aches. The soldier reporting the news hastily bowed his head. Yes, the food must be spoiled. Hattie immediately shouted in anger, aren't you in charge of supplies? Then you should know that you will be punished for reporting this. As soon as the words were out, Hattie swung his sword, aiming to chop down the soldier in front of him. But Hattie was suddenly stopped by a general named Yubei. Sir Hattie, please calm down. Hattie immediately suppressed his anger. What's going on? Hattie trusted Yubei because he was the most capable and courageous warrior among the Renard. Therefore, Yubei could use reason to persuade Hattie. I remember there was no problem with the food yesterday, right? And this morning, the soldiers ate food that wasn't brought by us. Hattie quickly realized what the problem was. The elf tribe. You mean there's a problem with the supplies we received from the elf tribe? Yubei nodded. I think so. Hattie shook his head in disbelief. But yesterday, I checked the food myself. There was no problem at the time. Didn't you check with me? Nothing was spoiled. Yubei then speculated. Maybe the elves deliberately gave us problematic supplies. On the surface, they didn't seem damaged and were fresh. But the elves actually poisoned them. Hattie immediately checked what the soldiers with stomach aches had eaten, and it was true. As Yubei said, there was a disease in the food. Sung Woon himself had used insects to spread this disease. When Hattie realized he had been betrayed, he flicked his triangular ears and growled in anger. Damn it, the elves deceiving us means that it's very likely the information they provided us is also wrong. The elves supplying the food had told them that the lizard people were preparing at automation to attack Satyr's territory. Hattie, trusting the elf tribe, had reduced the number of scouts by half. Hattie mumbled as if he wanted to deny their betrayal, but the information the elf tribe told us is like a divine revelation. Hattie meant that the elf tribe might not have known about the disease either. However, Yubei had a unique ability to distrust and dismiss that thought. What if the divine being was wrong? Hattie shouted. How dare you? But Yubei insisted. King Hattie, don't dismiss my words like that. There's clear evidence. At that moment, a scout hurried over to inform Hattie. Our forces have spotted a lizard army a few hours ago. Yubei anxiously asked, how many? The scout replied breathlessly, there are about 1,500 lizard people. The distance between the lizard people and the Renard was equivalent to half a day's march. This was a distance that the enemy cavalry wouldn't take long to reach and attack. 200 Renard soldiers were suffering from stomach aches, leaving Hattie with 900 combat-ready warriors. The Renard would be at a disadvantage even if they had the same number of soldiers, as their physique was weaker than the lizard people's. Hattie had been briefed multiple times on the combat capabilities of the black-scaled lizard people. He judged that some details were exaggerated, but this lizard group was definitely strong. Luckily, no ferret cavalrymen were sick, but if they fought against so many powerful people without the support of allies, the Renard would surely lose. Finally, Hattie gave the order, retreat. Inform the king of the Satyr that we've encountered the enemy and are forced to retreat. We will turn back as far as possible while the Satyr attacks automation. In Yubei's opinion, the Renard army hadn't been in the wilderness for long. About a day's march would bring them back to the mountains and forests, allowing them to use their small size in guerrilla warfare and have a chance to win. With the shouts of the commanders, the entire army rumbled in the opposite direction. Hattie silently calculated, if we buy enough time, automation will collapse due to the Satyr's attack, and if POF continues to push deeper into automation and conquer the city, the lizard people will have to give up because they won't be able to get any more supplies. That would be their chance to counterattack. At least, that's what Hattie thought, and the Renard warriors thought the same, until a massive shadow covered the sky above them. Hattie would have probably been right if a giant mantis hadn't appeared as soon as the Renard army turned to retreat. The appearance of Stratus stunned even Lunda, who was watching from above. What the hell is that? The 20-meter-tall spirit emerged from behind a small hill and roared in a powerful voice. How dare you trespass into the territory of the faithful? Death is the deserved punishment for your sins. As Stratus strode toward the Renard army, King Hattie immediately shouted, all soldiers, run as fast as you can, leave the carriages behind. However, the chaotic escape was almost useless. Stratus slammed its foot on the ground from afar. Large stones the size of a Renard's head smashed into them. 10 people were killed or injured in just one blow. While Hattie tried to evacuate the army, Yubei protested, King Hattie, the next battle will be uncontrollable if we abandon the carriages. We have to fight that monster. Hattie snorted in response, Yubei, you are very capable, but your problem is that your faith in the divine being is too weak. That's not a normal monster, it's definitely the guardian spirit of the vicious lizard people. But we also have a guardian deity. Hattie had just finished speaking when another enormous creature suddenly appeared. It was Niji, Lunda's spirit animal, a creature that looked like a white rat, standing at 17 meters tall. Niji charged towards Stratus. The Renard cheered as their guardian deity appeared, but they also started to run away from the fight. Meanwhile, Lunda gritted her teeth and watched the screen. Niji was far inferior to Stratus, unfortunately, because Lunda couldn't live up to the Renard's expectations for her. Lunda couldn't believe her eyes when she witnessed Stratus beating Niji to a pulp. What kind of absurd stats were these? Did Nebula use up all his demon and abominable creature essence on this mantis, and what was with its supernatural power skill? It was insane. Lunda almost wanted to cry when she saw Stratus's brief information. Lunda thought everything would be fine until now. In fact, everything was fine until now, when she had to face Nebula directly. Watching Stratus and Niji fight, Lunda kept thinking, if we run away like this and that creature appears again after killing Niji, then everything will be meaningless. Besides, losing Niji would be very sad for Lunda. She didn't invest as much in Niji as Sungwoon invested in Stratus, but Niji was still a spirit animal that she had invested a lot of essence into. If Niji died, her level would drop. Stratus is at level 11 and its divine level is 4. Meanwhile, Niji is at level 7 and its divine level is 3, while Lunda's divine level is at 9. After a simple addition, the divine level difference between the two sides is 4 versus 12, a huge difference even when considering Stratus's supernatural power. Lunda thought that if she used her divine control ability on Yubei and fought, she would be able to defeat Stratus before the lizard cavalry arrived. There was no time to hesitate. Lunda immediately used her divine control ability on Yubei. Hattie quickly realized the god had manifested when he saw Yubei's eyes turn green. Lunda, in Yubei's body, hurriedly urged Hattie, "I will fight that monster, retreat." Hattie immediately bowed and led the army away. "Yes, my lady." Soon after, Yubei turned around and jumped towards Stratus. Stratus intended to stab a sickle into Niji's back, but suddenly had to step back after seeing Yubei charging towards him. Realizing Lunda was possessing Yubei's body, Niji immediately said, "Master, you don't need to help me." Yubei immediately yelled, "Be quiet, I can't lose you." Yubei smugly smiled, raising his claws in front of Stratus. "It will take 30 minutes for your main force, at least the cavalry, to arrive, yet you're still here fighting alone. I guess your god doesn't value you much, huh?" Stratus calmly replied, "That doesn't matter, I'm only fulfilling my assigned duty." Then, Yubei rushed towards Stratus's feet as Stratus was struggling with Niji. Stratus intended to step on Yubei, but even Stratus was helpless when facing the power of a god. Yubei had grabbed one of Stratus's legs. Then he pulled hard, causing Stratus's leg to break off instantly. Despite the pain, Stratus still landed an uppercut on Niji's chin, causing it to spit blood. Niji angrily cursed with his bloody mouth, "You damned insect." Stratus replied sarcastically, "You insignificant creature, shouldn't you consider the pain you endure for the deity as a blessing?" Feeling disgusted by Stratus's fanaticism, Yubei drew his sword, intending to gouge its eyes. "You're crazy, it won't take me 10 minutes to finish you." Lunda even thought it would take less than 3 minutes, but there was something she forgot to include in her calculations. What if Rakrak came alone instead of the entire black-scaled lizard cavalry? What if he ran here instead of riding his giant cockatrice? And what if Sungwoon used his divine control ability to possess Rakrak's body? Sungwoon had a divine level of 12, he used his divine control to possess Rakrak's body the moment Lunda entered Yubei's body. He smiled viciously, "You calculated everything, but you missed the most important thing, me." Stratus retreated from the combined attack of Niji and Yubei and looked up. Rakrak, possessed by a deity, had an overwhelming power that allowed him to jump forward dozens of meters in one step. In one step, he flew over the low hill, and with the next step, he flew dozens of meters into the air. Niji was now terrified, unable to even move, clinging to the ground. Oh, gods! At the same time, Rakrak charged towards the enemy with his spear. When he saw the target from a distance of 10 eyes, Rakrak's eyes lit up with murderous intent. "Ha, found it." From the air, Rakrak threw his spear with so much force that it tore through the air with a whistling sound. Rakrak aimed at Yubei. Yubei belatedly realized Rakrak's sudden attack, quickly tried to avoid the spear, but it wasn't as fast as its flight speed. Yubei jumped to the side, but the spear still grazed his left shoulder. Yubei rolled on the ground, screaming in pain as blood flowed from his shoulder. Although a body possessed by a deity would be stronger than steel, it was not completely invincible when facing an opponent with equal or greater power. Niji bravely charged towards Rakrak as his master was injured. "You bastard, how dare you do that to my god?" At that moment, Stratus's hand-like appendage extended out at lightning speed. Stratus grabbed a piece of Niji's back flesh and lifted it into the air like a toy. In a blink of an eye, Niji was thrown to the side. A loud thud echoed far away, loud enough for the retreating Renard army and the advancing black-scaled lizards to hear. Vibrations were spreading throughout the ground as Niji's body slid across. At the same time, Sungwon thought to himself, Buzz, lend me some power, I need to kill that spirit animal first. Buzz immediately appeared behind him, please command me. Then, Sungwon controlled Rakrak to point at Niji who had just been thrown to the ground, roast it. Buzz immediately curled its two cute fins together and in the middle of its two fins appeared a thunderball, as you wish. The next second, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, the current carried heat, and a hot wind blew across the wilderness. One side of Niji's hip was scorched black by the lightning strike. Niji gushed blood from his mouth but still tried to stand up. A lightning strike wasn't enough to stop a deity's spirit animal, so he still confidently declared, even though you are a god, this can't stop me. The next moment, another bolt of lightning tore through the sky and branched out, striking the top of Niji's head. The white mouse lit up like a ball of light for a moment before collapsing. When the light died down, all that remained was a black lump of coal. Yubei screamed Niji's name in pain and was about to swear, but the words got stuck in his throat. Yubei had no time to grieve because the lightning struck again. Luckily, a body possessed by a god was not only agile but also had the sharp senses of a god. Yubei ran in a zigzag pattern to avoid the lightning, and the lightning bolts always missed by a step. Seeing the situation was too unfavorable, Lunda told herself, okay, I should stop divine control here. She immediately deactivated divine control. However, there was always a delay in activating and deactivating skills. A system message appeared. Divine control will be deactivated in 10 seconds. This was the choice Lunda had to make. She would have to suffer an additional penalty if she died while using divine control, and unfortunately, there was no other way to save Yubei from this situation. Lunda's level dropped by 1 due to Niji's death, but as long as she didn't die while using divine control, her level would not decrease further. Lunda was called the Fruit God because the first perk she received was fruit. To temporarily restore Yubei's body's strength, Lunda scanned the nearby bushes and found a delicious fruit. As soon as she bit into the fruit, Yubei's wounds healed. Checking the system screen, Lunda felt a little more relieved. Good, only 7 seconds left. Yubei was watching Stratus and Rakrak to avoid them getting close to him, but then Yubei's vision was suddenly blocked by a black wall, causing him to lose his bearings. Yubei's vision was still obscured even when looking in another direction, and soon, the pitch-black wall stretched up to cover the entire sky. Moreover, it was making a buzzing, roaring sound in his ears. The wall covering the sky turned out to be a swarm of beetles and locusts. They had gotten close and surrounded Yubei in the blink of an eye. Yubei punched and swung his sword at them before retreating, but to no avail. Even though some insects fell, there were still hundreds of them left. Lunda knew she would die if she stayed passive like this. Luckily, she caught the shadow of Stratus amidst the myriad of insects. Stratus moved its huge body and swung its front leg like a sickle down at Yubei. Yubei kicked the ground as hard as he could. Yubei's body flew in the opposite direction of Stratus' sickle, successfully escaping death by a hair's breadth but not escaping the darkness of the insects. While Yubei was busy looking at Stratus, a strong black hand suddenly grabbed his throat from behind. Rakrak lifted Yubei up with eyes filled with murderous intent. There you are. Lunda in Yubei's body couldn't hide her shocked eyes as she glanced at the system window. The divine control would be disabled in a second. At that moment, Rakrak tightened his grip. There was a cracking sound and blood gushed out under his feet. Yubei stopped struggling. Luckily for Lunda, she managed to escape Yubei's body just before he was crushed by Rakrak, but the suffering didn't end there. In just one day, the Renard army of 1,100 soldiers was reduced to 200, except for the cavalry. They lost most of their warriors. On the other hand, Rakrak's army only fought the stragglers and had almost no casualties. The 200 Renard warriors had to struggle to escape into the forest to engage in guerrilla warfare. Lunda checked her divinity level and it was even worse. It had dropped to level 5. This was a more terrible loss than losing Niji and most of the Renard army. Lunda had thought her level would only drop by 2 at most, and she was incredibly distressed to see her current level. Meanwhile, Krampus was still calling her through video chat and saw her gloomy expression. Hey, Lunda, can you hear me? Lunda was startled and looked up. What? Oh, yeah. Krampus worriedly asked Lunda, what level are you at now? Lunda stammered, level 7, it didn't decrease as much as I thought. As Lunda was about to utter another lie, Krampus grimaced and complained, damn, why did you drop so many levels? Lunda was startled and jumped, so what? Krampus shook his head in pity. Managing internal affairs will be very difficult with that amount of faith points, Lunda replied while hoping her true feelings wouldn't be revealed. No, I think it's good enough. Lunda knew that when her divinity level dropped, all the fruit orchards of the Renard that she had created through miracles would soon be destroyed. Moreover, the Renard would lose the profits they had gained from the harvest. They would starve and lose faith in their god. Yubei was considered the next generation leader of the tribe after the old King Hattie, so it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that internal affairs were also ruined. Lunda intended to never let anyone know about this. Krampus might change his attitude if he found out that Lunda's power had weakened. To change the subject, she said, "By the way, are the Satyr on their way to attack?" Krampus checked the map and encouraged Lunda. They just heard the news of the Renard betrayal and started moving. The day after tomorrow they should reach the village border. 4 days later, they will reach Automation. Automation will be empty, so we can attack with just cavalry. Yes, actually it's better. I should suggest it to Pav. They can switch horses at the border village and deploy 150 cavalry to attack Automation in a day and a half. Lunda gave a forced smile. Sounds good, so I just need to distract the lizard men for 2.5 days, right? Lunda decided to bet on the Renard's guerrilla warfare. The infantry was wiped out, but their elite cavalry was still there. As long as the Renard could hold the lizard men for the promised time, they would still have a chance. Even with the support of the gods, the lizard men army would find it hard to resist the guerrilla warfare launched by the Renard. On the other hand, the possibility of Automation successfully defending against the invasion would depend on the amount of faith points invested, but Nebula had used too many faith points for the previous battle, so they wouldn't be able to waste more. Lunda hoped all those speculations were true and told herself, I can't be the only one who's defeated. Lunda didn't have any ill feelings towards Krampus, but if there was a big level difference, the relationship between players would be unequal. Lunda didn't like that, so she lied and downplayed her losses when she told Krampus. However, Lunda's hopes were soon dashed when the next morning, Krampus suddenly contacted her with a startled look. Lunda pretended to be naive and replied, "What's up?" Krampus surprisingly showed Lunda his screen. It was a scene of Poff being reported that the lizard men army was advancing towards the Satyr. He questioned her, "I thought you were going to hold them back." Lunda was stunned and realized the problem. The lizard men assumed that the battle on the Renard front was finished because the Renard had lost so many soldiers, so they were redirecting to the Satyr. Because of the misinformation provided by Eldar, the Renard had encountered the lizard men army too early. As a result, the battle they thought would take place in the lizardmen's land was actually happening in Renard territory, and now the lizard men were advancing towards the Satyr's land. Krampus didn't fully understand the situation. He kept gnashing his teeth. "This won't do. I think they are heading towards the border village. There isn't even a strong enough fort there, so we won't be able to stop the lizard men. Even if we have to give up the border village, I should tell the Satyr to turn back and set up camp in the capital." It seemed like Krampus thought this was a battle worth fighting, but Lunda could predict what would happen in Daymerit, the capital of the Satyr. There were only 800 soldiers in the Satyr army. They would be at a disadvantage even if they had the same number as the lizard men, but the lizard men army had 1,700 soldiers, more than double their number. That's not to mention Stratus being a powerful spirit beast. Something like that could be used as a weapon to surround, and once the fort fell, the battle would become a simple clash of power. Having fought Nebula once, Lunda knew for sure that Krampus would be defeated. But Lunda thought this was quite good. This was her chance. She would let him be defeated. This happened sooner than Lunda expected, but she thought this would be a good opportunity to find a new ally. She thought Wisdom would be a good next ally. Although he was hot-tempered, he was still rational. At least he would protect her if she provided him with goods. Seeing Lunda stay silent, Krampus hastily made a proposal. "In the meantime, I should also receive support from my allies, right, Lunda? Bring your army down here. It would be more effective if we attacked the lizard men from both sides when they started surrounding the Satyr." Lunda was flustered and proposed, "Oh, what do you think if my army attacks Automation?" Krampus immediately objected, "Isn't this the wrong time to deploy two separate fronts?" Lunda rubbed her eyebrows to stop herself from frowning. "I guess you're right." She was very distressed inside. It would be very suspicious if she didn't help Krampus immediately, but if she helped, she would lose the few soldiers she had left. It would be good if the Renard pretended to go south and didn't attack the lizard men, but the divine revelations given to the priests had to be consistent. Moreover, the Renard and the Satyr were still considered allies. What Krampus said next only made Lunda more anxious. "But I think this idea isn't bad. I mean attacking Automation. Attacking Automation with fewer numbers is still feasible because it will be empty, right? Why don't you send your cavalry to automation and support me with your infantry? Taken aback, Lunda blurted out, I don't have enough troops to do that. Krampus exclaimed in surprise. What? I thought you said you still had 500 soldiers. Lunda gave a fake smile and quickly covered up. Oh, yeah, that's right. Krampus thought Lunda had miscalculated, so he drew up a specific plan. She said that the enemy had lost 400 people and now had about 1,300, so 300 Renard infantry and my 800 satyr combined would be enough to confront the lizard men and win before their encirclement, and she said she had killed Nebula's spirit beast, so the walls would be safe. The more Krampus spoke, the more Lunda sweated profusely. Without saying a word, Lunda lowered her head to hide the expression on her face. I've lied too much. Anyway, when my lies are exposed, I won't be able to become an ally of Krampus. However, that was once again just Lunda's wishful thinking. Krampus was surprised to see the system notification. Lunda immediately asked in surprise, what happened? Krampus had received a silent chat request from Nebula. Lunda exclaimed in astonishment, wait, don't accept. She tried to stop Krampus from accepting the request, but it was too late. As the conversation connected, Krampus didn't hesitate to share the line with his ally, Lunda. Sungwoon's appearance made her heart almost leap out of her chest. Sungwoon began the conversation bluntly with Krampus, isn't it time you considered surrendering? Krampus' eyes darted back and forth in anger. What? I don't understand what you're saying. You're getting cocky just because you won once, but we have the advantage in the overall situation. Sungwoon didn't respond for a moment, feeling slightly baffled by Krampus' confidence in the current circumstances. Krampus spoke as if he didn't know the outcome of the battle between Sungwoon and Lunda. However, until now, they were clearly still allies. Sungwoon quickly realized there was only one explanation for this. With just a glance, Sungwoon saw through Lunda's expression and intentions. Sungwoon smiled knowing she had lied and downplayed the extent of her own losses to protect herself, concealing the truth from Krampus. Sungwoon could deduce what Lunda was thinking and he silently chuckled maliciously. If this is true, it will be more entertaining for me, won't it? While Sungwoon pondered in silence, Krampus snorted in annoyance. Is that all you want to say? Why did you block our conversation requests until now and suddenly decided to contact us? As he finished, Krampus gritted his teeth, and every time he did, flames erupted from the gaps between his teeth. Sungwoon replied calmly, I apologize. I didn't intend to offend you. Krampus continued to growl, regardless, if you're formally requesting my surrender, my answer is no. Sungwoon didn't mention Lunda's deception and quickly ended the conversation. All right, I'll think about it carefully and contact you later. Krampus grumbled to Lunda right after the conversation ended. I don't understand what he's thinking anymore. Lunda responded with a laugh, but she could feel cold sweat running down her back. I tried to stop him, didn't I? Lunda couldn't help but worry whether Sungwoon had discovered her secret. Lunda anxiously ended the conversation with Krampus. Krampus, I'll contact you again after reviewing my troops. Just a moment. Krampus nodded without suspicion. All right, I should also check the Daymerit fortress to prepare for the siege. Lunda hurriedly disconnected from Krampus. Immediately afterward, she requested a private conversation with Nebula. At this moment, Sungwoon was still sitting leisurely with his legs crossed. He knew Lunda would contact him soon, and as expected, a system message screen appeared. However, Sungwoon ignored the constant conversation requests from Lunda and remained indifferent, continuing to care for Stratus after it was injured. The sound of ding-ding rang out like a doorbell being harassed by neighborhood children. It took hundreds of such ding-dings before Sungwoon slowly reached out and accepted the conversation request. When Sungwoon finally accepted the request and the chat screen opened, Lunda lost her patience and swore, Hey, you bastard, what do you want? Sungwoon laughed sarcastically at Lunda's attitude. What are you angry about? I'm the one who should be angry because of the sudden trap you pulled on me. Lunda stubbornly retorted, but you haven't been attacked yet, have you? Sungwoon shrugged and sighed. It's still unpleasant to be almost attacked, isn't it? Anyway, if you're calling me to argue, I'm hanging up, I'm busy, goodbye. Sungwoon ended the call abruptly without hesitation. Naturally, Lunda's face turned red with anger, but she could do nothing but try to contact Sungwoon again. She took a deep breath to regain her composure and pressed send on the conversation request once more with a disgruntled expression. It took a long time before she received a response from Sungwoon. What's up this time? Lunda still yelled, although her words were not as harsh as before. I'm not your friend. Don't treat me like that. What do you want? Sungwoon found Lunda's attitude amusing since she was the one in a disadvantageous position, but he didn't mention it because he didn't feel offended or bothered. He seemed more generous because he was in a favorable position, he simply said gently, "Can you speak slower without yelling?" Lunda tried to suppress her urge to yell. "All right, you requested Krampus to surrender, and when you saw he didn't accept your request, you ended the call, right? What's your reason? Why did you end the conversation when Krampus hadn't surrendered yet?" Watching Lunda struggle to maintain her composure, Sungwoon almost burst out laughing but held it back. Then, Sungwoon calmly replied, "I realized it wasn't actually necessary to demand surrender. I was going to end everything by forcing all 5 players to surrender. We'd have a temporary ceasefire agreement, and I would receive some material resources. However, now I think it would be better to destroy the 2 nations bordering mine and conquer the entire territory, even if it means I have to work a lot." Lunda regained her composure and gradually became worried after hearing Nebula's plan. Sungwoon continued to describe his plan leisurely. "Even though at that time, the battle will become too large for me to handle, I won't be able to protect my borders because my population is too small at this level of development, but there's still another way to negotiate. I can occupy the lands of Satyr and give the lands of Renard to the other 3 players." The plan that Sungwoon was discussing so casually would not be easy to implement, but it wasn't impossible. Lunda tried to refute it in a state of confusion. "There are many ways to infiltrate a larger territory. What if Krampus and I start a rebellion? The other players could attack you during the chaos." Sungwoon narrowed his eyes at Lunda through the bullhead mask. "Did I ever say I would keep you and Krampus alive?" The image of Nebula's cruelty was deeply etched into Lunda's mind. "He's crazy." Lunda swallowed nervously and turned pale as she continued the conversation with Sungwoon. "That's a threat," Sungwoon coldly replied. "Not exactly a threat. I was just listing one of the things I could do, because you're curious." Lunda clenched her fists, seeing a glimmer of hope. "You just said one of the things you could do, right? Does that mean you're considering other possibilities too?" Sungwoon shrugged. "Maybe." Lunda regained her composure and furrowed her brow seriously. "So, I'll go back to my first question. What do you want?" Sungwoon immediately replied, "Information." Lunda furrowed her brow with doubt. "What kind of information?" Sungwoon clicked his tongue and replied, "Information about Renard and Krampus, and information about the trolls." Lunda frowned. "Wisdom is the god of the trolls. He's the most powerful player among the remaining 3 forces in the center of the continent." Lunda quickly objected to Sungwoon's idea. "Nebula, I think you've misunderstood something. I'm not an ally of Wisdom." Sungwoon sneered. "But don't you think about becoming his ally soon?" Lunda asked while pretending to be nonchalant. "Why would I have to leave Krampus and become an ally with Wisdom, our enemy?" Sungwoon bluntly exposed Lunda. "Stop pretending. I know what you want when you hide the truth from Krampus. You clearly have other plans. If you're looking for another ally, it would be me or Wisdom, those who have territories bordering yours. And you'd choose Wisdom over me because I'm your enemy and wouldn't really help, am I wrong?" Lunda tried to think of another reason, but she was too embarrassed to think clearly because of her exposure. "Fine, let's just say you're right, but how do you know if Wisdom would ally with me?" Sungwoon laughed mockingly. "I told you to form an alliance with Wisdom and get information. How you do it is not my concern." Lunda immediately understood what Nebula meant. She growled and furiously shook the video chat window. "You're telling me to not only get information from Krampus but also approach Wisdom and actively get information from him, you bastard. Don't be ridiculous. That's not an alliance or anything close to it. I'm just a pushover. What makes you think I'd agree to such ridiculous things? You seem to think you're superior just because you won once. Do you want me to show you a dirty fight to the very end?" Sungwoon pointed his index finger at Lunda's face. "That's not it. It's not just because I won. Lunda, your lies are already a problem. I don't need to do anything else. I just need to tell the truth about our battle with Krampus, and tell Wisdom not to ally with you because you're a liar." Hearing this, Lunda's face instantly turned pale. "If that happens, Krampus will break the alliance with Lunda and try to survive on his own, while Wisdom will not accept an alliance with Lunda because she is untrustworthy. In that case, Lunda will have to survive on her own with a divinity score of 5, while others in the center of the continent have divinity scores of 8 or 9. Lunda became furious and yelled, "Do whatever you want, I will never cooperate with you." Sungwoon tried to say something else, but Lunda interrupted him by ending the video chat. After being alone, Lunda racked her brains, thinking about her next plan. She sat there for a long time with a blank expression. Think, there must be a way, there has to be. Lunda looked down at the floating image of the Renard capital, Minine. It was far from the border, so there was no sign of fear about the impending war. It seemed like the messenger about the Renards' defeat hadn't reached Minine yet. Renards were entering and exiting their wooden houses, working, playing, and chatting with each other. At a small temple, a Renard was praying. It wasn't a prayer about the war, but a prayer of gratitude to the gods for allowing the carpenter to complete his daily work safely. At the same time, Lunda's faith point increased by 1, forcing her to look back at her divinity level bar. Lunda cursed silently hundreds of times, thinking about her current miserable situation. After much deliberation, Lunda again requested a conversation with Nebula. This time, Sungwoon didn't make her wait as long as before. The chat screen lit up. Sungwoon calmly asked, "Have you thought it over?" Lunda hesitated and replied, "I'll cooperate with you." Her face was full of reluctance. It was clear she had no other choice. If she let her emotions take over, she wouldn't have any chances left. A smug smile appeared behind Sungwoon's mask. "First, let's hear the information about the Renard and Krampus." Sungwoon then contacted Krampus. He burst out laughing at the ridiculous situation when Sungwoon requested to stop fighting, claiming that he was being harassed by blue lobsters on the coast and had to withdraw his troops. It was, of course, a lie. Krampus not only opposed the ceasefire order but also told Lunda that they should quickly attack Nebula if Sungwoon's disadvantages were true. Lunda stopped Krampus by telling him that it could be another trap and urged him to accept the ceasefire because other players were making suspicious moves. Krampus said he needed something from Nebula in return, but Lunda didn't want to make Sungwoon uncomfortable, so she tried her best to change Krampus's mind. Lunda was furious, silently cursing Sungwoon. "Damn you, you don't need to talk about lobsters. Pretending you're at a disadvantage just makes me angrier when I'm the one who has to convince Krampus." But she couldn't do anything. She had put herself in this situation, and no matter the cost, she had to stop the truth of the battle from being revealed. A few months ago, in the automation stronghold, Wee Kyung held an important meeting to establish a merchant alliance. The reason for the first meeting was simple. It all started with Wee Kyung inviting the merchants who had helped gather resources and engineers from across the continent to create 4 water wheels and automation to a feast. The dining room overlooked the 4 water wheels, so it was clearly the best place to celebrate the project's completion. At the end of the feast, Wee Kyung, with a sly smile, made a proposal. "Since we, the merchants, have cooperated and achieved such a feat, we can surely do something great again. Why don't we establish an organization?" Then, under the curious eyes of the merchants, Wee Kyung shared her idea. "Even if we no longer cooperate for a major construction project like this, we can still benefit by forwarding and collecting information earlier and more accurately than others. For example, if we know that trees from the northern coast are becoming difficult to harvest due to disease, we can infer that the price of wood will increase. Then, we can buy more wood in advance. Similarly, we can buy and collect valuable goods and resell them when prices rise. We can also benefit in another way. For example, we won't have to pay taxes when trading with each other." The merchants were initially skeptical of the idea, but they were later convinced by Wee Kyung's words. At least, it didn't seem like an idea for her to benefit alone. However, there was still a lingering issue. A troll spoke up. "What if one of us betrays the others?" Wee Kyung immediately gave an answer. "That is a valid concern. We are all different species and believe in different gods, right? It's clear that we can't fully trust each other. Although our species differences cannot be changed, our faith can. Let's decide to choose a god to believe in. Everyone will abandon their initial faith and become followers of the newly chosen god. Then, a portion of the profits we earn will be dedicated to the new god and the king who believes in that god." The troll continued to ask, "But have you considered how we will decide which god to choose fairly?" Wee Kyung waited until all the merchants were eager before offering her idea. "I know that all gods are great. In other words, it doesn't matter which god we choose, right? So why don't we roll dice to decide? Whoever rolls the highest will get to choose their god." Of course, with her ability to manipulate probabilities, Wee Kyung easily won. At that moment, the system notified Sungwoon. The 5th Water Wheel organization has been established under the leadership of Wee Kyung. The first rudimentary ledger was currently being created. The merchants were loyal to money, not to their country. They all began to calculate how much they would benefit from trading goods from their own region without paying taxes. The merchants started to come up with more audacious ideas, such as illegal trading, hoarding goods, and even product monopolies. Sungwoon watched Wee Kyung from outside through the window. This girl was truly shameless, but he had no intention of stopping her. All of this was happening before the legal system or business ethics had been established, so the merchants didn't feel any apprehension. Establishing a trade organization was a natural process, although it was still a bit early and unusual for them to be a secret group. Wee Kyung's initiative and creativity helped cross off one of the tasks on Sungwoon's to-do list. In this forgotten world, the feeling of belonging and camaraderie doesn't come from which species forms which nation, but from the faith that people follow. Even if this trade organization hadn't been established, Sung Woon would still have used another method to entice others to change their faith. The so-called stabilization phase was approaching, and drawing swords wasn't the only way to conquer other lands. Using faith and beliefs was a much easier approach. Of course, in the end, Sung Woon would still have to attack the players in the middle of the continent, but the current borders wouldn't change, at least until the end of the game's early stage. He slowly began to speculate about the attacks and counterattacks that the other nations would carry out. Not long after, in Urazen, the capital of Ukraine, Rakrak and Zale were in a tent, discussing their upcoming tasks. Rakrak took something white and shimmering, held it up. In the sunlight, it was so thin that sunlight could shine through it. Rakrak then asked Zale, "What did you just say this is?" Zale explained, "It's paper. Not long ago, a group of lost Renards were captured by our people. One of them was a paper craftsman. Thanks to him, we learned how to make paper," Zale said, rubbing the paper with a satisfied expression. Rakrak nodded and continued to ask, "Silk is very expensive and heavy, while paper is quite light, but isn't it expensive?" Zale wagged his tail excitedly. "To make paper, you need to pound, tear, and grind wood into powder, then add it to water to make a paste. Then, you take the paste out with a fine mesh and let it dry. Normally, making paper takes a lot of time, but we have water wheels." Rakrak was both surprised and delighted to hear Zale say that. "There is a big river in Urazen, slightly upstream. It's narrow but deep, ensuring a plentiful flow of water. Here, the lizard people have created water wheels that they learned how to make from automation. The water wheels are used instead of manpower, so they can also replace the labor needed to make paper." Rakrak was very pleased with these sheets of paper. If paper is made from wood and water wheels, then it will be cheaper than silk, and if paper can be distributed more widely, writing will become more common, and ordinary records will be made more often. History will also be recorded, and nothing will be forgotten. After neatly arranging the sheets of paper that Zale gave him, Rakrak took out a large piece of silk. "I also have something to tell you, Zale." Rakrak spread out the silk, revealing a map inside. "I've been thinking that there's nothing to worry about, with you as my wise companion and the warriors always following me, and with the gods watching over us, I will be able to fight and defeat any enemy we encounter. But you, me, your warriors, and even the gods, cannot be everywhere at the same time." Zale nodded in agreement. "You're not wrong." Rakrak stared at the map with a thoughtful expression. "If the enemy attacks us in two groups again, like in the last battle, well, you might have to run faster, but what if there are three, four enemies? What will we do then, Zale?" Zale completely agreed with Rakrak's concerns, for their territory was now much larger than before, and in the future, there would undoubtedly be wars to make it even larger. Rakrak took a piece of charcoal and started drawing on the map. "So, I've been thinking. Let's build a fence here." Rakrak drew a line marking the border, a line that passed through wilderness, mountains, and rivers. He drew the line with confidence, demonstrating that nothing could stand in the way of this idea. If a fence is built along the entire border and watchmen are stationed at certain points, others will not be able to easily invade Ukraine. However, Zale couldn't help but point out the flaw in Rakrak's idea. It would take a very long time to build such a long fence. If you want it to be a fence worth building, it might have to be as high or even higher than the automation's walls, and we can't build a fence with clay like the automation's walls. If we use wild clay to build the fence, the water in the clay will freeze in winter and melt in summer, making it soft and mushy. Rakrak didn't intend to argue against that. Zale continued to raise another issue. "We have to use stone as the main material. The problem is that stone quarries aren't that common. If we go into the wilderness, it will take a lot of manpower and time to move stones from the quarries. Even if we dedicate all our manpower and resources to it, it will still take at least 100 years. Rakrak nodded slightly, but joked, "Really? I thought it would take 200 years. Zale snorted. "Humans can't live for 200 years, and lizards can't even live for 100 years. Rakrak looked sulky. "You don't have to keep teaching me what I already know." Zale held back a laugh and asked, "So, are you going to give up?" Rakrak sniffed. "No, it's my initial idea, and I realized the problems you just pointed out, so I've improved it." Rakrak began circling the map with more detailed descriptions. "There's a steep river here, and a swamp so deep that it would drown a lizard. It would be difficult not only for carriages but also for riding races to pass through." Zale listened to what Rakrak said with interest and recalculated the time. "I understand what you mean. You're saying that the wilderness itself has many different terrains, and they can act as natural barriers, right? But even if we assume these terrains are evenly spaced, the distances are still vast. It would take about 70 years to complete the rest. You can do it if that's all you do for the rest of your life. Zale finished speaking, then furrowed his brows with a worried expression. Rakrak knew it was hard, but he wasn't going to give up. But he couldn't just build a fence for the rest of his life, and it would take too long. In 70 years, the enemy would invade our country many times. It didn't take long for Rakrak to come up with a new idea. The fence is meant to delay the enemy's invasion until he and other warriors get there. So what if we think the other way around? What if, instead of delaying the enemy, we gather our troops faster? Zale tilted his head curiously. We're using Korka to send messages. They're faster than horses or large weasels. We can't make them run faster. Cockatrice is the only species faster than Korka. But not everyone can ride a cockatrice like you. Rakrak quickly scribbled on the paper. There's something even faster than cockatrice, and everyone knows how to use it. What Rakrak drew looked like 5 stone altars, each with a platform to place wood on top and burn. He said firmly, fire and smoke. Zale was about to say that they couldn't ride on fire and smoke, but she quickly realized and found the idea admirable. Fire and smoke don't need messengers, they are the message. Rakrak explained with a sly smile. If an enemy is spotted at the end of the border, the watchman will light a fire and create smoke. Seeing that from afar, the watchman at the next station will also light a fire. If this is repeated, we will know about the enemy's arrival faster than using Korka or cockatrice. According to Rakrak, one of the beacons will always be lit to see if the watchmen are doing their duty. This will indicate that everything is peaceful. 2 lit beacons mean the enemy has been spotted. The 3rd beacon is lit only when the enemy is advancing toward the border. The 4th beacon will be lit when the enemy has invaded, and the 5th beacon will be lit shortly after to signal that a battle has begun. Rakrak not only wanted to check if the enemy had been spotted but also wanted to incorporate the severity of the situation into the message sent back from the border. The more fires lit on the beacons, the more urgent the situation, and therefore the number of troops dispatched to the border could be adjusted. Zale listened to Rakrak with surprise and agreement. With just that, we can defend against enemy invaders from outside. And the wilderness isn't the ideal route for the enemy to choose for invasion. There's no other option but to go to the northern coast, but from there to Orozen, they'll have to go the opposite way, making the supply line longer. The Rakrak continues to mark different locations. There is a side road in the Automation Valley, and if the enemy knows about the beacon, they can focus on attacking the automation instead. We will build a barrier accordingly planned, but merchants need to come and go, so we can't block the way. We can use natural terrain like a cliff and reinforce it with a mountain fortress and then place a beacon on top of the fortress. Here, Rakrak temporarily stops writing. With these beacons, the borders of the Hukran will be clearly visible from high in the sky. Then, Zale counts the beacon dots marked on the map and adds up the number of forts to build in the valley resulting in automation. Rakrak smiled with satisfaction and turned to look at Zale. We should make a beacon first. How long do you think it will take? Zale muttered for a while and then estimated, maybe 5 years. Time passed quickly again. 3 years later, Orozen was much more developed than before. The royal palace of the black-scaled lizard people was built on a stone foundation with high-quality wood from the north coast. Defeating the cold is an important matter for the lizard people, so under the stone floor is a winding path that starts with the fireplace and ends with the chimney. If the fireplace is lit, the warmth will move along the path made of stone and red clay, thus heating the entire building. Rakrak sat alone in the great hall, a large open space where the throne was located. It was an early winter morning, so the hall was still dark, the only light coming from the torches. There was still plenty of time until the vassals arrived to pay their respects, but somehow Rakrak woke up early. When he cleared his throat, his voice echoed throughout the hall. Over time, Hukran had developed without much difficulty. The elves on the northern coast had settled, the people of automation were making a big profit, and on the southern islands, the Astacidia tribe had learned mining techniques from the lizards and begun mining silver. But Rakrak had a nagging concern. Even though he had founded a nation, he still thought he might not be qualified to be king. Who knew maintaining a country was harder than establishing one? It was necessary to closely monitor the internal situation as well as focus on defending against external enemies. Unifying the lizards and driving out any other species to form a homogeneous group was a good strategy when building a nation initially, but that wasn't true after the nation was established and stable. All species, except humans, were afraid of lizards. Fear isn't always beneficial when ruling a country. Many species had complied and accepted that the lizards were above them, but some didn't believe it. They would refuse to acknowledge their defeat and try to challenge the lizards. Of course, under the protection of the gods, the lizards always won. However, faith cannot be developed by force, and it's almost impossible for someone to suddenly respect a god who has threatened them for many years. Rakrak was very distressed by this. To convert others to the green carapace god, there needed to be a way to unite people's hearts. He couldn't help but sigh deeply. Living together on a piece of land isn't enough to build faith, is it? Then, a familiar voice suddenly answered Rakrak's question. That's right. Rakrak looked up to find the source of the voice. A lizard was standing there, surrounded by blue butterflies. The lizard had a very familiar voice, one Rakrak hadn't heard in a long time. Just because you live on the same land doesn't mean you live in the same era. This lizard was missing an arm, had wrinkles, and scales that didn't shimmer. The most interesting thing about his appearance was that there was a blue glow around his silhouette. Rakrak stared at the man's face with surprise. It was a familiar face. He couldn't help but joyfully jump up. Starcatcher. How is that possible? I'm sure you're dead. Rakrak rushed towards the Starcatcher with a bright smile. But the Starcatcher didn't answer or even nod. He simply raised his index finger and placed it near his lips. It meant silence, but it also seemed to mean don't ask about me. Rakrak thought to himself, so my last conversation with him turned out to be true. It seems the green carapace god brings us together after we die. If a dead person can talk like a living person, then the dead and the living would be indistinguishable. Then there must be things he can and cannot say. At least I shouldn't ask the dead how they came back to life, because death is a private matter. After Rakrak calmed down, he decided not to ask the questions he intended to about the afterlife. It seemed the Starcatcher had appeared to answer Rakrak's question. It meant he should continue talking about this matter. Rakrak immediately asked, "What do you mean living in the same era, comma?" Without saying a word, the Starcatcher looked outside. The sky was still dark, and he turned and walked out of the hall. Rakrak followed the Starcatcher outside. The sky was still full of bright twinkling stars. The Starcatcher then asked, "What do you think of the night sky?" Rakrak immediately replied, "It's beautiful." The Starcatcher continued to ask, "I wonder if you remember what I said before." Rakrak looked at the Starcatcher with a complaint, wondering why he was testing him, but he still answered, "I see 2 yellow stars near the blue star. At this time of year, those yellow stars will be in the south and slowly move until spring comes, and they disappear into the northern horizon. We need to always look back at the North Star, the star that doesn't move, and estimate the distance between them." The Starcatcher laughed. "You remember, don't you? So, do the stars seen from Urizen have the same shape as the stars seen from the very end of the land of Maganen? Are they the same at the edge of the northern coast? What about the wilderness, in the land of Renades or Satyr? Are they the same shape?" Rakrak stared at the sky until he realized one thing: they were different. The Starcatcher asked Rakrak again, "How are they different?" Rakrak didn't take his eyes off the sky and said, "The stars are in different places." After Rakrak answered, he understood what the Starcatcher meant. "The sky you saw was much narrower than the sky I'm seeing now, and the sky I saw might be just a small part of the sky above the eastern continent, and even above the sea." The Starcatcher smiled contentedly. "Yes, I have only lived my own life. Everyone lives through their own time, and I have lived mine to the fullest. No one is wrong for living their own life, but that is not enough, especially for you, as a king." The Starcatcher finished his words and looked at Rakrak with a suggestive glance. Knowing that Rakrak was intelligent enough to understand the issue on his own, he continued his suggestion: "An individual needs to live according to the time of everyone else." Rakrak pondered the meaning behind these words and realized that the Starcatcher wasn't wrong. Everyone, when they eat, dress, and sleep, needs to know time, and looking at the sky is the only way to do that. If you cannot tell time, you cannot cultivate, raise silkworms, fell trees, and gather herbs. While Rakrak considered these things, the Starcatcher continued, "Everyone lives in different times, so even people in the same land have differences in their hearts. The king needs to know this." Rakrak knew this was not just a metaphor. The black-scaled lizard people and the humans of automation in Cyran had all been practicing the Starcatcher's teachings, so they all lived in the same era, leading to less chaos. They knew the right time was when the stars were in certain positions, and they knew the time to fulfill their promises was when the sun was in a specific place in the sky. However, the other species living in Hukran do not know these things. Promises will not be kept, and misunderstandings will accumulate. They simply misunderstand the days because they read the sky differently from the lizard people. Considering this, Rakrak sighed. This is a difficult problem. Rakrak now understood the problem, but it was difficult to find an answer. Learning something is difficult, and teaching is even more difficult. The Starcatcher patiently guided his thoughts. "Why do you think it's so hard?" Rakrak looked up at the sky and mumbled, Because teaching is a difficult task, even among our own black-scaled lizard people. It's not easy to teach and learn how to read the sky, especially when I have to teach those groups who are hostile towards the lizard people. The Starcatcher grinned. Isn't that why I'm here? The Starcatcher pointed at the sky and asked Rakrak, do you see that bright blue star? Rakrak nodded and carefully observed. The Starcatcher suddenly declared, that's you. Rakrak, surprised, furrowed his brow. Me. Then, the Starcatcher's finger moved toward a few stars close to each other, carefully connecting them. As a vague shape emerged, he explained, that's you riding a cockatrice. Do you remember how those stars move? They appear when spring arrives and disappear when winter comes. You are a warrior, so you sleep when winter comes. Rakrak started to understand something, as the Starcatcher's finger moved to another constellation and continued drawing lines connecting them. Rakrak seemed to recognize the image. Ah, so those stars are. The Starcatcher nodded and continued his explanation. That's Owen. He is a wanderer, isn't he? But he never forgets you. When the time comes, he will pass by you. Owen will think you are creating new stories while he's away, so he comes to hear the stories from you, and then he will leave again to spread those stories. Rakrak smiled brightly. Oh, that's interesting. Do you have anything else? The Starcatcher also smiled contentedly, pleased with Rakrak's quick learning ability. Do you know how many events you have all gone through? I can name each of those stars according to those stories. Rakrak was eager to see if the Starcatcher could actually do it, and indeed he could. Name after name poured out of the Starcatcher's mouth, including Rakrak, Zael, Ur, Owen, Siran, Wee Seo, Wee Kyung, the 4 other siblings of Wee Kyung who had died, Baur, the chief of the Green-Skin tribe, Aloy, the chief of the Frog tribe, Shunan, the son of Aloy, the warrior Oboy, Sok 8, the chief of the Ear-Cut tribe, Tamerdu, the chief of the Centaurs, Kajin, the chief of the Ogres, Lubo, Astacidia, King Hatti of the Renard, and King Pav of the Satyr. In the Starcatcher's stories, centaurs, ogres, elves, and Renard were mentioned, and even species that Rakrak had never fought before like trolls, nixes, and kobolds were also mentioned. Automation, the water wheels of automation, and Orzen had become constellations, as well as the great achievements in development of the black-scaled lizard people. In addition to naming all the constellations, the Starcatcher divided the sky into 12 sections, each corresponding to 30 days. Rakrak knew that if everyone in Hukran learned the Starcatcher's method of telling time, they would all be able to live in the same time. Rakrak was so absorbed in what the Starcatcher was saying that he forgot about the cold weather. After naming the last constellation, the Starcatcher said goodbye to Rakrak. I must go. I've stayed here long enough. I've been too greedy. I can feel the gods calling me. Rakrak wanted to grab the Starcatcher, but he couldn't touch his glowing figure. He said with a tone of regret, I haven't even shown you my royal palace. The Starcatcher shook his head with a faint smile. I've seen it. It's magnificent. As the Starcatcher began walking quickly forward, Rakrak hastily pursued him, but somehow couldn't catch up. Is he just leaving like that? Didn't he ask me how many children I have? He must have so many questions. The Starcatcher shook his head. That's the business of someone who is living. The Starcatcher climbed up stairs that Rakrak couldn't see. He could only look up from below. So, what is that world like? Can you tell me more? The Starcatcher shook his head again. That's the business of the dead. Rakrak didn't go any further, but he looked at the Starcatcher's shadow with lingering affection. Is that all he can say? Death is a terrifying thing. The Starcatcher quietly smiled and nodded. Precisely, the living must fear death. Rakrak understood his meaning. If those who believe in gods didn't fear death, they would jump into the fire pit senselessly and without thought. The Starcatcher gradually flew higher until Rakrak had to crane his neck to follow him. He gave him his final advice. The dead cannot change anything. I can only stand and watch, even if the gods permit it. This is all I can suggest to you. Only the living can change things. Having said that, the Starcatcher walked forward without looking back. Rakrak looked at him and the sky behind him. The position of the stars seemed slightly strange. As Rakrak followed the stars with his eyes and connected them with an imaginary line, he saw a giant hand supporting the Starcatcher. Rakrak boldly looked higher, towards the head of the giant, out of curiosity about his identity. The giant figure didn't have a clear face, only the skull of a water buffalo and blue butterflies fluttering around it. The giant, outlined by the stars, silently extended his hand and opened his palm so that the hovering Starcatcher could stand on it. The giant's eyes glowed blue, and with a flash of light, the giant's gaze met Rakrak's. Rakrak knew that this was the green-armored bug god. He immediately knelt down and bowed respectfully. He knew this encounter was another arrangement by the gods. The night sky scenery gradually faded from Rakrak's sight. His mind fell into a hazy world until he heard a voice calling out in his ear, "Rak, your majesty Rakrak, your majesty." Rakrak startled and opened his eyes when he heard the voice calling his name clearly. A guard approached the throne and whispered, "Your majesty, it's time for the meeting, all the nobles have gathered." Rakrak stood up and checked where he was. He was standing in front of the throne. Through the layer of paper pasted on the door, morning sunlight streamed in, and he could hear birds singing. Below were the vassals, all gathered, waiting for his instructions. Then, Rakrak ordered the guard, who was holding a pile of memorials, "Bring me a large sheet of paper and a piece of charcoal." The guard looked bewildered at Rakrak's sudden request. "Excuse me, your majesty, but how large a sheet of paper do you want?" Meanwhile, the nobles stared at Rakrak, seemingly curious why he needed paper. So, Rakrak smiled mysteriously and said, "Large enough to draw the sky." Not long after, identical messages were sent across the entire continent, appearing before Sung Woon. The first ephemeris calendar had been established on the third continent. Sung Woon smiled contentedly as he skimmed through the achievement description. Ephemeris has been established by the Hukran nation. This calendar is created based on the moon and constellations in the night sky. Ephemeris reflects 99.8% of the planet's rotation cycle and can be used in modern civilization. Currently, it is being used by 3 nations and is considered the best of all. After the Starcatcher was first found in the tribe, Sung Woon had thought about creating a calendar from the beginning of the game, but, of course, he knew that wouldn't be possible even until the Starcatcher's end of life. It would require the Starcatcher's research in the otherworld and Rakrak stories spreading across the lands to lay the foundation for a calendar. The Starcatcher's reappearance as the first ancestor would act as the start of a true otherworld. Despite gaining huge benefits, Sung Woon's heart still trembled every time the Starcatcher said a word to Rakrak because his faith points were being consumed bit by bit. Knowledge of the otherworld is not meant for the world of the living. Although not as costly as a god directly giving a dream, having an ancestor appear in Rakrak's dream still cost a lot of faith points. As the otherworld is heavily influenced by the principle of cause and effect, Sung Woon had set up restrictions so that the Starcatcher couldn't say anything violating that principle and wouldn't use too many faith points. As a result, he could only talk to Rakrak about the calendar. Ultimately, Sung Woon thought this was still a useful and necessary investment, so he smiled at Lunda. "Well, conveying knowledge from the otherworld is not free, but the results are definitely worth it." Then, Sung Woon spoke through a video chat with Lunda, who was sulking. "I'm happy that the Renard are using the calendar well." Lunda frowned and responded indifferently, "Yeah." Sung Woon frowned, unsatisfied with Lunda's response. "It's not a lunar calendar based on observing the moon, but a solar calendar including leap years. I thought you would be happier." Lunda raised her hand and waved it around, acting as if she was excited. "Wow, I'm ecstatic about this. Is that what you thought I would say?" After smiling fakely, Lunda's face fell again. "I cheated Krampus and wisdom very well, but since I keep making up for what I lack with things from Hukran, we might as well become a sub-nation belongs to you." Of course this was what Sung Woon had planned, but he had already decided not to bother Lunda anymore. But today she took the initiative to contact him, making him suspicious. "Okay, so why are you contacting me again?" Lunda's annoyed expression changed to a calm serious look. "I think a new force has appeared in the center of the continent." Sung Woon asked in surprise, "What do you mean by a new force, even in the center of the continent?" Lunda immediately replied, "Exactly as I said, a new source of energy." Sung Woon continued to press. "Is it a disgusting creature, or a demon, or a witch? Is it related to a mythical being?" Lunda continuously shook her head. At this point, there's only one possible guess left. Before Sung Woon could say it, Lunda nodded. "I think it's another player." Thinking that was impossible, Sung Woon furrowed his brow. "If it's a player, then it's a player. Do you mean you think it's a player?" Lunda immediately shared the notification screen with Sung Woon. "Literally, when you encounter a new tribe, you'll get a notification about civilization clash, right? And if the opponent is a player, a warning window will appear stating the opponent's species belief. But you know that's impossible right now, don't you?" Sung Woon pondered for a moment then continued. "But if there's a warning message along with the notification of civilization clash, there's also a possibility that they are demons, right?" Lunda shook her head again. "That's definitely not a demon because you can request a chat, and the person appears in the local player list." Sung Woon nodded. "There's no way a new player suddenly appears in the middle of the continent right now. It's been about 22 years since the game started. A player who has never made any move until now and suddenly appears is really absurd." Sung Woon asked Lunda again, "Didn't the person reply to the silent chat request?" Lunda sighed in exhaustion. "It's blocked." Sungwoon pondered for a moment, then looked at Lunda with suspicion. Where did this news come from? Did you hear it from a reliable person, or are you trying to deceive me? Lunda was completely speechless as these questions were strongly attacking her character. Instead of explaining at length, Lunda directly sent Sungwoon the information she had about the new player, as if to prove that she wasn't lying. What Sungwoon saw was a video clip filmed from afar. The main character is the Nyx race, a species that looks similar to elves because of their pointed ears, but are smaller and have darker skin. If elves have a noble aspect, Nyx are a bit more playful. In the video, two groups of Nyx are fighting. According to Lunda's description, the video was filmed from afar by a player named AR-1026, usually called AR for short. She rules the Nyx tribe called Kim Nan. She currently has a loose alliance with player Jang Won. AR not only sent this video to Lunda but also to Wisdom and Krampus, and she might have also sent it to her ally, Jang Won. Therefore, it can be said that a new player has emerged from nowhere, and AR wants to ask Lunda what she thinks about this, so she shares the information with Lunda. Lunda furrowed her brows and exclaimed, "This is absurd, isn't it?" Sungwoon nodded. Living in seclusion for 22 years and suddenly taking action is a scenario unlike any that has ever existed in the Forgotten World. In the Forgotten World, there might be cases of internet disconnection, so players will join the game late, but how could that situation happen here? And the existence of this player is not the only unusual thing. Sungwoon checked the player's name and the information he received. It's a name combining Chinese characters and Latin letters. It seems like the first Chinese character is pronounced Jiol, so Lunda and others temporarily call this mysterious player Jiol Wu Bai. Even Sungwoon, who has spent most of his time playing the Forgotten World since its release, has never seen such a strange name like this. Jiol Wu Bai, really unusual, but whatever, he just thought it might be a player who likes unusual usernames, or it could be a display error of the system. But the next part is the strangest. AR's main race is Nyx. Initially Sungwoon thought it was a civil war between two groups of Nyx. However, when AR moved her finger around to display the status window of each group, the first group was displayed as Nyx, while the second group was Nyx Vampire. According to the system's description, vampires infect others like zombies and turn them into their kind. The transformation process takes a day, at most a few days. While transforming, the power is reduced but will gradually increase. Lunda looked at the images of the vampires with a look of concern. "You've never seen this species before, right?" Sungwoon nodded. "Yes, this is the first time I've seen them. There have never been any vampires in the Forgotten World before. Zombies would be the closest species to vampires, but zombies aren't necessarily considered a species, they are simply walking corpses." Sungwoon then asked Lunda in return, "So what do everyone think about them?" Lunda recalled Krampus' words and explained, "We haven't gathered to talk about this yet, but Krampus said that he thinks this is an extremely rare event and has a low probability of happening, that's why he doesn't know about it." Sungwoon pondered for a moment then gave his explanation, "I've never seen them before either, so it's highly unlikely that this is the case." Instead of assuming that from the beginning, isn't it something like DLC? Sungwoon had to make an assumption that he didn't like, and Lunda was also very surprised by that assumption. "DLC, you mean expansion pack?" Sungwoon clicked his tongue and replied, "I'm just saying it could be that way. To be honest, the Forgotten World that we played before is not exactly the same world that we are controlling now, right?" Lunda tilted her head in bewilderment. "Isn't that obvious?" Sungwoon opened the system window and went to the options section to explain, "No, besides this being the real world, there are other things like, the options window is empty because there's nothing to configure. In addition, it's missing something important, you can't log out." Lunda nodded. Sungwoon continued, "Anyway, the fact that the system window is different means that there are things here that have disappeared, but at the same time, it also means that things that don't exist can appear." Lunda's eyes immediately lit up. "I understand what you're trying to say." Sungwoon continued while looking at the information that AR shared. "They are definitely dangerous. They must have prepared a countermeasure and found the leader of these vampires, right?" Lunda shook her head. "Are they dangerous? I don't know. You told me to give you the information I found, so I told you, and I'm curious about your opinion, because something that doesn't exist suddenly appeared." Sungwoon immediately emphasized, "They seem very dangerous." Lunda said calmly, "AR and Jang Won will let them be because they don't know what's going on. Anyway, it's none of our business. It's not happening in our country. Wisdom won't do anything, and Krampus and I also decided to just observe what will happen." Lunda also said that other players are comparing vampires with the zombie pandemic. A zombie pandemic is definitely terrifying because victims will turn into zombies within hours or minutes. Compared to that, vampires seem to be a much weaker version of a zombie pandemic. However, according to Sung Woon, there is a decisive difference. Zombies are just stupid corpses that can move, but vampires are not, because vampires still retain their intelligence, so they can hide things that other players can't detect. After calculating for a moment, Sung Woon gave Lunda some advice. I think you should tell the player named AR to at least find the vampire leader. Lunda looked at Sung Woon with a suspicious look. It seems like you're hiding something, and I don't want to say things like that to AR. Krampus and I are a team, Wisdom is a separate team, and AR and Jangwon are on the same side. Our three factions are at war with each other. Have you forgotten? Sung Woon clicked his tongue and replied, alright, I have no intention of forcing you to tell them. I just feel a moral obligation to give you advice. Lunda's right eyebrow twitched in anger. I don't know if you're capable of feeling something like morality. Sung Woon chuckled. Alright, we'll see each other soon. Lunda found this response really strange. She had shared all the information from Renard's country with Sung Woon, which means she didn't need to see him again for a while, but Sung Woon didn't explain anything further and directly disconnected. Sung Woon opened another window. It was a memo containing equations that he frequently checked, and among those equations there was one to calculate the outbreak rate and risk level of a zombie pandemic. Sung Woon plugged different variables into the equation and came to a conclusion that made him somewhat worried. This is really unusual. Sometime later, at the top of a high mountain in an unknown location, a special meeting was held among the gods. 5 additional video chat windows were opened, and each window displayed a player. The 5 video chat windows were all in a circle so they could see each other. The man wearing the Ghost Master mask on his head spoke first to open the meeting. Do we really need his help? That was Jangwon, the god of the invisible flow, ruling the Kobold tribe in the Mangul nation. Then, a woman wearing a noble dress and a black veil replied, alright, we can't accept help from Hegemonia either, can we? That was AR, the god of invisible roots, ruling the Kim Nan Nix tribe in the Juman nation. Krampus interrupted the conversation between Jangwon and AR. Yes, Hegemonia will send troops here under the pretense of helping, but who knows what he will do after that. But I think those two are the same kind of person. What do you think, Lunda? Lunda sat cross-legged and shook her feet nonchalantly. I think so too, but I also think it's better to contact Nebula instead of Hegemonia. Krampus scratched his chin. As long as Lunda thinks so, I agree with her. In the video chat window in the middle, a person with a strange star-shaped head spoke to conclude, alright, if that's what everyone thinks, then choose Nebula. The person with the strange floating star-shaped head was Player Wisdom, the god of intertwining and interweaving, ruling the Troll tribe in the Asbestos nation, considered the wisest of the 5 players currently present in the meeting. Very quickly, Sung Woon accepted the chat request. The 6th video chat window appeared next to Lunda. As soon as Sung Woon appeared, he arrogantly teased the others. Can't believe you guys are looking for me. I didn't know I was that famous. All the other players looked at Sung Woon with displeasure. They were the ones who suffered significant damage from the locusts, and in particular, Krampus and Lunda were the direct victims of the war, those who had suffered heavy losses at Sung Woon's hands without receiving any compensation. Wisdom, the only one who didn't have any expression on his face because of his star-shaped head, spoke politely. Nebula, you must know why we called you, right? Sung Woon casually shrugged. So, yeah, there's no guarantee that my speculation is correct. Lunda clenched her fist to restrain her urge to punch Sung Woon. Before this meeting, she had told Nebula all the information she had, so he was acting like a shameless, thick-skinned guy. Besides, everyone here knows that his scout spies are present all over the middle of the continent. As Lunda was considering breaking her usual image and cursing Sung Woon, Wisdom spoke again. You must know that something unusual is happening in the center of the continent. Sung Woon replied indifferently, I know a little bit. Wisdom continued to ask, so you know a player that we call Jeol Woo Bai has appeared with the vampire species? Sung Woon still replied with a nonchalant tone, I know. Wisdom continued, and vampires, the species that was only seen in the Kim Nan tribe territory before, has now spread to all 5 of our lands, thus becoming a major force. You know, right? Sung Woon clicked his tongue and replied, yeah, I know that too. Wisdom and everyone were a little surprised because Sung Woon's ability to update information was so quick, but the important thing is that he knew everything and was still calm. Wisdom directly suggested, then I guess you already know everything you need to know. I'll be blunt, Nebula, will you help us? After Wisdom said that, the eyes of the other players all looked towards Sung Woon with anticipation instead of displeasure. But Sung Woon's response immediately doused them with a bucket of cold water. Why should I? His question ruined the meeting of 6 players in an instant. All of them were immersed in an atmosphere of tension and suffocating hatred. Lunda thought to herself with a gloomy expression, "You damn bastard, this again." Of course, she had successfully suppressed the curse that was about to burst from her mouth and maintained her image in front of everyone. Wisdom's star-shaped head slowly spun as he tried to persuade Sung-Woon. "Recently, our food supply has been unstable because locusts have been attacking our fertile lands across the continent. And we already know that you are the one behind this swarm of locusts." Wisdom clearly intends to accuse Sung-Woon to force him to take responsibility by unconditionally helping them in dealing with vampires. Dragon. Sung-Woon clearly understood the opponent's intentions but still calmly nodded. "So that's why Krampus and Lunda attacked me, and I defended against that attack. Isn't that the end of everything? What happened?" Jang-Won couldn't hold it in anymore. He opened the big mouth on his Demon Master mask and joined the conversation. "Hey, you just ended the fight without a real fight. You think we'll easily forgive you like that?" Sung-Woon remained indifferent and replied, "Oh, that's what you think? Then there's only one thing I can say." Jang-Won roared angrily like a lion. "What?" Sung-Woon's voice became full of defiance and his finger pointed straight at Jang-Won's face. "Come straight to me if you're not satisfied with the outcome." The Demon Master mask that Jang-Won was wearing shook from side to side. "What the hell, are you crazy?" Fortunately, before a fiery battle erupted, Wisdom reached out in time to stop Jang-Won. "Jang-Won, Nebula is deliberately trying to be arrogant. Don't get angry. If we follow our personal emotions and don't ask him for help, our problem could become bigger." Jang-Won was still growling like a wild beast. "He's deliberately doing this." Wisdom firmly nodded. "Yes." According to Wisdom's analysis, if the 5 players here unite and are lucky, they could drive away Jeol Woo Bai's vampires themselves. But if they are not as lucky as they expect, the vampires could grow into a larger force and spread uncontrollably. After analyzing the 2 possible scenarios if they upset Sung-Woon, Wisdom turned to ask Sung-Woon directly, "By then, we will not be able to negotiate for help, we will have to beg, am I right, Nebula?" Sung-Woon nodded with a sinister smile that was not hidden. "You have a good mind. I can see you stumble toward destruction yourselves. Why should I help you?" Lunda immediately thought that Sung-Woon was just trying to annoy them, which was entirely possible based on Sung-Woon's playful personality. At that moment, Wisdom expressed his disagreement. "But if we collapse, things will become troublesome for you too, Nebula." Sung-Woon calmly asked, "Why do you think so?" Wisdom frankly replied, "We have 5 people, and there's another player named Jeol Woo Bai. When we gather again after the collapse, dealing with all 6 of us at once, wouldn't it be more difficult than killing each one individually?" Sung-Woon looked at Wisdom without saying anything. "Wisdom, I don't remember the other user's name, but I definitely remember his name." Sung-Woon and Wisdom had played together in a few games. His ranking was around top 10 for a few months during his peak. Sung-Woon vaguely remembered that. If Wisdom was in the top 10, Sung-Woon believed that the difference in their abilities wouldn't be too great, like the difference in ability between him and Hegemonia. Sung-Woon knew that Wisdom was not wrong. In the Forgotten World, dealing with a player who manages many countries is easier than a player who runs a country that is the size of many countries combined, and if there are many players, he can create discord between them to fish for benefits. But Sung-Woon ignored the truth that Wisdom had just pointed out and shook his head in response. "I don't know, that's your opinion, but I think it will be easier to deal with a single player. They are negotiating, so there's no need to agree on everything the other person says." Wisdom and the other 4 players would be the losers if they didn't have Sung-Woon's help, not the other way around. Understanding Sung-Woon's intentions, Wisdom's spinning head slowed down and stopped. "So you don't see any reason to help us?" Sung-Woon nonchalantly nodded. "Right," Wisdom emphasized again. "You mean you won't help us?" Sung-Woon smirked. "Not quite. I have no good reason to help you, and you are my competitors in the future. If you want my help, I need a worthy reward in return." Lunda slapped her forehead as if she knew Sung-Woon would say that. Krampus revealed his fire-breathing fangs while frowning. Jang-Won glared through his Demon Master mask. AR hid his displeasure with a black fan, and Wisdom's head started spinning again. They were all dissatisfied with Sung-Woon, but Wisdom swallowed his anger to continue the conversation. "We will listen to your conditions first." Sung-Woon stated the conditions smoothly, as if he had prepared this for a long time. "Each of you provide 3 glass makers, 3 candle makers, 3 brick makers, and 12 carriages loaded with gold." He finished. Sung-Woon waved his hand with arrogance. There was another uncomfortable silence between the players. Everyone stared at Sung-Woon in disbelief. The craft of making glass was invented by AR and Jang-Won, candles were produced by Wisdom, and Krampus and Lunda were the only existing brick suppliers in the region. None of the 5 players could imagine that Sung-Woon would make so many demands. Not to mention the issue of money, these demands were no different from wanting to take their proprietary technology in those industries. Even the wise wisdom was stunned speechless by Sung-won's outrageous demands, and considering the number of gold niangs currently on the market, the amount of gold that Sung-won requested was enough to cause inflation in Ukraine. Krampus couldn't hold it anymore. He breathed fire from between his clenched teeth. "You bastard, you want things to happen this way, don't you? You're not an ally of Jeol Woo-bai." Sung-won understood Krampus's aggressive attitude, but he had planned to swallow it all anyway, so the timing didn't matter. He casually threatened, "As I said before, if you're not satisfied." Wisdom quickly intervened before the agreement was broken by Krampus's hot temper. "Enough, Nebula. I think we need to discuss this among ourselves first. Could you temporarily leave the chat room? We'll call you back when we're done." Sung-won didn't hesitate to leave the group chat. Looking at the black screen in front of him, Sung-won was not in a hurry at all. He could clearly see the outcome of their discussion. And he was soon invited back to the video chat, so he patiently waited in front of the system screen. Sure enough, not long after, the system displayed a notification, a video chat invitation from Wisdom and the other players. Sung-won accepted the invitation slowly. As soon as they saw Sung-won appear, Wisdom immediately spoke on behalf of the 5 players. "We will accept your conditions. We will give our priests divine revelations and send the craftsmen tonight, but it will be very difficult to prepare so much gold immediately. Even a carriage full of gold will be difficult to send to Ukraine right away, so we decided to send it gradually when possible. I hope you understand." Sung-won gave a generous smile. "Of course I'm that generous," Wisdom replied with a bit of relief. "Then tell us how we will conquer Jeol Woo-bai and the vampires. If you've thought of such specific rewards, you must have some measures in mind, right?" Sung-won chuckled, making everyone confused. "I have a plan." "Not at all. You're wrong, it's already begun." Then, Sung-won squinted at the screen in front of him in a mischievous way, without explaining his words clearly. On the screen that Sung-won was watching, there was a Nyx woman with distinctive silver hair, sitting on a throne. She seemed to be lonely and pondering something. While the other players didn't even know who the leader of those Nyx vampires was, Sung-won had already infiltrated the enemy's lair. The vampire woman leader is named Shaven, a Nyx who believes she has been abandoned by the gods. In her moment of solitude on the throne, she is reminiscing about her bitter past. The Nyx have a matriarchal society, and Shaven's mother was the leader of the Goldeneye tribe. Shaven had no doubt that she would become the next leader. However, an unfortunate event occurred. In the northeast, the Knoll tribe called Stumpir appeared. The Goldeneye was the dominant Nyx tribe in the area, so according to the will of the invisible root god, they fought the Stumpir Knoll tribe who came to invade. But despite their efforts, they suffered a heavy defeat, many casualties including warriors as well as Shaven's mother, the tribal leader. Fortunately, the Stumpir Knoll tribe seemed satisfied with their victory and left after only plundering the Goldeneye tribe, so the other Nyx were able to survive and escape, but Shaven's misfortune didn't stop there. Shaven was supposed to take over as the leader, but she had to pay the price for her family's decision to fight the Stumpir tribe, which ended in a disastrous defeat. Shaven was driven from her homeland, and the leadership position was given to the new priest chosen by the invisible root god. Shaven shuddered with the humiliation she had to bear when everyone insulted her real mother, and from that moment, she harbored a grudge against the invisible root god. "I will not forget this grudge until I die." Shaven's rage continued as the Goldeneye tribe founded their country, Juman, a country ruled by a king, not a leader, and the Goldeneye continued to prosper as if to mock Shaven. The king who replaced Shaven's mother even ordered to hunt her down and kill her and the rest of her family. She fell into despair. Shaven knew that her rage would eventually become useless when all those who could support her in the old power were being hunted down and purged like her family. Shaven thought the more she felt resentment because ultimately the order to attack the Stumpir tribe was given by their god. She kept questioning the gods. "Is this the outcome of our loyalty? Why am I abandoned? We have given you everything. Why don't you give us some miracle in return? Are we just pawns to be used once and then discarded?" Shaven knelt down helplessly one night when all the stars were obscured by clouds in the deep forest. Her prayers to the gods for an answer received no response from the invisible root god. Finally, Shaven decided to end her life of wandering by slitting her wrist, a desperate act. But as her consciousness faded, she realized someone was standing near her, and her slowly closing eyes slowly opened in surprise. The shadow stood silent, and though she tried to look closely at its figure, she could only see a blurry darkness. Its clear. Shaven suddenly felt no more pain in her wrist. Instead, she felt thirsty and asked the shadow, I'm sorry, but do you have any water?" The shadow stared at her without replying. In her heart, Shaven thought it didn't matter who the shadow was, she was going to die anyway, so she suddenly felt hungry and continued to ask the shadow, "Do you have anything to eat?" The shadow remained silent, only quietly taking out a pouch of water and a bread wrapped in leaves and giving them to Shaven. She didn't notice anything strange about the shadow she couldn't see clearly, nor about the water and bread the shadow had given her. Inside the pouch of water was blood, and inside the rotting leaves was a foul-smelling piece of decaying meat. Shaven looked in amazement at the objects that fell before her. She hadn't expected to meet a kind person, and moreover, this feeling felt very real, not like a dream. In Shaven's eyes, the water was crystal clear and the bread was still warm, as if it had been freshly baked just moments ago. Though Shaven's mind was still hazy, she could smell the aroma of the bread clearly and realistically. As soon as Shaven put the pouch of water to her mouth, she felt her mouth and throat revive, and her mind became clear. The shadow continued to silently watch Shaven eat and drink voraciously without speaking. The bread gently steamed apart, and as Shaven put it in her mouth, she felt her stomach quickly fill up. As both her thirst and hunger were satisfied, tears welled up in her eyes. Shaven scorned herself and wondered, "Why am I crying? My desire to die disappeared when my thirst and hunger were satisfied. I am a coward who doesn't even have the courage to commit suicide." The shadow seemed to read Shaven's thoughts and proactively reached out again. In his hand now was a long dagger. Shaven had just abandoned her intention to die, so she was shocked to see the hilt of the dagger pointed towards her. A dagger, is this what you want from me? But, I don't want to die anymore, I. Shaven tried to resist, but her hands trembled and moved towards the dagger against her will. Shaven repeated her plea in helplessness, "No, I don't want to die." Shaven's trembling hands resisted as the tip of the dagger was slowly brought towards her throat. It seemed as if she was being controlled by the shadow's power, unable to let go of the dagger, let alone run away. In the moment of imminent death, Shaven, clinging to life, groaned out desperate pleas, "Someone, please save me." A few seconds later, Shaven finally held the dagger close to her throat. However, the fear that enveloped her suddenly disappeared before she realized it, and all that remained in her heart was calm. She couldn't understand why she had been so afraid just moments ago. Shaven realized who the shadow was and why it had given her the dagger. The shadow was the new god Shaven would serve, and the dagger given to her was not simply to help her commit suicide, but to help her be reborn as a devotee of that god. Shaven smiled and voluntarily raised the dagger to her throat without any resistance. "My lord of blood and rot, I will do your bidding." With those words, in front of the shadow, she stabbed herself in the throat. After waking up, Shaven was very thirsty and tried to quench her thirst with spring water, but it was useless. Finally, she decided to follow her instincts. She bit the neck of a vagrant and drank the blood flowing from his artery until she was full. Only then did she stop feeling thirsty. Blood was what Shaven's body craved. The moment Shaven savored the taste of human blood for the first time, a system window appeared before the player who had rescued her. The god of blood and rot had chosen Shaven as his chieftain. The first vampire was born. Shaven realized that she had become something other than a Nyx. After that, she followed the divine revelation bestowed upon her by the god of blood and rot. What she did most was to bite the necks of other vagrants and inject poison into them through her fangs. When she did so, the vagrants would transform from their original species into the same species as Shaven, and those bitten by Shaven would become spiritually submissive to her. She led such a group and created her own force. Rakrak had started to scout this group of vampires since hearing information from Wanda. Shaven had sent her trusted people to the 5 neighboring countries and expanded her influence according to the will of the god she served. Sungwoon had seen their situation from afar and wondered if it was time to give the other players some advice, but he decided to wait for them to ask for his help. Shaven was intelligent enough to conquer the 3 fortresses considered the most difficult to conquer near where she lived. She did this before the gods realized and when they didn't even know about the existence of vampires. After many efforts, in the 6th month, Shaven was able to assemble an army of 6,000 people, the number the god of blood and rot required. The vampires were scattered in various locations, but it wasn't difficult to gather them all together. This army consisted only of young, physically strong vampires. There were even some who had never held a weapon. In contrast, the lords of the 5 countries were all seasoned warriors with a lot of experience from frequent battles with each other. The problem was that the 5 players had underestimated the severity of the situation. Shaven declared, "We have suffered and wandered everywhere without a place to call home. We will avenge those of our kind who abandoned us, and ultimately, we will avenge the gods who abandoned us. We will create a new world on this land." As a result, the Golden Eye clan lost their capital, and AR's godhood level dropped to 4. Shaven then crowned herself the Blood Queen and established her own country named White Fang. After 9 months, White Fang emerged as a formidable conqueror of the continent. With unstoppable power, White Fang expanded their borders. It was only at this point that Wisdom and the other players decided to ask Sungwoon for help. It was a little late, but they hadn't been completely defeated, so they still held on to hope, especially since Lunda had the weakest army among the 5 players and AR had the lowest godhood level, putting him at high risk when facing the vampire army. As Sungwoon predicted, the other players didn't want to face the vampire warriors, even though White Fang had divided its forces into armies of 1,000 warriors each and White Fang's number had decreased by 2,000 due to recent conquests. Sungwoon let out a sigh at the late request for help from the players, but since he was still the one who benefited, there was no reason to complain. Shaven's generals, mostly second-generation vampires, were all vagrants like Shaven. Shaven had also clearly defined her borders with her neighbors to strengthen her position and sent troops to put pressure on neighboring countries. After reviewing the situation of Shaven and White Fang, Sungwoon complained to the players, "These vampire generals are mostly weaklings who have been abandoned by others, and their goal is to avenge the gods who abandoned them. Isn't that obvious? In other words, you are the cause." The 5 other players glared at Sungwoon resentfully when they heard this, but they couldn't do anything as the situation was beyond their control. They could only endure and listen to Sungwoon. Then Sungwoon returned to the main topic of the conversation. "Anyway, I'll show you how to defeat them. Vampires have 3 weaknesses." Krampus asked doubtfully, "3, isn't it 2? Sungwoon clicked his tongue and replied, "Alright, first tell me the 2 things you know so I can confirm that at least you know exactly what I'm going to say." Krampus asserted confidently, "Everyone knows, it's sunlight and silver." Lunda immediately nodded in agreement with Krampus. All 5 players had discovered that vampire flesh not only burns in sunlight, but also burns when touched by silver. As Sungwoon was about to continue, Krampus suddenly remembered something and raised his hand. Wait, I think I know another weakness. The truth is, they become weaker with each generation." Sungwoon shook his head. "No, that's both an advantage and a disadvantage. The players have divided vampires into upper, middle, and lower classes. Upper-class vampires have excellent physical abilities, but are greatly affected by sunlight and silver, while lower-class vampires have poor physical abilities, but are not as affected by sunlight and silver. Upper-class, middle-class, and lower-class vampires are divided into those who bite and those who are bitten. Therefore, the first generation of vampires is naturally the strongest. The second generation of vampires is not as strong as the first, so these weaknesses become less of a deterrent. The same goes for the third and fourth generations of vampires. Some players thought that one of the vampire generals they had discovered was the first vampire, but Sungwoon knew that wasn't the case. Wisdom impatiently urged Sungwoon, "So, what do you mean when you say things have started? I mean, I don't doubt that you can hide your actions because that's you, but, through my scouting resources, I haven't seen Hyukrin make much of a move." Sungwoon looked at the screen. "I didn't mean I've started doing something, I'm talking about White Fang." Krampus mumbled in response, "Nebula, but you're not the player who controls the vampires." Sungwoon shrugged, "Vampires themselves have a weakness, and I think I'm the only one who has realized that third weakness." The eyes of the 5 players became curious as they looked at the screen Sungwoon was sharing with them. Sungwoon opened a system window that he had prepared. "Alright, let's first look at the situation of the White Fang army in recent days." On the map, organized by day, the positions of the White Fang army were marked. Sungwoon began to explain, "They have an army of 4,000, they are expanding their territory by dividing into 4 groups and spreading out in all 4 directions starting from the center of the continent." Then Sungwoon opened dozens of other similar windows. He pointed to each map chronologically and arranged them in a row to facilitate comparison, then asked the players, "What do you think?" Lunda exclaimed in surprise, "Unless my eyes are wrong, they all look like the same map." Sungwoon prompted her, "And what does that mean?" Lunda continued to guess. "They haven't moved." Sungwoon nodded, "That's right." Lunda furrowed her brow in doubt, "Is that their weakness? But what if they're stopping to rest and resupply?" Sungwoon shook his head. "All 4 armies at the same time? Impossible. As you can see, each window shows the routes the White Fang army has taken. There haven't been many times when the army stopped to recover because they can't supply food or reinforcements as they wish. They only stopped occasionally when they looted a village, and the 4 armies stopped to get supplies recently, but they haven't moved since then." Krampus wondered, "Don't you think there's a reason we don't know? You can't guarantee that they're stopping necessarily for the reason you're speculating." Sungwoon shrugged, "That could be true, but to me, I think there's some correlation, not just coincidence, Wisdom asked urgently and directly. So, what is it? Sung-Woon tapped lightly on the mask on his head. It's very simple. At first, you treated the vampires like zombies, right? Your strategy was good enough for a zombie plague, but there's one decisive difference between vampires and zombies: they have intelligence. According to Sung-Woon's analysis, zombies are creatures that follow orders, so there's no difference between individuals, but vampires are different. Sung-Woon pointed to the vampire hierarchy chart and suggested, vampires belong to different species, and there are also differences in their ranks. Most of them are even forced to become vampires. It seems that lower-ranking vampires follow middle-ranking vampires, and middle-ranking vampires follow high-ranking vampires, but less so than lower-ranking vampires. What do you think that means? Hearing this, Wisdom nodded his strange head. I understand. Since Wisdom was the only one who understood, Lunda immediately pressed him. What do you mean? What do you understand? Wisdom looked politely at Sung-Woon as if he didn't want to steal his words, meaning they lacked motivation. Nebula, can I explain for you? Sung-Woon replied liberally, go ahead. Wisdom tells the other 4 players, vampire solidarity only comes from inherent conformity, and that works for now. They have become vampires, so they must do harm others to survive at first. But now, White Fang has become a large nation. Even if they don't harm others, their survival is still guaranteed. In other words, they will still be peaceful within the scope of the nation's operations. When Wisdom said this, Krampus exclaimed as if he began to grasp the problem. Wisdom seemed to be choosing the right words to use before continuing to explain. Now they no longer have a reason to fight. All that remains is their obedience instinct, and that leads to some vampire generals not wanting to lose more subordinates. Our army has suffered some losses, but we still have divinity. We can still deal well with an army of 1,000 vampires, and the vampire commanders know that, so they are waiting for another general to act first. Sung-Woon then added, they never thought about it when they were hungry, but now that they are full, they started thinking about different things. The intellectual war has begun. Let's see who will act first. Shavian couldn't know the discussion between the players, but somehow, she also felt a change. 10 months have passed since Shavian became a vampire. She had exchanged reports with each general, but soon, the 4 armies stopped reporting to her. Each general gave his own reason, but to Shavian, she doubted their rationality and she couldn't help but wonder why the generals weren't acting. One of Shavian's generals, Junler, was once a troll, but now he is a vampire. Junler recalled the moment he became a vampire. At that time, slavery was rampant in Juman, Nyx's country, and slaves came from hostile countries. Junler was one of them. Junler had forgotten the god of intertwining and blending, who did not save them even when they were attacked by the Golden Eyes tribe. He also prayed for freedom from the invisible root god when he was a slave, but because nothing changed, he stopped believing in them, until he learned of the god of blood and rotting flesh. Junler then followed Shavian across the continent and helped her expand her territory. Junler became Shavian's most trusted general when he was possessed by a deity during the attack on the capital of Juman. Shavian then divided 4,000 troops into 4 directions to expand the attack. Junler was responsible for commanding the Hukran attack group. However, from Junler's point of view, the other generals seemed to be acting strangely. Whenever the vampire army plundered villages during their regular supply runs, a messenger would come. The information Junler received would include the current situation of each army, and this time, he was informed that the other 3 armies hardly moved forward. Junler knew Shavian had surely urged the soldiers to move, but the generals said they had tried their best while making up flimsy excuses, so Junler was also forced to stop his army in this village. If they didn't advance at the same time, the overall pressure they put on the enemy would decrease, and if they advanced too far, the enemy could launch a counterattack. It was noon now. Junler belonged to the 2nd generation of vampires who were heavily affected by sunlight, so he had to sleep in places where the light couldn't reach. However, Junler couldn't sleep because he was worried about the advance, and at that moment, the door opened. He reacted immediately. Who is it? Is it Sang-Hwan? Junler called out his assistant's name, but no one answered. Suddenly a ray of sunlight shone on Junler as the door opened slightly. Fortunately, he was only slightly burned on the back of his hand, and he quickly avoided the effects of the sunlight. Then, Junler pulled out the knife in his pocket and threw it towards the light source. The ray of sunlight disappeared. The knife had pierced the head of a satyr woman and killed her instantly. Junler carefully approached the door while avoiding the reflected sunlight. He quickly saw something falling at the feet of the satyr woman and realized where the sunlight came from. It was a mirror that had been carefully polished and shattered because of the impact with the ground. Then, Sangwon, who was covering his whole body with a cloth, ran to Junler's room door belatedly. "I'm sorry, General, one of the food sources has run away, and it seems it disturbed your sleep." Junler generously waved his hand. "It's okay. I haven't slept anyway." Sangwon worriedly asked Junler, "Are you having trouble sleeping?" Then, Sangwon ordered the soldiers outside to clean up the corpse and enter the room. The relationship between the two was that of a general and an assistant, but they also seemed close to each other like friends. Junler sighed and said, "I don't know what the other generals are thinking anymore." Sangwon quietly nodded. "I know you'll be worried about that." Junler frankly replied, "Yes, what if the other commanders are plotting to rebel with their troops?" Sangwon shook her head. "I don't think so. You know, right, how they feel about the one who bit and infected them, but not everyone will obey the will of the god of blood and rotting flesh." Junler frowned and replied, "I know that. That satyr woman probably believes in the god of self-sacrifice." Sangwon immediately shook her head. "No, that's not what I mean." Junler narrowed his eyes at Sangwon. "So what do you mean?" Sangwon seemed hesitant to speak her thoughts. "There are those among the vampires who don't believe in the god of blood and rotting flesh." Junler never thought that could happen, so he blurted out in confusion, "What?" Then, Junler roared angrily, "How can such people exist? We all know that the other gods have deceived us, and even some people have been abandoned by their gods. Only the god of blood and rotting flesh cares about us, but there are still those who don't believe in him even after they become vampires." Sangwon cautiously bowed her head. "But not all vampires willingly get transformed. I'm sure the Blood Queen carefully chose you, the other generals, and those who were first bitten. Maybe she only chose those who would follow the god of blood and rotting flesh. However, the generals and those who were first transformed were probably not as careful as the Blood Queen, and the next generation of vampires will not be as careful as them. Not everyone has the same experience as you." The things Sangwon said are completely logical. However, that didn't convince Junler. He angrily retorted, "Then we have to quickly find those who don't believe in the god, because they will be the ones who prevent the army from advancing. We also have to quickly send a messenger to the Blood Queen and—" Sangwon tried to reassure Junler, "Please calm down, General. Maybe they are not the problem. Some commanders may sympathize with the soldiers and think that there is no need to advance anymore." Junler lowered his voice weakly, "But you know, we love those who bid us, don't we?" Sangwon nodded but gave another argument. "That's true, but General, you can't obey everything your loved ones say." Junler denied in astonishment, "Impossible." Sangwon patiently persuaded Junler, "Everyone obeys the Blood Queen's orders to live. After all, they have become vampires and therefore become enemies of other species. However, now that White Fang has been established, they may be imagining the new world to come. By then, you will have to compete with other vampire generals to rule over a better land, and to win that battle, clearly you will need more soldiers than others, and that is the core reason why the commanders are making excuses about not advancing." Junler wanted to refute that, but he had to admit that Sangwon was right. "So what? After listening to you, I understand everything clearly now. I won't punish you for humiliating the other commanders. Instead, let the whole army know that when the sun sets, we will start moving forward. I will show the Blood Queen that there are still generals unlike others." Finishing his words, Junler roared a powerful voice to assert his will. Returning to the conversation between the 6 players, Krampus continued to ask, "I understand that vampires have that weakness, but how will we use that weakness?" Sungwon immediately replied, "An army will soon move. It seems they stopped when they noticed all the other armies stopped. When I consider the general's history, one of them seems particularly obedient." Krampus asked again, "They are moving again, then that weakness is certainly useless." This time, Wisdom answered for Sungwon, "Knowing the vampire's behavior allows us to predict their next move. For example, through magic, we can control the vampire generals and make them move to a certain location that we want, or we can make them stop again. And we can buy more time by giving the other commanders excuses about weather, terrain. If we delay the vampire's supply in that way, it will be enough to destroy their army. They will become soldiers of each general instead of a unified army." Sungwon nodded in admiration at Wisdom's intelligence. However, he praised him with a teasing remark that made Wisdom cringe. "Thanks for explaining it to me, Starhead." Wisdom replied in a slightly angry tone, "This is not a star." Sungwon exclaimed in surprise, "Then what is it?" Wisdom proudly explained in technical terms, "This is the largest dodecahedron in the Kepler-Poinsot polyhedron." Sungwon was silent for a moment and stared at Wisdom's head, still feeling that it was nothing but stars put together. But because he didn't want to argue about something so trivial, he mumbled, Sorry, I'll be more careful next time," and Sungwon decided he would never mention Wisdom's head again. Wisdom nodded in satisfaction as if he was proud to have made the top server speechless before him. Then, he continued, as I said, if we continue to sow discord among them, each general and their intermediate vampire subordinates may bring the lower-level vampires with them to another place. They will think they are safe as long as they are inside the White Fang territory because they won't encounter any enemy army. Sungwon directly interrupted, that way is okay too, but we won't use that strategy, it takes too much time. The scattered vampires will continue to plunder many villages of other species in White Fang territory, and the damage will be very serious even if you regain ownership of the land later. Wisdom nodded without refuting. Jangwon then curiously spoke, so what method will we use? Sungwon resolutely said, the opposite is better, we will gather them together. Jangwon tilted her head, gather them together, I'm curious about the reason, but I'm more curious about the way. Sungwon clenched his fist and raised it, very simple, they are confident that they can face all of us here, they will search everywhere without specific orders, so we can make them focus on me. Then I'll flick them hard on the forehead. Finishing his words, Sungwon gently placed his clenched fist on the map of the area that White Fang is occupying. Not long after Junler fell into an afternoon nap, he woke up with a start when he heard Sangwon shout outside the door, General, wake up quickly. Junler sat up in surprise after a short nap. What happened? It's still early, Sangwon replied in panic. It's the enemy is attacking. Junler immediately got up from the bed in a hurry. Enemy soldiers, who? No, we are in the Danyum border, so it must be the satyrs. Sangwon frantically shook his head. No, it was the Hukrun's black-scaled lizard men, and they're very close by. From afar, the lizard men army carefully approached the vampire army while the sun was still shining. Although vampires can see during the day, the guards were still a little sleepy because their biological rhythm is like an owl's. And when the vampires realized the appearance of the lizard men, Hukrun's army, led by Ur, was already quite close to the village. As the vampires were making a commotion in the village, Ur was standing in the nearby bushes, talking to the warrior next to him. Have you ever heard of Tatar? The young warrior excitedly replied. Oh, yes, of course. Tatar is a warrior who defeated 10 trolls by himself. Now everyone in the tribe knows that he has been assigned to manage the southern islands on Larkak's orders. Ur smirked and said, I always work hard, but there are many warriors who have achieved great things, and some have done much more than the others, but I don't have as many opportunities. Today, by chance, there is a group of trolls over there, so I'm sure I'll surpass Tatar's reputation. Having said that, Ur laughed happily, pointing his sword towards the trolls who were busy preparing for battle. The young warrior laughed at Ur's comment. Okay, aren't you already the top general, the best warrior of Hukrun? You don't need to take all the titles. Ur swung his sword, creating a strong gust of wind to warm up his muscles, and replied, Humph, you talk like a real amateur. Do you know what it takes to be the best warrior? The young warrior honestly replied, I don't know. Ur smirked, revealing his pearly white teeth like a shark's. You have to have ambition. The black-scaled lizard men warriors, after hearing what Ur said, all tried to kill as many trolls as possible, claiming that they wanted to build a reputation like Tatar. Ur personally reaped the heads of all the trolls he saw in his sights and encountered no obstacles in the battle. Junler also rushed into the battle as the sunlight softened. He charged towards Ur with the strength of 3 cows and 9 oxen. Before clashing with Ur, Junler even roared powerfully to show his faith, fighting for the god of blood and rotten flesh. Ur chuckled, mocking Junler's futile effort. I like your spirit, but we have a god too. Move forward for the god of green beetles. When Ur finished speaking, Junler was only 2 steps away from him. At this moment, Ur's sword blade tore through the air, slashing across in a flash. Finally, Junler's head fell off, rolling towards Ur's feet. He immediately grabbed the head by its fangs and lifted it up, muttering the count, 9. The young warrior, seeing Ur's disappointed face, teased him. You ended up at the 9th one, General. Ur frowned and grumbled. Everyone was so bloodthirsty that I only killed that many. Ur lifted the head of the last troll he killed, General Junler, and reasoned with the warriors. This is the leader, shouldn't this count as 2 heads? The warriors who passed by all chuckled. How can it count as 2 when there's only 1 head? Ur clicked his tongue, letting go of Junler's head. Damn it, after all, they are vampires, not real trolls, forget it. Then, Ur ordered the soldiers, reorganize the army and check your equipment. We'll scan this place again before going deeper. The news of the lizard men army's great victory spread throughout the continent, and of course, it also reached Shaven's ears. She couldn't believe her ears when she heard the news from the front line. What? Say it again. The messenger bowed his head anxiously. General Junler is dead and about 400 vampires were killed in the battle. The fact that 400 out of 1,000 vampires died means they fought to the very end, so Shaven couldn't be too angry with them. The enemy was simply too strong. However, when she heard that the black-scaled lizard men army won with only 300 warriors, Shaven couldn't contain her rage and yelled, "What, you're saying that an army of 1,000 lost to 300 enemies?" The messenger tried to explain. They were all Korka-riding warriors. General Junler's army was ambushed at their camp, and the village wasn't the best place to defend. Shaven furiously yelled, "Shut up." Shaven also knows that Korka is as big as a horse but can turn freely to both sides. Even in a small village, they can easily fight. Moreover, 300 soldiers can easily disperse, quickly invade the village. Junler made a mistake by not being able to defend against the ambush, but he is dead, which means Shaven will have to take responsibility. She should have considered the possibility of an ambush. Moreover, Shaven has something more worrisome than getting angry at this time. To be able to quickly attack Junler's army with cavalry, the black-scaled lizard men will have to reduce their food supplies for marching, so they will buy supplies locally. Shaven is worried that Hukrin and Danyum, even all the other nations surrounding her, have formed an alliance. Shaven, of course, had considered attacking Hukrin first, but only she and a few generals knew about it, so she didn't think her plan was revealed. Moreover, Hukrin and the other 5 nations were enemies from the beginning. Shaven doesn't think there's any reason for Hukrin to help the other nations. Shaven left the question of the alliance between neighboring countries unanswered and informed the other 3 generals about the appearance of Hukrin cavalry. She told them to prepare thoroughly for self-defense. However, because their armies are far apart, she doesn't think they will encounter the Hukrin cavalry in a short time. However, there is another problem. Over time, about 100 soldiers who were once part of Junler's legion separated from the rest of the legion, and about 500 of them returned to where Shaven lives, but the reports from these soldiers are absurd. Instead of driving the enemy away, the Korka warriors of Hukrin are claiming ownership of the land that the White Fangs have occupied. It's a move that Shaven can't understand. Mobilizing a large army will be a burden on the country, so they must act with clear goals. And even if they reclaim the land, it will be returned to the countries of Sadr and Danyum, instead of becoming Hukrin's territory. Only after Shaven sent out a scouting team did she realize what was happening. Those lizard men are receiving a nearly unlimited amount of supplies. She knows that the black-scaled lizard men are very fond of fighting, but she didn't know they would fight so hard for another nation. Even though there are only 300 of them, the speed at which they are reclaiming land is truly incredible. Meanwhile, it would be better if the other 3 generals continued to move forward, but they are still acting slowly and hesitantly. Now Shaven has to make a choice. Should she reorganize the 400 survivors from the defeated army and have them face the 300 lizard men, or should she summon the rest of the 3,000 soldiers from the other 3 generals and launch a full-scale attack on Hukrin with a force of 3,400? The first option doesn't seem advantageous for the White Fangs. From Shaven's point of view, the god of blood and rotten flesh will surely help them, and even if all the black-scaled lizard men are elite soldiers, the vampires still have the ability to win. But Shaven knows that the enemy is all cavalry. The problem will depend on whether the enemy wants to fight or will retreat when they see danger. Shaven believes that the second option is not attractive either. Of course, 3,400 soldiers are enough to attack Hukrin, and if the vampires infect the lizard men, they can replenish their army with elite soldiers. But if they don't complete everything as planned, causing the other 5 nations to unite with Hukrin, it will be another lopsided battle. Confused, Shaven looked up at the full, bright moon, hoping the god of blood and rotten flesh would make the final decision. While thinking, Shaven fell asleep at her desk and only woke up with a start when she received a divine prophecy from her god. At this time, the sky outside had turned blood red. In Shaven's dream just now, the god of blood and rotten flesh had gone east. After staring thoughtfully towards the east through the tall window frame, Shaven finally understood the will of the gods. The place located at the far east of the continent is Hukrin's territory. Shaven immediately stood up, called her assistant in, and issued an urgent order, summoning all the generals and soldiers. We'll launch an attack on Hukrin right now. Along with that order, all the soldiers at the border of the White Fang territory were mobilized to one front. Seeing the situation unfolding as expected, Wisdom excitedly spun his albatross head like a top. Okay, Nebula. We have successfully gathered the enemy together in one place. Should we attack together? Wisdom excitedly pointed at the map where the vampire army is being assembled. Sungwon shook his head. That's good, but do you have enough soldiers? Everyone was stunned by Sung Woon's question, and AR was the most surprised. It can be said that not only the main force, but also the capital of Nyx suffered a devastating defeat, and although Lunda is still hiding the truth, she is also not in the best situation due to the losses she suffered at the hands of Sung Woon and the vampires. On the other hand, Krampus and Wisdom can produce enough soldiers to assemble an army, but they can only contribute 500 and 300 soldiers respectively. The only one who was almost unaffected was Jang Won. He proactively suggested, "My soldiers can join the battle." However, Sung Woon shook his head in refusal. "No, you're too far away, you won't be able to get there in time anyway. Wisdom and Krampus will be the only ones who can support a joint attack." Hearing those words, Wisdom calmly agreed, and Krampus nodded with furrowed brows to show his reluctance. Sung Woon pointed at the map and analyzed the situation. "So that should be enough, now we have to predict their route." According to Sung Woon's speculation, the vampire army is highly likely to attack the fortresses near automation instead of moving through the wilderness. This is because if the vampires go through the wilderness, they will find it difficult to avoid the sunlight in the middle of the day, and most importantly, there will be no one to suck blood. Therefore, this vampire army will need to pass through the mountains where scattered villages are located, where there is shade to shield them from the sunlight and a more abundant supply of blood. Then, Sung Woon placed the symbols representing the armies on the map. "The best approach would be to chase the vampire army with my 300 lizard cavalry, together with Wisdom and Krampus, while maintaining a distance between them. If they realize we are launching a joint attack, they will take down those closest to them first, if they are smart enough." Wisdom looked at the map and asked, "But if we are too far apart, how can we utilize the strength of a joint attack?" The White Fang's rear scouting team sometimes retreats as far as 2 days' journey. At that distance, Hukrin will have to face the initial attack alone. As he finished, Wisdom pointed at the location of the lone lizard army on the map. Sung Woon smiled confidently. "You think we can't defend ourselves?" Wisdom shrugged, accepting that confidence. "If you think you can do it, then it's no problem." Sung Woon continued to plan. "It doesn't matter if the joint attack occurs on flat ground, because some of their soldiers will be exhausted by that time. The rest will have to focus on driving away the vampires with their soldiers. And Jang Won, you will need to use your soldiers to regain the areas belonging to AR." According to Sung Woon's analysis, reducing the number of vampires is not just about gaining territory. Most vampires believe in the god of blood and rotting flesh, so faith points will continue to be generated. Reducing the number of vampires outside the battlefield will therefore benefit all players in the fight against Jiol Wu Bai. As their discussion ended, Sung Woon pondered alone about a concern he hadn't shared with the other players. Jiol Wu Bai is definitely a player, and if he truly is a player, he must have used fewer faith points than the other players. Jiol Wu Bai has played the game consistently in a way that benefits himself. It's no surprise that he hasn't used many faith points. Furthermore, the White Fang's territory is the largest in the third continent as of now. On top of that, while their military development is attracting the most attention, the general vampire population has also grown significantly. These vampires believe in the god of blood and rotting flesh, meaning there is a possibility that Jiol Wu Bai has a high divinity level. In my opinion, Jiol Wu Bai has created the vampires, a unique race with quite formidable strength, so he himself is probably also a formidable force as a player. If my calculations are correct, the highest divinity level Jiol Wu Bai could reach is 17. Sung Woon frowned, thinking about the divinity skills players would receive at level 16. If Jiol Wu Bai is actually above level 16 and manages to stay calm and turn the tide until the end, things could become complicated. Then, Sung Woon's gaze returned to confidence as he looked at the fortress Rakrak had built on the border. A sly smile silently appeared beneath his mask. "Well, even if that's the case, I still have ways."